In a secluded valley nestled near the snowline, a stream clouded with glacial runoff tumbled over stones. Doves and linnets darted through the towering pines, their calls mingling with the whisper of the wind through the needles, hidden partly by an overhanging cliff and a thicket of broad, waxy leaves. The entrance to a cave lay concealed. The forest was a symphony of life, the constant rush of water, the chatter of unseen insects, the distant scolding of small creatures in the canopy. Occasionally, a powerful breeze would sweep through, causing the heavy boughs of a cedar to rub together, producing a deep, mournful sound like a stringed instrument being played in the earth's quiet heart. The valley was a world of shifting light, never fully in shadow. Beams of warm, golden sun sliced through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor with moving patterns of light and deep, brown-green shade. A constant, gentle mist drifted among the treetops, softening the sunlight to a hazy glow and leaving every pine cone beaded with moisture that sparkled when the air cleared. Often, the dampness in the clouds would thicken into a fine, almost weightless drizzle that seemed to hover among the countless needles, creating a soft, whispering sound. A worn footpath followed the stream, connecting a small gathering of herders' huts at the valley's base to a crumbling shrine near the glacier above, where faded prayer flags snapped in the endless mountain wind, and villagers left simple offerings. A strange interplay of light, ice, and mist often wrapped the valley's head in shimmering bands of color. The cave sat above this path. Long ago it had been the retreat of a revered holy man, and though it was deep and dry enough to shelter a large animal, only birds and bats had called it home in recent memory. Now, crouched at the entrance, was a creature with gleaming golden fur, his sharp eyes scanning the woods and his clever hands deftly breaking apart a pine cone to extract the seeds. Just inside, beyond the reach of the sun, Mrs. Coulter was boiling water on a small stove. Her daemon made a soft sound, and she looked up to see a young girl, Amma, approaching on the path, this time accompanied by her father, who waited at a distance. Amma climbed to the cave and bowed. "My father sends his respect and prayers for your favor," she said. Mrs. Coulter greeted her calmly. The girl placed a bundled offering on the ground and then, speaking quickly with nervous energy, held out a small bunch of wildflowers. Mrs. Coulter, who understood more of the local dialect than she let on, simply smiled and gestured for silence, nodding toward their demons. The golden monkey extended a hand, and Amma's butterfly demon fluttered tentatively before alighting on his finger. As the monkey lifted the delicate creature to his ear, a clear stream of the girl's meaning flowed into Mrs. Coulter's mind. The village was uneasy. They tolerated a holy woman seeking solitude, but rumors spoke of a second presence, a dangerous, powerful being sharing her refuge. Was this other figure her master or her servant? Did they intend harm? Why were they here, and how long would they stay? Amma's thoughts were tangled with fear and suspicion. As this understanding settled, a strangely liberating idea struck Mrs. Coulter. For once, she could offer a version of the truth. The absurdity of it almost made her laugh, but her voice remained steady as she replied, "Yes, there is someone else with me. There was no reason to be frightened. This was my daughter, held in a deep slumber by a powerful enchantment. We had retreated to this place to hide from the magician who cast the spell, while I worked to heal her and keep her safe. You may come and look at her if you wish." The gentle tone of Mrs. Coulter's voice calmed Amma somewhat, though a thread of fear remained. The mention of spells and enchanters only deepened her sense of wonder. Yet the golden monkey was cradling her own daemon so softly, and her curiosity was strong, so she allowed herself to be led further into the cave. On the path below, her father shifted his weight, his crow daemon ruffling her feathers, but he did not follow. Mrs. Coulter lit a single candle as the daylight faded, guiding Amma to the rear of the cavern. Amma's eyes were wide in the dim light, her fingers moving in a silent, rhythmic pattern, thumb to forefinger, thumb to middle finger, a ward against malignant spirits, you see. Mrs. Coulter murmured, "She is harmless. There is nothing here to fear." Amma studied the form in the sleeping bag. The girl was several years older, with hair of a shade Amma had never encountered, a pale, tawny gold like a mountain lion's pelt. Her lips were set in a firm line, lost in a profound sleep, confirmed by the sight of her daemon lying motionless at her throat. He resembled a mongoose, but was a brilliant red gold and much smaller. The golden monkey was gently stroking the fur between the sleeping daemon's ears, and as Arma watched, the creature twitched and let out a faint, raspy sound. Arma's own mouse-formed daemon pressed close against her neck, peering timidly through her hair. "Now you can tell your father what you've witnessed," Mrs. Coulter continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "No evil spirit, only my daughter, asleep under a spell and in my protection. But Amma, you must promise me this. Tell your father it must remain a secret. No one else can know Lyra is here. If the enchanter discovered her location, he would come to destroy her, and me, and everything around us. So you must be silent. Tell your father and no one else." She knelt beside Lyra, brushing the damp hair from her daughter's forehead before leaning down to place a kiss on her cheek. When she looked up at Amma, her eyes held a sorrowful, loving tenderness, and she offered a smile of such brave and knowing compassion that the little girl felt her own vision blur with tears. It was a look that spoke of lonely vigils and a love fierce enough to defy the world, a sudden, profound glimpse into the woman's burden that Amma would not forget. Taking Amma's hand, Mrs. Coulter led her back to the cave entrance, where the girl's father watched anxiously from the slope. The woman placed her hands together and bowed respectfully. He returned the gesture with visible relief as his daughter, after bowing first to Mrs. Coulter and then toward the sleeping figure, turned and hurried down the path in the gathering dusk. Father and daughter offered one final bow toward the cave before disappearing into the shadows of the dense rhododendron thickets. Mrs. Coulter turned back to the water simmering on her portable stove. Crouching low, she crumbled dried leaves into the pot, 2 pinches from one pouch, a single pinch from another, and added 3 precise drops of a faint yellow oil. She stirred it methodically, counting silently in her head for a full 5 minutes. Removing the pan from the heat, she sat back to let the mixture cool. Scattered around her were items from the camp by that azure lake, where Sir Charles Latram had met his end. A sleeping bag, a pack holding spare clothes and toiletries. There was also a sturdy canvas case with a wooden frame, padded with kapok and containing an array of instruments. Nearby, a holstered pistol lay within easy reach. The thin mountain air cooled the decoction quickly. As soon as it was warm to the touch, she poured it carefully into a metal cup and carried it to the back of the cave. The golden monkey abandoned a pine cone he had been toying with and padded softly beside her. Mrs. Coulter set the cup down on a flat stone and knelt once more beside the sleeping Lyra. The golden monkey settled on her opposite side, watchful and ready to restrain Pantalamon should he stir. Lyra's hair clung damply to her skin, her eyes shifting restlessly beneath closed lids. She was starting to wake. Mrs. Coulter had felt the faint tremor of her eyelashes against her own cheek when she'd kissed her, a signal that time was short. Gently, she slid one hand beneath the girl's head while using the other to brush the moist hair back from her forehead. Lyra's lips parted with a soft sigh. Her daemon, Pantalaimon, shifted closer, nestling against her. The golden monkey watched Pantalaimon intently, his small black fingers twitching near the edge of the sleeping bag, until a silent glance from Mrs. Coulter made him withdraw a few careful inches. Supporting Lyra's shoulders, Mrs. Coulter lifted her just enough that her head fell back slightly. Lyra's breath hitched, her eyelids fluttering open to heavy, unfocused slits. "Roger," she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "Roger, where did you go?" "I can't see anything." "Hush now, my love," her mother whispered. "Just drink this for me." She brought a small beaker to Lyra's lips, tilting it so a single drop wet them. Lyra's tongue moved instinctively, and Mrs. Coulter let a slow trickle follow, pausing between each tiny sip to let her swallow. It was a patient process, but finally the beaker was empty, and she lowered Lyra back down. As soon as her head touched the ground, Pantalaimon curled protectively around her neck, his fur as damp as her hair. Both were deeply asleep once more. The golden monkey moved silently to the cave entrance and resumed his watch. Mrs. Coulter dampened a cloth in a basin of cool water and gently bathed Lyra's face. She unfastened the sleeping bag to wash the girl's neck, shoulders, and arms, cooling her feverish skin. Taking a comb, she worked through the tangles in Lyra's hair, smoothing it back and parting it neatly. She left the sleeping bag open to let the air cool her, then turned to the supplies Arma had brought: flatbread, a brick of compressed tea, and some rice wrapped in a broad leaf. It was time to light a fire. The mountain cold after sunset was brutal. She worked with practiced efficiency, shaving tinder, arranging kindling, and striking a match. A practical worry surfaced. The matches were nearly gone, and so was the fuel for the stove. From now on, she would have to keep a flame burning constantly. Her demon radiated discontent. He disliked this entire cave-bound endeavor, and when he tried to convey his unease, she dismissed him. He turned away, every line of his small body etched with contempt as he flicked pine cone scales out into the darkness. She ignored him, steadily feeding the fledgling fire and setting a pan of water to heat for tea. Yet his silent judgment seeped into her thoughts. As she crumbled the dark tea brick into the steaming water, a wave of doubt washed over her. What on earth was she doing? Had she lost her mind? And circling relentlessly in her mind, what would the church do when they discovered this? The golden monkey was correct. She wasn't merely hiding Lyra, she was hiding from her own conscience. Out of the shadows, a small boy appeared, his expression a blend of hope and fear. "Lyra," he whispered, again and again. "Lyra, Lyra." Behind him stood other vague forms, even more insubstantial and silent. They seemed to belong together of the same essence, yet they had no visible faces and uttered no sound. His own voice never rose above a murmur, and his features were softened and indistinct, like a memory beginning to fade. Lyra, Lyra, where were they? It was an immense, barren plain beneath a sky the color of wrought iron, devoid of light. A thick mist swallowed the horizon in every direction. The ground was hard-packed earth, flattened not by the weight of footsteps, for the feet here were lighter than feathers, but perhaps by time itself, even though time in this place felt suspended. Perhaps this was simply how things were meant to be. This was the final destination, the last world that existed. Lyra. Why were they trapped here? They were prisoners. A crime had been committed, but no one understood what it was, who was responsible, or what power had judged them. Why did that small boy keep calling for Lyra? It was hope. What were they? They were ghosts. No matter how desperately she reached out, Lyra could not make contact. Her confused hands passed right through the boy, yet he remained, pleading silently. "Roger," she whispered, the word barely audible. "Roger, where are you? What is this place?" He answered, "It's the land of the dead, Lyra. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm stuck here forever. I tried to be good. I really did. But maybe I did bad things anyway. I'm so scared. I hate all of this." And Lyra said, "I will." Chapter 2. Balthamos and Baruch. "Be quiet," Will snapped. "Just be quiet. Don't distract me." This was moments after Lyra had been taken, right after Will had descended from the mountain, right after the witch had ended his father's life. Will lit the small tin lantern from his father's pack with the dry matches he found inside. Sheltering beside a rock, he opened Lyra's rucksack. With his uninjured hand, he felt inside until his fingers closed around the heavy, velvet-wrapped alethiometer. It caught the lantern's glow as he held it out toward the two indistinct forms beside him, the beings who claimed to be angels. "Can you read this?" he demanded. "No," a voice replied. "You must come with us now, to Lord Asriel." "Who told you to follow my father? You said he was unaware." "But he knew," Will said, his voice fierce. "He warned me you might come. He understood more than you realized. Who sent you?" "No one sent us. We came of our own will," the voice answered. "We wish to serve Lord Asriel, and the man who is dead. What did he instruct you to do with the knife?" Will hesitated. "He said I should take it to Lord Asriel." "Then come with us." "No, not until I find Lyra." He wrapped the velvet back around the alethiometer and returned it to the rucksack. After securing it, he pulled his father's heavy cloak tight against the rain and remained crouched. his gaze fixed on the two shadows. "Do you speak the truth?" he asked. "Yes." "Then, are you stronger than humans, or weaker?" "Weaker. You possess true flesh, we do not. Nevertheless, you must come. No, if I am stronger, you must obey me. Besides, I have the knife, so I command you, help me find Lyra. I don't care how long it takes. I find her first, then I go to Lord Asriel." The two figures were silent for a long moment. They drifted away and conferred in voices too faint for Will to hear. When they returned, he heard, "Very well. You are making an error, but you leave us no choice. We will help you find the girl." Will strained to see them clearly through the darkness, but the rain stung his eyes. "Come closer so I can see you properly," he said. They drifted nearer, yet seemed to grow even more indistinct. "Will I see you better in daylight?" "No, worse. We are not a high order among angels." "Well, if I can't see you, no one else will either. You can stay hidden. Go and search for where Lyra was taken. She can't be far. There was a woman, she'll be with her. The woman took her. Go, look, and come back to tell me what you find." The angels lifted into the stormy air and vanished. A deep, sullen exhaustion settled over Will. He'd had little strength left even before the confrontation with his father, and now he was nearly spent. All he wanted was to close his eyes, which were heavy and raw from weeping. He pulled the cloak over his head, clutched the rucksack to his chest, and fell asleep almost instantly. "Nowhere," said a voice. Will heard it from the depths of sleep and fought to wake. It took him the better part of a minute, so profound was his unconsciousness, to finally open his eyes to the bright morning before him. "Where are you?" he said. "Right here with you," the angel's voice replied. "This way." The sun had just cleared the horizon, painting the rocks and the lichens clinging to them in sharp, brilliant light, yet he saw no one. "I did mention we are less visible by day," the voice continued. "Twilight serves us best, dusk or dawn. Darkness is next. Full sunlight is our poorest cloak. My companion and I searched lower on the mountain. We found no woman, no child, but there is a blue lake where she must have made camp. A dead man lies there, and a witch consumed by a spectre." "A dead man. Describe him." "He was past middle age, portly, with smooth skin and silver-grey hair. His clothes were costly, and the air around him held the ghost of a heavy cologne." "Sir Charles," Will said. "That's him. Mrs. Coulter must have done it." "Well, at least one good thing came from this. She left tracks. My companion is following them and will return when he learns her direction. I will remain with you." Will stood and surveyed the scene. The storm had scrubbed the sky, leaving the morning crisp and clear, which somehow made the sight before him more wrenching. Nearby lay several of the witches who had guided him and Lyra toward his father. Already a harsh-beaked crow was picking at one of their faces, and a larger bird circled overhead as if selecting the choicest meal. Will checked each body, but none was Serafina Pekkala, the Witch Queen and Lyra's close friend. Then he recalled, hadn't she departed abruptly on another task just before nightfall, so she might still be alive? That thought lifted his spirits, and he scanned the distant ridges for any sign of her, seeing only endless blue sky and jagged stone in every direction. "Where are you?" he asked the angel. "Beside you," the voice came. As ever, Will looked to his left toward the sound and saw nothing. "So no one can see you. Could anyone else hear you like I can?" "Not if I choose to whisper," the angel said, a touch sharply. "Do you have a name? Do angels have names?" "We do. I am Balthamos. My companion is Baruch." Will weighed his options. Choosing one path among many is like blowing out candles. The unchosen paths vanish as if they never were. For now, all possibilities still flickered before him. But to keep them all alive meant standing still. He had to choose. "We'll go back down the mountain," he decided. "To that lake there might be something useful there, and I'm getting thirsty. I'll head the way I think it is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong." It wasn't until he had been picking his way down the rocky, pathless slope for several minutes that Will realized his hand didn't hurt. In fact, he hadn't thought about his wound since waking. He stopped and examined the coarse cloth his father had wrapped around it after their struggle. It was stained with the ointment applied earlier, but there was no trace of blood. After the relentless bleeding since he lost his fingers, this was such a relief that his heart gave a little leap of joy. He cautiously flexed his fingers. True, the injury still ached, but the pain was different now, not the deep, draining throb of the previous day, but a shallower, duller sensation. It felt like it was healing. His father had done that. The witch's magic had failed, but his father had healed him. He continued down the slope, feeling lighter. The journey took 3 hours, with a few whispered corrections, before he reached the small blue lake. By then, thirst was a raw ache in his throat, and under the baking sun the cloak was a heavy, sweltering burden, though when he shed it, he immediately missed its shade, as his exposed arms and neck began to burn. He dropped the cloak and his pack and ran the last stretch to the water, falling to his knees to gulp down freezing mouthful after mouthful. The chill was so deep it seemed to ache in his very bones. After drinking his fill, Will pushed himself upright and took in his surroundings. Yesterday, he'd been too exhausted to notice much, but now the vivid hue of the lake water struck him, and the relentless chorus of insects filled the air. "Balthamos," he called out. "I am here," the voice replied. "Where is the dead man?" "Past the large rock to your right." "Any spectres nearby?" "None. They seek nothing from me, nor from you." Will shouldered his pack and cloak, moving along the lake shore before climbing the rocky outcrop Balthamos had indicated. On the other side, a small abandoned camp lay scattered, a handful of tents, and the cold ashes of cook fires. He descended cautiously, half expecting a survivor to leap out, but the silence was absolute, broken only by the faint, scratchy hum of insects. The tents were motionless. The lake's surface was calm, save for the slow, widening rings from where he had drunk. A sudden dart of green near his foot made him flinch, but it was just a small lizard scurrying away. The tents were made of camouflage fabric, which somehow made them more conspicuous against the rusty red stone. The first 2 were empty, but in the third, Will discovered a few useful items: a metal mess kit, a box of matches, and a long dark strip about the size of his forearm. At first glance he thought it was leather, but in the sunlight he recognized it as dried meat. He had a knife after all. He sliced off a piece. It was tough, slightly salty, but surprisingly flavorful. He packed the meat, matches, and mess tin into his rucksack and checked the remaining tents, finding them all vacant. He saved the largest tent for last. "Is that where he is?" Will asked the air. "Yes," Balthamos answered. "He was poisoned." Will circled carefully to the tent's entrance, which faced the water. Sprawled beside an overturned canvas chair was the body of the man known in Will's world as Sir Charles Latram, and in Lyra's as Lord Boreal, the very man who had stolen her alethiometer, an act that ultimately led Will to the subtle knife. Sir Charles had been slick, deceitful, and influential. Now he was dead, his face twisted unpleasantly. Will avoided looking directly at him, but a peek inside the tent revealed a trove of potentially useful supplies, so he stepped over the body to investigate. His father, the soldier and explorer, would have known precisely what to take. Will had to rely on guesswork. He collected a small magnifying glass in a steel case, useful for starting fires, a spool of strong cord, a lightweight alloy canteen, and a tin cup to replace his heavier flask, a compact pair of binoculars, a paper-wrapped roll of gold coins, each about the size of a thumb, a first aid kit, water-purifying tablets, a packet of coffee, 3 packs of compressed dried fruit, a bag of oatmeal biscuits, 6 bars of Kendal mint cake, a small packet of fishhooks and nylon line, and finally, a notebook with a couple of pencils and a small flashlight. He packed everything into his rucksack, careful to place the heavier items at the bottom. He cut another slice of the dried meat, ate it, then filled his new canteen from the lake. Turning to the empty air, he asked, "Do you think I've missed anything important? What you lack is sense," came the dry reply. "Some innate ability to recognize wisdom and the humility to heed it. Are you wise, then? Considerably more so than you. Well, that's just the problem. I can't actually tell. Are you a man? You sound like one. Baruch was a man? I was not. Now he is of the angelic." Will paused, his hands still arranging the pack, and tried to see the being he was speaking to. There was nothing to see. So he was a man, Will continued, and then do people turn into angels when they die? Is that how it works? Not always, Balthamos said, his tone shifting from its usual haughtiness to something quieter, almost weary. It is a rare transformation granted to few. Most simply end. But then you wouldn't understand the weight of that, would you? You're too busy looting a dead man's camp to ponder eternity. The angel's voice held a new, sharp edge of sarcasm, a stark contrast to the earlier solemnity. Will felt a flush of irritation but said nothing, simply tightening the straps on his pack. In most instances, no, it is exceptionally uncommon. So when did he live? Approximately 4,000 years in the past. I am far more ancient. Was that in my world, or Lyra's, or this one? In yours, but you are aware there are countless worlds. But how does someone become an angel? What purpose does this philosophical inquiry serve? I'm simply curious. Your focus should remain on your objective. You have taken what you required from this deceased man's belongings to sustain yourself. Should we not proceed? Once I determine our direction, Baruch will locate us regardless of the path we choose. Then he will find us here just as easily. I have a few more matters to attend to first. Will settled himself in a spot where the sight of Sir Charles's body was obscured and consumed 3 pieces of the Kendall mint cake. The immediate surge of energy and clarity as the food revived him was remarkable. He then examined the alethiometer. Each of the 36 miniature symbols painted on the ivory face was exquisitely distinct. A baby, a marionette, a loaf of bread. There was no mistaking them. The challenge lay in their elusive meanings. How did Lyra manage to read this? He asked Balthamos. Perhaps she invented the meanings. Those who master such devices dedicate years to study, relying on extensive reference texts for interpretation. She wasn't inventing anything. Her readings were authentic. She revealed things to me she could not possibly have known otherwise. Then it remains as profound a mystery to me as it does to you, the angel replied. Studying the instrument, Will recalled something Lyra had mentioned about the specific frame of mind necessary for it to function, a state that had, in its own way, helped him perceive the finer qualities of the subtle blade. Intrigued, he drew the knife and carefully opened a small window just ahead of him. Beyond it stretched only empty sky, but far below lay a familiar vista of wooded hills and cultivated land, unmistakably his own world. So, the geography between worlds did not align directly. He sealed the aperture, a surge of pure relief washing over him at the restored use of his left hand. Then, an idea struck him with the force of a physical jolt. If there were truly innumerable worlds, why did the knife seem to open passages only between this one and his own? Surely it should be capable of accessing any of them. He raised the blade once more, allowing his awareness to extend to its very point as Giacomo Paradisi had instructed, until his senses mingled with the atoms of the air, detecting every minute imperfection and ripple. Instead of cutting at the first slight resistance, as was his habit, he guided the knife onward, feeling for another, and then another. It was akin to gently tracing a seam of stitches without breaking a single thread. "What are you attempting?" came the disembodied voice, startling him from his focus. "Experimenting?" Will stated flatly. "Remain silent and keep your distance. If you approach this, you risk being severed, and since I cannot see you, I cannot ensure your safety." Balthamos emitted a faint, disapproving hum. Will extended the knife again, seeking those tiny points of hesitation. They were far more numerous than he had imagined, and as he sensed them without the immediate urge to cut, he discerned that each possessed a unique character. One felt solid and sharp, another was hazy and diffuse, a third was slick, a fourth fragile and thin. Among this multitude, certain points felt more accessible and familiar. Already suspecting the truth, he cut through one to confirm his own world again. He closed it and searched with the knife's tip for a snag with a different texture, finding one that was resilient and springy. He let the blade work through it. And yes, the landscape revealed was not his own. The ground was nearer here, a sweeping desert of undulating sand dunes under a harsh sun. He closed that window and opened another. This one framed the grimy, smoke-filled sky above an industrial city, where a silent line of shackled laborers trudged toward the gaping maw of a factory. A sudden, sharp pang of loneliness hit him then, a stark reminder of the sheer, isolating scale of these myriad realities. He shut the second window as well, the world snapping back into focus around him. A faint wave of dizziness washed over him. For the first time, he grasped a fraction of the knife's real power, and he set it down on the stone before him with deliberate care. "Do you intend to remain here indefinitely?" Balthamos inquired. "I'm working it out. You can only slip between worlds easily if the land is in the same position. There might be spots where that's true, and maybe that's where most of the cutting happens. You'd also have to recognize the feel of your own world with the blade's tip, or you could be stranded forever." "Quite so. However, might we, and you'd need to know which world shared the same ground level, or opening a window would be pointless," Will mused, half to the angel and half to himself. "So it's trickier than I imagined. We might have just gotten lucky in Oxford and Cittàgazze. But let me try something." He lifted the knife once more, alongside the distinct, familiar pull of a point leading to his own world. He'd brushed against another sensation several times, a sort of resonant hum, like the deep thrum of a massive wooden drum, though it arrived like all the others, through the slightest motion in the empty air. There he felt it. He shifted the point and searched elsewhere. There it was again. He made a cut and discovered his hunch was correct. That resonance indicated the ground in the world he'd opened was level with this one. He found himself gazing at a grassy highland meadow beneath a cloudy sky, where a herd of tranquil creatures was grazing, animals unlike any he'd ever seen. They were as large as bison, with broad, curving horns, shaggy coats of bluish fur, and a stiff crest of hair running down their spines. He stepped through. The nearest beast glanced up with mild disinterest before returning to its meal. Leaving the window open, Will stood in the alien meadow and probed with the knife's point for the familiar snags of his own world. Yes, he could open a way back from here, and he was still high above the familiar patchwork of farms and hedgerows. And yes, he could readily locate the solid resonance that led back to the Cittàgazze world he'd just left. A profound sense of relief settled over him. Will returned to the lakeside camp, sealing each window behind him. Now he could find his way home. Now he wouldn't be lost. Now he could hide when necessary and move with greater safety. Each new piece of understanding fortified him. He slid the knife into its sheath at his waist and hoisted his rucksack. Finally prepared to depart, "Are we?" came the angel's dry voice. "Yes, I can explain if you want, though you don't seem terribly invested. Oh, I find your every action a bottomless well of amusement, but pay me no mind. What do you plan to say to those people approaching?" Will looked around, startled. Far down the trail, a considerable distance below, a line of travelers with laden pack horses was steadily ascending toward the lake. They hadn't spotted him yet, but if he lingered, they soon would. Will collected his father's cloak, which he'd spread over a sun-warmed rock to dry. It felt much lighter now. He scanned the area. There was nothing else to carry. "Let's keep moving," he said. He would have liked to rewrap his bandage, but it could wait. He set off along the lake shore, away from the travelers, and the angel followed, invisible in the clear air. Much later that day, they descended from the barren mountains onto a ridge covered in grass and low, sprawling rhododendrons. Will ached with fatigue and decided he would stop very soon. He'd heard little from Balthamos. Occasionally the angel had advised, "Not that way," or "There's an easier path to the left," and Will had complied. But in truth, he was moving simply to keep moving and to maintain distance from those travelers, because until the other angel returned with news, he might as well have stayed put. Now, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, he thought he could just make out the faint, shimmering outline of his peculiar companion against the fading light. A shimmering figure trembled in the fading light, the air within its form appearing denser. "Balthamos," Will asked. "I need water. Is there a stream close by?" The angel's voice replied. "A spring lies further down this slope, just above that line of trees." Grateful, Will made his way to the spring, drinking his fill and refilling his canteen. He was about to head toward the small wood when a sharp cry from Balthamos made him turn. The angel's faint outline darted across the hillside toward something unseen. Will found he could perceive the being more clearly from the corner of his eye, a flicker of motion that halted, listened, and then swept back through the air to him with startling speed. "Here," Balthamos exclaimed, his tone uncharacteristically free of its usual scorn. "Baruch, pass this way, and there is a window nearly impossible to see. Come quickly now." Will's exhaustion vanished as he followed. The window opened onto a bleak, tundra-like expanse, far flatter and colder than the mountains of Citagaz beneath a heavy, grey sky. He stepped through, and Balthamos was immediately beside him. "Which world is this?" Will asked. "The girl's own world. This is where they crossed. Baruch has gone ahead to track them. How can you be sure? Can you read his thoughts?" "Naturally, I can sense his mind. My heart travels with him wherever he goes. We are two beings who feel as one." Will scanned the desolate landscape. There was no trace of human life, and the chill in the air deepened as the light dwindled. "I won't sleep here," he decided. "We'll return to Sitargaze for the night. At least there's wood for a fire. And now that I know the feel of her world, I can find it again with the knife. Balthamos, can you change your form?" "Why would I ever desire to do such a thing?" the angel retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. "In this world, every person has a demon. If I'm seen without one, it will raise suspicion. Lyra was terrified of me at first for that very reason. So if we're to travel here, you must pretend to be my daemon and take the shape of an animal, a bird perhaps. Then you could still fly. How utterly tiresome. But can you do it?" "I suppose it is possible. Show me now, then." The angel's form seemed to condense and swirl into a small vortex mid-air, and then a blackbird swooped down to land on the grass at Will's feet. "Fly to my shoulder," Will instructed. The bird complied, perching there before speaking in Balthamos's familiar acerbic voice. "I will only endure this when absolutely necessary. It is profoundly undignified." "Tough luck," said Will, unmoved. "Whenever we encounter people in this world, you become a bird. There's no room for argument. Just do it." The blackbird launched from his shoulder and dissolved into nothingness, and the angel reappeared, sulking in the gloom. Before they retreated back through the window, Will took a long look around, breathing in the cold air, imprinting the feel of the world where Lyra was held captive. "Where is Baruch now?" he asked, following the woman southward. "Then that is the way we will go come morning." The following day, Will walked for hours without seeing another soul. The land was a monotonous roll of low hills clad in dry, short grass. From any slight rise, he searched the horizon in vain for any sign of human settlement. The only break in the dusty brown-green emptiness was a distant smudge of darker green, which Balthamos identified as a forest with a river flowing south, their new heading. At midday, he attempted to rest among some scrubby bushes, but found no sleep. As evening drew near, his feet ached, and weariness weighed on him. "Painfully slow progress," Balthamos remarked sourly. "I'm moving as fast as I can," Will snapped. "If you can't be helpful, don't say anything at all." By the time he reached the forest's edge, the sun hung low and the air was thick with pollen. It tickled his nose so fiercely that he sneezed several times in quick succession, startling a nearby bird into a shrieking flight through the gathering dusk. "That's the first sign of life I've come across all day," Will remarked. "Where do you plan to make camp?" Balthamos asked. The angel was becoming intermittently visible in the lengthening tree shadows, and what Will could discern of his face seemed distinctly sulky. "I'll need to stop somewhere around here," Will replied. "You could lend a hand finding a decent spot. I hear running water, see if you can locate it." The angel vanished. Will continued his weary trek through patches of heather and bog myrtle, longing for any kind of trail to follow and watching the fading light with growing unease. He had to pick a place soon, or darkness would choose for him. "To the left," Balthamos announced, suddenly close. "There's a stream and a fallen tree for firewood. This way." Will followed the sound of his voice and soon reached the described location. A stream tumbled briskly over moss-covered stones before vanishing over a ledge into a shadowy cleft beneath the trees. Beside the water, a grassy bank sloped gently back into thickets and undergrowth. Before allowing himself to rest, Will busied himself gathering wood and soon discovered a ring of blackened stones in the grass, evidence of a much older campfire. He collected an armful of twigs and branches, using the subtle knife to trim them to size before attempting to light them. Unfamiliar with the best technique, he fumbled through several matches before finally nurturing a small flame to life. The angel observed with an air of weary tolerance. Once the fire was steadily crackling, Will ate 2 oat biscuits, some jerky, and a piece of Kendal mint cake, washing it down with handfuls of cold stream water. Balthamos sat nearby in silence until Will finally said, "Are you planning to watch me constantly? I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting for Baruch. He will return shortly, and then I can ignore you, if you prefer. Would you like something to eat?" Balthamos shifted slightly, a flicker of interest crossing his features. "I don't even know if you need food," Will added, "but you're welcome to it if you want." "What is that?" the angel inquired fastidiously, pointing toward the mint cake. "Mostly sugar and peppermint, I think." "Here," Will broke off a square and offered it. Balthamos leaned forward to sniff, then lifted it with fingers that felt light and cool against Will's palm. "I believe this will sustain me," he said. "1 piece is sufficient. Thank you." He sat nibbling quietly. Will discovered that by gazing into the fire with the angel just at the edge of his sight, he gained a much clearer impression of his form. "Where is Baruch?" he asked. "Can you sense him?" "I feel his nearness. He will be here soon. When he returns, we shall converse." Conversation is superior, and indeed, scarcely 10 minutes later, the soft rustle of wings reached them, and Balthamos rose eagerly. In the next moment, the 2 angels were embracing, and Will, staring into the flames, witnessed their profound mutual affection, more than affection, a passionate and devoted love. Baruch settled beside his companion, and Will stirred the fire, sending a drift of smoke past them. The smoke had the curious effect of tracing their outlines, allowing Will to see them both distinctly for the first time. Balthamos was slender, with narrow wings folded gracefully behind him. His expression blended haughty disdain with a tender, ardent sympathy, as if he wished to love all things if only his nature could overlook their flaws. Yet he clearly saw no flaws in Baruch. Baruch appeared younger, as Balthamos had mentioned, and was more solidly built, with great snow-white wings. He possessed a simpler nature, gazing upon Balthamos as the source of all wisdom and happiness. Will found himself both fascinated and touched by their bond. But let's be honest, after a day of trudging through wilderness and wrestling with damp kindling, all this angelic devotion was starting to feel a bit theatrical. Here he was, alone and exhausted, playing audience to an ethereal love story while his own mission hung in the balance. "Did you learn where Lyra is?" he pressed, his patience wearing thin. "Yes," Baruch answered. "There is a valley high in the Himalayas, near a glacier where the ice fractures light into rainbows. I will draw you a map in the earth so you cannot mistake it." The girl was held prisoner in a forest cave, kept in a deep slumber by the woman. Asleep? And she's alone? No guards? Completely alone, in hiding. "And Lyra is unhurt?" "Yes, only sleeping and dreaming. Let me show you the location." With a pale finger, Baruch sketched a map into the bare earth near the fire. Will carefully copied it into his notebook. It depicted a winding, serpent-like glacier flowing down between 3 nearly identical mountain peaks. "Now," the angel continued, "we move closer. The valley containing the cave descends from the glacier's left side, with a meltwater river running through it. The valley head is here." He drew a second, then a third map, each one zooming in further until Will felt confident he could navigate there, assuming he could traverse the thousands of miles separating this tundra from those mountains. The subtle knife could open passages between worlds, but it couldn't erase the vast distances within them. "There is a shrine near the glacier," Baruch concluded, with red silk banners mostly torn by the wind. "A local girl brings food to the cave. The people believe the woman is a holy figure who will bless them if they tend to her." "Do they?" Will said flatly. "And she's hiding. That's the part I don't get. Hiding from the church." "It appears so." Will carefully folded the maps away. He had set a tin cup near the fire to heat water, and now he stirred in some powdered coffee, wrapping his hand in a cloth before picking up the hot cup. A log settled in the flames, a night bird called. Abruptly, for no reason, Will could discern both angels looked up in the same direction. He followed their gaze but saw nothing. It reminded him of his cat back home, suddenly alert from a doze, tracking something invisible moving across the room. That memory and this moment made the hair on his neck stand up. "Douse the fire," Balthamos whispered urgently. Will scooped earth with his uninjured hand and smothered the flames. Instantly, the cold pierced him to the bone, and he began to shiver violently, pulling his cloak tight. Looking up again, he now saw something, a glowing shape above the clouds that was definitely not the moon. He heard Baruch murmur, "The chariot. Is it possible? What is it?" Will whispered back. Baruch leaned close, his voice low. "They know we're here. They've found us, Will. Take your knife," and, before he could finish, something plummeted from the sky and slammed into Balthamos. In a flash, Baruch was upon the attacker, and Balthamos was writhing to free his wings. The three beings fought silently in the gloom, a chaotic tangle of motion like giant insects caught in a web. The only sounds the snapping of twigs and rustle of leaves. Will couldn't use the knife, they were moving too fast. Instead, he grabbed the flashlight from his pack and switched it on. The sudden blaze of light shocked them all. The attacker threw its wings up. Balthamos flung an arm over his eyes, and only Baruch kept his grip. But in that stark beam, Will saw the enemy clearly, another angel far larger and more powerful than his companions, with Baruch's hand clamped over its mouth. "Will!" Balthamos cried. The knife cut an opening. At the same instant, the attacker wrenched free from Baruch's hold and shouted, "Lord Regent, I have them! Lord Regent!" The voice was deafening, making Will's head ring. He had never heard such a powerful cry. A moment later, the angel would have launched skyward, but Will dropped the flashlight and lunged forward. He had killed a cliffghast before, but using the knife on a being with a human form was an entirely different and far more difficult matter. A cold dread settled in his stomach. This was no mindless creature but a soldier, and he was now truly at war. Even so, he wrapped his arms around the massive, beating wings and hacked repeatedly at the feathers until the air swirled with white flakes. Amid the rush of violent sensations, Balthamos's words echoed in his mind, "You have true flesh, we have not." Humans were stronger than angels, stronger even than a great power like this one, and it was proving true. He was forcing the angel down toward the earth. The attacker kept shrieking in that piercing voice, "Lord Regent, to me, to me." Will risked a glance upward and saw the clouds churning, a gleam growing brighter, as if the sky itself were charging with luminous energy, like some vast plasma storm. Balthamos cried out, "We'll get away now, cut through before he arrives." But the angel fought fiercely, one wing already breaking free, pushing up from the ground. If Will let go, he'd lose him completely. Baruch rushed to help, forcing the attacker's head back. "No!" Balthamos shouted again, desperate. "No! No!" He threw himself at Will, shaking his arm, his shoulder, his hands, while the angel tried to shout once more, only to be muffled by Baruch's grip. From above came a deep, shuddering tremor, like the hum of a colossal dynamo. Almost below, hearing yet shaking the very atoms of the air and jolting the marrow in Will's bones. "He's coming," Balthamos said, nearly sobbing, and now Will felt that fear take hold. Please, Will, looked up. The clouds were tearing apart, and through the dark gap a figure sped downward, small at first, but swelling second by second into something immense and imposing. It arrowed straight toward them, radiating pure malevolence. "Will, you must," Baruch urged. Will stood, meaning to say, "Hold him tight," but before the words formed, the angel beneath him sagged, dissolving like mist into the ground, and then he was simply gone. Will stared around, feeling sick and foolish. "Did I kill him?" he asked, his voice unsteady. "You had no choice," Baruch replied. "But now I hate this," Will burst out, his voice fierce with emotion. "I truly hate this killing. When does it end?" "We have to go," Balthamos whispered weakly, quickly. Will quickly, please." Both angels were trembling with fear. Will swept the knife through the air. Any world, just away from this one. He cut swiftly and looked up. The angel from the sky was only seconds away, his expression utterly terrifying. Even at that distance, in that frantic heartbeat, Will felt himself scoured from head to toe by a vast, brutal, merciless intellect. And worse, the angel held a spear, raising it to throw. In the moment it took the angel to check his flight, turn upright, and draw back his arm, Will followed Baruch and Balthamos through the opening and sealed it behind him. As his fingers pressed the last edges together, he felt a shock of air, but it was gone, he was safe. That had been the spear meant for him in the other world. Now they stood on a sandy beach under a brilliant moon. Giant fern-like trees rose in the distance inland. Low dunes stretched for miles along the shore. The air was hot and thick with humidity. "Who was that?" Will demanded, trembling as he faced the two angels. "That was Metatron," Balthamos answered. "You should have—" "Metatron? Who is he? Why did he attack? And don't lie to me." "We must tell him," Baruch said to his companion. "You should have done so already." "Yes, I should have," Balthamos admitted, "but I was cross with him and worried for you. Tell me now then," Will said firmly. "And remember, it's no good telling me what I should do. None of it matters to me. Only Lyra matters and my mother." He turned to Balthamos, adding pointedly, "And that is the whole point of all this metaphysical speculation, as you called it." Baruch spoke quietly. "I believe we should share what we know. Will, this is why we have been searching for you, and why we must take you to Lord Asriel. We had uncovered a secret of the kingdom of the authority's entire domain, and we must bring it to him." "Are we truly secure here?" he asked, glancing about. "Is there any path back?" "This is a separate reality, a different universe entirely." The sand beneath their feet was soft, and the nearby dunes sloped gently, almost welcoming. Under the moonlight, the view stretched for miles. They were completely isolated. "Then tell me," Will insisted. "Tell me about Metatron and what this secret is. Why did that angel name him regent? And who is the authority? Is he God?" He sat, and the two angels, their forms more distinct in the silver light than he had ever witnessed, settled beside him. Balthamos spoke softly. "The authority, God, the Creator, the Lord, Yahweh, El Adonai, the King, the Father, the Almighty, all were titles he claimed for himself. He was never the true creator. He was an angel like us, the first, yes, the most potent, but he was formed from dust just as we were. And dust is merely a name for what occurs when matter wakes up and starts to think. Matter is drawn to matter, it seeks deeper understanding of its own nature, and in that seeking dust coalesces. The earliest angels condensed from that dust, and the authority was the very first. He told those who followed that he had made them, but it was a fabrication. One who came later possessed greater wisdom, and she uncovered the truth, so he cast her out. We remain in her service, and the authority still holds power in the kingdom, with Metatron acting as his regent. But as for the discovery we made within the clouded mountain, we cannot reveal its core to you. We pledged to each other that Lord Asriel would be the first to hear it. Then tell me what you can, don't leave me guessing," Will pressed. "We found a way into the clouded mountain," Baruch began, then quickly added, "Forgive me, we use these terms too casually. It is sometimes called the chariot. It is not stationary, you understand, it drifts from place to place. Wherever it rests, that becomes the heart of the kingdom, his fortress, his palace. In the authority's youth, it stood clear, but as ages passed, he drew the clouds around it ever more densely. No one has glimpsed its peak for millennia, so his stronghold is now known only as the clouded mountain." "What did you find inside?" "The authority resides in a chamber at the mountain's very core. We could not approach closely, though we saw him. His strength, he has handed much of his power over." Balthamos cut in, his tone shifting from solemn to something sharper, almost derisive. "To Metatron. You've had a taste of what he's like. We slipped away from him once, and now he's seen us again, and worse, he's seen you, and he's seen that knife. I did warn, Balthamos," Baruch interjected gently. "Don't scold, Will. We require his aid, and he can hardly be faulted for not knowing what took us so long to learn." Balthamos turned his gaze away. Will said, "So you won't share this secret of yours? Fine, answer me this instead. What happens when we die?" Balthamos looked back, surprised. Baruch said, "There is a world of the dead, where it lies, and what transpires there, no one truly knows. My own ghost, thanks to Balthamos, never journeyed there. I am what was once the ghost of Baruch. That world is a mystery to us." "It is a prison camp," Balthamos stated flatly. "The authority founded it in the earliest days. Why ask? You'll see it for yourself soon enough. My father just died, that's why. He would have told me everything he knew if he hadn't been killed. You say it's a world like this one? Another universe?" Balthamos glanced at Baruch, who merely shrugged. "And what occurs in the world of the dead?" Will continued. "It is impossible to say with certainty," Baruch replied. "Every detail is concealed. Even the churches are ignorant. They promise their followers a life in heaven, but it's a lie, if people truly understood. And my father's ghost has gone there, without question, and so have the countless millions who died before him." Will felt his imagination shudder, a cold ripple of dread passing through him as he pictured that vast silent gathering of lost souls. Will turned the question back on them. "If this secret of yours is so important, why come looking for me instead of going straight to Lord Asriel yourselves?" Balthamos shifted, his form seeming to waver in the desert heat. "We are not high-ranking messengers. Among all the powers he commands, why would he grant an audience to two lesser angels without some token of our intent? Bringing him both the knife and its bearer would make him listen. The knife is a powerful weapon, and having you allied with him would be a great advantage." "That sounds weak," Will countered, his frustration mounting. "If you truly believed in what you know, you wouldn't need a gift to get his attention." Baruch spoke then, his voice low. "There is another reason. We knew Metatron would hunt us. Our priority was to ensure the knife never reached him. If we could guide you to Lord Asriel first, then at least—" "No," Will cut him off sharply. "That just makes it harder for me to get to Lyra. She's what matters, and you're ignoring that. I'm not. Why don't you go to him yourselves? You could fly there in no time, while I have to walk. I'm finding Lyra first, no matter what. Just go, leave me to it, but you require my presence," Balthamos said, a stiff formality in his tone. "In Lyra's world I can act as your daemon. Without that pretense you would be conspicuous immediately." Anger left Will speechless. He stood and strode away through the deep, yielding sand, the stifling humidity like a weight. After 20 paces he halted, turning back to see the two angels in close conference. They approached him, their demeanor a blend of awkward humility and stubborn pride. Baruch spoke. "We apologize. I will go alone to Lord Asriel and deliver our information. I will also urge him to send you aid in finding his daughter. The flight will take 2 days if my navigation is true, and I will remain with you, Will," Balthamos added. "All right," Will said, the word short. "Thank you." The two angels embraced briefly. Then Baruch stepped toward Will, folding him in a light, cool embrace and kissing him once on each cheek. The touch was like Balthamos's hands, insubstantial and faintly chilling. "If we continue moving toward Lyra," Will asked, "can you find us again?" "I could never lose Balthamos," Baruch said and stepped back. With a powerful leap, he launched into the air, soaring upward until he vanished among the sparse stars. Balthamos stared after him, a look of desperate yearning on his face. "Should we rest here, or travel further?" he finally asked, turning to Will. "We'll sleep here," Will decided. "Then sleep. I will keep watch for danger." Balthamos paused, and when he continued, his voice was different, softer, stripped of its earlier sarcasm. "Will, I have been curt with you, and that was wrong. You carry the heaviest burden. My role is to aid you, not to scold. I will try to be better." Will lay down on the warm sand. Somewhere nearby, he supposed, the angel was standing guard, but it was a cold comfort. His thoughts, as he drifted, were a jumble of Lyra's face and the vast, empty sky. "Get us out of here, Roger, I promise, And Will's coming, I'm sure he is. Roger, pale and confused, only shook his head. I don't know who that is. He won't come here, and even if he did, he wouldn't know me. He's coming for me, she insisted, her voice fierce with a hope she clung to like a lifeline. Me and Will. I don't know how, Roger, but I swear we'll find a way to help. And remember, we're not alone. Seraphina is out there, and Ioric Bernison. Chapter 3, Scavengers. Seraphina Picala, queen of the witches of Lake Inara, flew through the choked, greasy skies of the Arctic, and she wept. Her tears were born of a fury so deep it shook her, a rage directed at the woman, Coulter, whom she had vowed to destroy. They were born of a cold, gnawing fear for the fate of the land she loved, and they were born of a remorse she could not yet afford to face. That reckoning would come later. Now, looking down upon a world undone, the ice cap bleeding into the sea, the lowland forests drowned, the coasts swollen and deformed, a profound sickness gripped her heart. She did not descend to her homeland. She did not pause to rally or comfort her sister witches. Instead, she drove herself north, further and further, into the shrouding fogs and brutal gales that encircled Svalbard, the realm of Ioric Bernison, the armored bear. The main island below was a scarred and unfamiliar thing, barely recognizable. The mountains stood stark and exposed, their dark slopes holding only scattered patches of snow in the deepest, sun-shunned crevices. The very seasons seemed broken. What right did the sun have to blaze so fiercely at this time of year? The natural order was undone. Seraphina searched for hours before spotting the Bear King off the island's northern point, a powerful shape cleaving through the water in pursuit of a walrus. Hunting in the open sea was a desperate gamble. In the proper way of things, ice provided cover, and the great mammals were vulnerable when they surfaced to breathe. But Ioric Bernison was driven by hunger, and not even the walrus's slashing tusks could deter him. Seraphina watched the brutal struggle churn the sea, staining the spray with crimson, until Ioric finally dragged his massive prize onto a flat rock. 3 scruffy foxes watched from a polite distance, awaiting their share. Once the Bear King had eaten, Seraphina descended. The moment for her confession had come. King Ioric Bernison, she began, I ask to speak with you. I come without arms. She laid her bow and her quiver on the damp stone between them. Ioric glanced at the weapons, and though his features were immobile, she sensed his curiosity. Speak, he rumbled. We are not enemies. King Ioric, I failed your ally, Lee Scoresby. The bear grew utterly still, his dark eyes fixed on her, his muzzle stained with blood. The wind stirred the thick fur along his spine. He remained silent. Mr. Scoresby is dead, she continued. When we parted, I gave him a flower to call me if he was in need. I heard his summons and flew to him, but I arrived only to find him slain. He fell fighting a troop of Muscovites. I do not know why they were there, or why he chose to stand his ground when escape was possible. My remorse is a heavy burden, King Ioric. Where did this happen? Ioric Bernison asked. In another world, explaining will take time. Then begin. She told him of Lee's quest to find the man once called Stanislaus Grumman. She spoke of Lord Asriel's catastrophic breach between the worlds and the resulting chaos, the vanishing ice, the skewed climate. She recounted the witch Ruta Skadi's pursuit of luminous, angelic beings, trying to convey their radiant clarity and profound knowledge as Ruta had described them. Finally, she described the grim scene she discovered after Lee's call. I cast a spell to preserve his body from decay, she said. It will hold until you can see him, if you wish. But this troubles me deeply, King Ioric. Everything troubles me, but this most of all. Where is the girl? I left her with my sister Clan, for I had to answer Lee's call, in that same other world. Yes. How do I reach it from here? She explained the crossing. Ioric listened, his face a mask, then said, I will go to Lee Scoresby. After that, I must travel south. South. The word felt foreign in this landscape. The ice has abandoned these regions. I have been considering this, Seraphina Picala. I have secured passage on a ship. The admission carried a grim, practical finality. All the while, the three foxes waited. Two had lain down, chins on paws, while the third remained seated, ears pricked. Arctic foxes were scavengers who had picked up fragments of speech, but their minds could only grasp statements about the immediate present. The bear and the witch's conversation, with its talk of other worlds and past failures, was just a stream of baffling noise to them. Moreover, their speech was often woven with falsehoods, making it irrelevant if they echoed overheard conversations. No one could discern truth from fabrication, though the gullible cliffghasts tended to accept nearly all of it, never growing wiser from their repeated letdowns. Both the bears and the witches had grown accustomed to having their discarded words scavenged, much like the leftover bones from a meal. "And what of you, Serafina Pekala?" Irek continued. "What comes next for you?" "I intend to seek out the Egyptians," she replied. "I believe their strength will be required." "Lord Far," the bear acknowledged. "Capable warriors, safe travels." With that, he turned and slid into the water without a ripple, beginning his strong, unwavering swim toward the distant shore. Much later, Ioric Bernison pushed through the charred remains of a forest, stepping over heat-cracked stones. The sun glared through a smoky haze, but he paid no mind to the warmth, the soot darkening his white coat, or the swarming midges finding no purchase on his thick hide. His journey had been long, and at one stretch he had sensed the subtle shift as he swam into another realm. The water tasted different, the air cooled slightly, yet it remained breathable and the sea still buoyed him, so he pressed on. Now, with the ocean behind him, he neared the location Serafina Pekala had detailed. He paused, his dark eyes scanning the sun-dazzled rocks and the towering limestone cliffs above. Between the forest's scorched edge and the mountains lay a rugged slope strewn with boulders and scree, littered with the warped and blackened wreckage of some intricate machine. Irek examined the metal fragments with a smith's critical eye, but found nothing of use. Testing a relatively intact strut with a powerful claw, he felt the inferior quality of the material and immediately turned away, his gaze returning to the cliff face. Then he spotted his goal, a narrow gully cutting back between sharp rock walls, marked at its entrance by a large, low boulder. He began a steady climb toward it. Under his massive weight, dry bones snapped loudly in the quiet. Many men had perished here, their remains picked clean by coyotes, vultures, and smaller scavengers. The great bear ignored them, carefully making his way up. The loose scree shifted treacherously, sliding him back more than once in clouds of dust and gravel. Yet each time he slipped, he simply resumed his ascent, relentless and patient, until he reached the firmer ground around the boulder. Its surface was pocked with bullet marks. Everything the witch had told him was proving true. As further confirmation, a small Arctic flower, a purple saxifrage, bloomed improbably in a crevice where Serafina had placed it as a signal. Iorek moved to the upper side of the rock. It had offered some shelter from attackers below, but not enough. Amid the barrage that had chipped the stone, several bullets had found their mark, leaving the man lying stiffly in the shadow. His body remained preserved, not yet a skeleton, thanks to a witch's spell staving off decay. Iorek could see the drawn, pained face of his old comrade and the torn holes in his clothing where the bullets had struck. The spell hadn't preserved the spilled blood, long since scattered by insects, sun, and wind. Lee Scoresby did not look asleep or at peace. He looked like a warrior who had died in combat, but he also carried an air of hard-won success. Since the Texan aeronaut was among the few humans Iorek had ever deeply respected, the bear solemnly accepted this final gift from his friend. With swift, deliberate motions of his powerful claws, Iorek tore through the deceased man's garments, laid open the torso with a single deep cut, and consumed the flesh and blood of his former comrade. It was his first real sustenance in days, a necessary act driven by raw hunger. Yet within the Bear King's mind, an intricate tapestry of thoughts was forming, woven from threads far more complex than mere survival. He recalled the young girl Lyra, whom he had dubbed Silvertongue, and his final glimpse of her traversing a perilous bridge of snow over a deep fissure on his native Svalbard. There was also the growing unrest among the witches, whispers of treaties, alliances, and impending conflict. Beyond that lay the utterly bewildering reality of this unfamiliar world and the witch's claim that countless others existed, all their destinies inexplicably tied to the fate of that same child. And then, persistently, there was the melting ice. His entire kind depended on the ice. It was their domain, their fortress. Since the great upheavals in the Arctic, the ice had been retreating, and Irek understood he must find a new frozen stronghold for his people or witness their end. The aeronaut Lee had once spoken of southern mountains so towering that even his balloon could not crest them, peaks perpetually robed in snow and ice. To seek those mountains would be his next journey. For now, however, a simpler, fiercer purpose held his heart, something brilliant, solid, and immovable: revenge. Lee Scoresby, who had saved Irek from peril in his balloon and stood with him in battle in the Arctic of their own world, was gone. Irek would have vengeance. The substance of the good man would both sustain him and fuel a restless fury until a sufficient price in blood was paid. As the sun dipped below the horizon, cooling the air, Irek concluded his grim meal. He gathered Lee's remains into a pile and, taking the flower in his jaws, placed it atop them in the human custom. The witch's binding magic was dissolved. The body was now relinquished to the wilderness, where it would soon sustain a host of other lives. Then, Irek turned and moved down the slope, resuming his path toward the sea and the south. Cliff ghasts prized fox meat when they could obtain it. The small animals were clever and elusive, but their flesh was soft and pungent. Before ending this one's life, the cliff ghast allowed it to speak, mocking its frantic cries. Bear goes south, oath, witch is distressed, truth, oath, swear, bears do not go south, deceitful vermin. True, King Bear goes south, I show you walrus plump and fine, the King Bear head south, and flying beings hold treasure, flying beings angels, crystal treasure, flying beings like cliff ghasts, treasure, like light, not like cliff ghast, wealth, crystal. And the witch is troubled, the witch grieves, Scoresby is dead. Dead, the balloonist is dead. The cliff ghast's harsh laugh reverberated against the barren rock faces. Witch killed him, Scoresby dead, King Bear goes south, Scoresby dead, ha, ha, Scoresby dead. The cliff ghast ripped the fox's head from its body and scuffled with its kin for the viscera. They will arrive, they certainly will. But where are you, Lyra? To that, she had no reply. I believe I am dreaming, Roger, was all she could manage to say. Behind the small boy, she could make out more spectres, dozens upon hundreds, their faces pressed close together, intently listening to every syllable. And that woman? Roger asked. I hope she isn't dead. I hope she lives as long as possible, because if she ever comes down here, there'll be no refuge left. She'd have us for eternity then. That's the only consolation I can find in being dead, that she is not. Though I know her time will come. A spike of fear shot through Lyra. I think this is a dream and I don't know her whereabouts, she said. She is close by and I cannot seem to. Chapter 4. Amma and the Bats. Amma, the daughter of the herdsman, could not erase the image of the slumbering girl from her thoughts. It haunted her memory relentlessly. She never for a second doubted the veracity of what Mrs. Coulter had told her, the story settling in her mind with the weight of carved stone. As she tended the goats that afternoon, their bleating a distant murmur, her mind kept wandering back to the mysterious still figure in the cave, a puzzle she felt compelled to solve. The existence of sorcerers was undeniable, and it seemed entirely plausible they could weave spells of slumber just as a mother would protect her daughter with such fierce devotion. Amma found herself in awe, bordering on reverence for the striking woman in the cavern and her bewitched child. She visited the secluded valley whenever possible, sometimes to complete small tasks, other times just to talk and listen, captivated by the woman's extraordinary stories. Though she longed for another glimpse of the sleeping girl, that single sighting felt like a rare gift unlikely to be repeated. While tending to her daily chores, milking the sheep, carding wool or grinding barley, her mind constantly wandered to the nature of the enchantment and its mysterious cause. Since Mrs. Coulter had never explained, Amma's imagination was left to fill the silence. One morning, armed with flatbread drizzled with honey, She embarked on the 3-hour trek to the monastery at Cho Lung Se. Through a mix of pleading, persistence, and a bribe of honey bread for the gatekeeper, she secured a meeting with the renowned healer Pagdzin Tulku, famed for ending an outbreak of white fever and revered for his profound wisdom. Bowing deeply in his dim cell, she presented her offering with as much humility as she could summon. The monk's bat daemon flitted through the air, startling her own daemon, Kulang, who shrank into her hair for safety. Amma held still, waiting until the healer finally spoke. "Well, child, do not waste my time," he said, his long grey beard swaying with each word. In the shadows, his brilliant eyes and that beard were nearly all she could see. As his demon settled on a beam above, hanging motionless, Amma gathered her courage. "Revered Pagdzin Tulku, I seek wisdom. I wish to understand how to craft spells and enchantments. Could you instruct me?" "No," he replied flatly. She had anticipated that. "Then perhaps you might share just one remedy?" she asked, keeping her voice meek. "I might, but I will not reveal its secrets. I can provide the medicine, not the knowledge behind it." "Thank you. That is a great kindness," she said, bowing again. "What is the illness, and who suffers from it?" the old man inquired. "It is a sleeping sickness," Amma explained, thinking quickly. "It has fallen upon the son of my father's cousin." She felt clever altering the patient's gender, just in case the healer had heard rumors of the woman in the cave. "And how old is this boy?" 3 years, my senior Pagdzin Tulku, she estimated, so he is 12. He sleeps endlessly and cannot be roused. "Why have his parents not come themselves? Why send a child? They live a great distance beyond my village and are very poor. I only learned of my kinsman's plight yesterday and came at once to beg your aid." "I should examine the patient myself," the healer mused, "and determine the planet's alignment at the moment he succumbed. These matters cannot be rushed. Is there no remedy you could give me to take to him?" At that, the bat daemon dropped from her perch, swooping silently about the room in a frantic black flutter, too swift for Amma's eyes to follow. But the healer's sharp gaze tracked every movement. Once the daemon returned to her beam, folding her dark wings, the old man rose. He moved from shelf to shelf, jar to jar, following the unseen path his daemon had traced, tapping out powders and pinches of herbs in a precise sequence. Combining them in a mortar, he ground the mixture while murmuring an incantation. Finally, he tapped the pestle against the mortar's rim, dislodging the last grains, then took brush and ink to inscribe characters upon a sheet of paper. Once the ink was dry, he carefully poured all the powder over the inscription and folded the paper into a neat little square. "Have them brush this powder very gently into the sleeping child's nostrils, a tiny bit at a time as he breathes in," he instructed her. "That will wake him. It must be done with extreme care. Too much too quickly, and he could choke. Use the softest brush you can find." "Thank you, Pagdzin Tulku," Amma replied, accepting the package and tucking it deep into the pocket of her innermost shirt. "I wish I had another honey bread to offer you. One was sufficient," the healer answered. "Now go, and when you return, tell me the full truth, not just a piece of it." The girl flushed with embarrassment, bowing low to conceal her discomfort. She prayed she hadn't revealed too much. The following evening, she rushed to the valley as soon as she was able, carrying a portion of sweet rice wrapped in a heartfruit leaf. She was practically vibrating with the need to tell the woman what she had done, to hand over the medicine and bask in her gratitude, and most of all she was desperate for the enchanted sleeper to awaken and speak to her. They could become friends. But as she rounded the bend in the path and looked up, there was no golden monkey, no serene woman waiting at the cave entrance. The spot was deserted. She ran the final few yards, terrified they had left for good, yet there was the chair the woman used, the cooking gear, and all their other belongings. Amma peered into the deeper shadows at the back of the cave, her heart pounding. Surely the sleeper hadn't awakened already. In the gloom, Amma could just discern the shape of the sleeping bag, the pale smudge of the girl's hair, and the soft curve of her sleeping demon. She crept a little closer. It was undeniable. They had gone out and left the enchanted girl completely alone. A thought struck Amma with the clarity of a single pure note. What if she woke her before the woman came back? But she barely had a moment to feel the illicit thrill of that idea before she heard sounds on the path outside. A shiver of guilt ran through her, and she and her daemon scurried behind a rocky ridge at the side of the cave. She shouldn't be here. This was spying. It was wrong. And now that golden monkey was crouched in the entrance, sniffing the air and turning his head from side to side. Amma saw him bare his sharp little teeth and felt her own daemon burrow into her clothes, having shifted into a mouse, trembling with fear. "What is it?" came the woman's voice, directed at the monkey. Then the cave darkened as her figure filled the entrance. "Has the girl been here?" "Yes, there's the food she left. She really shouldn't come inside, though. We'll have to set up a specific spot on the path for her to leave things." Without so much as a glance toward the sleeper, the woman bent to revive the fire and set a pan of water to heat, her demon crouching nearby to keep watch over the path. Every so often he would get up and scrutinize the cave, and Amma, growing stiff and miserable in her cramped hiding place, fervently wished she had just waited outside instead of sneaking in. How long was she going to be stuck here? The woman began mixing herbs and powders into the heating water. Amma could smell the sharp, medicinal scents carried on the steam. Then a sound came from the back of the cave. The girl was murmuring and stirring restlessly. Amma turned her head. She could see the enchanted sleeper moving, tossing from side to side, throwing an arm across her face. She was waking up, and the woman was taking no notice. She had heard it, because she glanced up briefly, but she simply turned back to her herbs and the simmering water. She poured the steamy liquid into a beaker and let it sit, and only then did she turn her full attention to the waking girl. Amma couldn't understand a single word of what followed, but she listened with growing wonder and a knot of suspicion tightening in her stomach. "Hush now, dear," the woman said, her voice oddly melodic. "Don't trouble yourself. You're perfectly safe." "Roger," the girl murmured, caught between sleep and waking. "Seraphina, where's Roger gone? Where is he? There's no one here but us." Her mother crooned in a soft, sing-song voice, the tone so gentle it felt, almost like a lullaby meant to push the girl back into dreams rather than welcome her into the waking world. Amma watched as the woman coaxed the drowsy girl upward. "Lift yourself up, sweetheart. Let Mama wash you." "That's it, my love." The child groaned, fighting her way toward consciousness, her hands weakly pushing at her mother. The woman took a sponge, dipped it into the bowl, and began to wash her daughter's face and neck, patting the skin dry with a soft cloth. As the girl became more alert, the woman's movements grew hurried. "Where is Seraphina? Where's Will? Someone help me. I don't want to sleep. No, I refuse." With one strong hand, the woman held a beaker while the other tried to lift Lyra's head. "Hush, darling. Stay calm. Just drink your tea." But Lyra thrashed, nearly knocking the drink away, her cries growing more desperate. "Let me go, Will. Help me, please." The woman tightened her grip on Lyra's hair, tilting her head back and pressing the beaker to her lips. "I won't. If you hurt me, Eirik will tear you apart. Eirik Burnison, where are you? Help me." At a silent command, the golden monkey leaped forward and seized Lyra's daemon, its dark fingers holding fast. Pantalaimon shifted forms in a frantic blur: cat, snake, rat, fox, bird, wolf, cheetah, lizard, polecat. But the monkey never loosened its hold. Then in a flash, Pantalaimon became a porcupine. The monkey shrieked, releasing him, 3 quills now trembling in its paw. Enraged, Mrs. Coulter struck Lyra hard across the face with the back of her hand, the blow sending her sprawling. Before Lyra could recover, the beaker was at her mouth again, forcing her to swallow or suffocate. Amma longed to cover her ears. The sounds of gulping, weeping, coughing, and retching were almost too much to bear. Gradually, the struggle subsided into shaky sobs as the girl slipped back into a deep, unnatural slumber, a poisoned, deceitful sleep. Amma saw a streak of white appear at Lyra's throat as her daemon, with great effort, transformed into a sleek, snow-furred creature with sharp black eyes and a dark-tipped tail curling close against her neck. Then the woman began to sing softly, humming wordless lullabies, stroking the girl's forehead, drying her heated skin with gentle pats. Her sweet voice wove a tapestry of nonsense, la 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 and baba boo boo, a hollow comfort. When the singing ceased, Mrs. Coulter did something odd. She took a pair of scissors and carefully trimmed Lyra's hair, turning the sleeping head to judge the effect. She selected a curl of pale gold and tucked it into a small locket she wore around her own neck. Amber understood. This was for some future enchantment. But first, the woman brought the locket to her lips, in a fleeting, almost tender gesture. How strange! The golden monkey, having plucked out the last porcupine quill, chittered softly. Mrs. Coulter reached up and snatched a bat from where it roosted on the cave ceiling. The tiny black creature flapped and squealed, its piercing cries needling through Amber's skull. The woman handed the bat to her daemon, who proceeded to pull one fragile wing out and out until it snapped, hanging by a thread of sinew. The dying bat screamed as its companions fluttered in confused distress. Crack, crack, snap. The methodical dismemberment continued, limb by tiny limb, while Mrs. Coulter lay listlessly by the fire, slowly eating a chocolate bar as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Time crawled on. The light dimmed, the moon climbed, and eventually both woman and daemon fell asleep. Amber, stiff and aching, crept from her hiding place. She moved on tiptoe past the sleepers, not daring to make a sound until she was well down the mountain path. Then, with fear lending wings to her feet, she ran along the narrow trail, her own daemon flying silently beside her as an owl. The sharp, clear air, the endless sway of the treetops, the moonlit clouds glowing against the dark expanse, and the countless stars above slowly eased her racing heart. Amber paused, where she could see the small cluster of stone dwellings, her daemon settling on her clenched hand. "She wasn't telling the truth," Amber whispered fiercely. "She deceived us. What do we do now, Kulang? Should we go to Dada? What choice do we have?" "We say nothing," her daemon replied softly. "It would only bring more problems. We have the medicine. We can rouse her from that sleep. We can return when the woman is gone, wake the girl, and lead her away from here." The idea sent a wave of terror through them both. Yet the words were now out in the open, the small paper packet was secure in Amber's pocket, and they understood what must be done. "Wake up! I can't see her. I feel she's near. She's caused me pain. Lyra, please, don't be scared. If you're frightened as well, I'll lose all hope." They tried to clutch each other close, but their arms met only empty darkness. Lyra struggled to explain, her whisper close to his small, pale face in the gloom. "I'm fighting to wake up. I'm terrified of sleeping through my whole life, and then just dying. I need to be awake first. I wouldn't mind if it was only for a little while, just to be truly alive and aware. I can't even tell what's real anymore, but I will help you, Roger. I promise I will." "But if this is all a dream, Lyra, you might not believe any of it when you wake." "I know I would just think it was only something I dreamed." "No," she insisted, her voice burning with conviction. Chapter 5. The Adamant Tower. A vast canyon held a lake of bubbling sulfur, its poisonous fumes rising in sudden choking gusts, blocking the path of the lone winged being at its brink. Taking flight would make him instantly visible to the enemy scouts who had earlier spotted him. Staying on the ground to circle the toxic pit would waste precious time and risk his message arriving too late. The greater danger was his only option. He waited for a dense, foul-smelling cloud to roll off the yellow surface, then shot upward into its heart. 4 sets of eyes, scanning from different points in the sky, caught the fleeting movement, and 4 pairs of wings beat urgently through the tainted air, driving the hunters toward the plume. What followed was a blind chase where the pursued saw nothing and the pursuers could not see their target. Emerging first into clear air on the far side of the lake would grant a crucial edge, deciding survival or a swift kill. Unfortunately for the solitary flyer, he broke free a few seconds after one of his hunters. They clashed immediately, trailing vaporous streams, both unsteady from the nauseating gases. The quarry held his own briefly, but then a second hunter escaped the cloud. A violent, twisting struggle ensued, the 3 of them flickering in the air like pieces of frantic light, climbing and falling until they finally crashed among the jagged rocks on the distant shore. The remaining 2 hunters never left the sulphurous cloud. At the western extreme of a serrated mountain range, On a peak overlooking the broad plains below and the tangled valleys behind, a fortress of dark basalt appeared to have been born from the mountain itself, as if forced upward by volcanic fury eons ago. In enormous caverns beneath its towering walls, every kind of supply was catalogued and stored. In its arsenals, instruments of war were being adjusted, armed and trialed, and deep in mills under the mountain, volcanic fires fed immense forges where phosphor and titanium were melted into alloys of unprecedented strength. On the fortress's most exposed flank, hidden in the deep shadow of a massive buttress where the walls rose straight from ancient lava flows, stood a narrow gate, a postern where a sentry kept constant watch, challenging all who sought entry. The guard shift was changing on the battlements overhead. The sentry stamped his boots and slapped his gloved hands against his arms, the deepest cold of the night settling into the stone. The small naphtha lamp in its bracket cast a useless light, giving no warmth. He was counting down the minutes until his relief arrived, dreaming of thick chocolate, a smoke leaf, and the blessed weight of his blankets. The sudden, frantic hammering at the postern door was a complete surprise. Instantly alert, he slid open the spy hole and turned the valve that sent naphtha gushing past the pilot light outside. In the sudden harsh glare, he saw three cloaked figures struggling with a fourth, a slumped, indistinct form that seemed sick or badly hurt. The leader pushed back his hood, revealing a familiar face, but he gave the password anyway. "We found him near the sulfur pits," the man said, breath frosting in the air. "Claims his name is Baruch. Says he has an urgent message for Lord Asriel." The sentry slid the heavy bolts back. His terrier Damon shivered as the group maneuvered their burden through the narrow opening. Then the Damon let out a choked, involuntary whine. The figure being carried was an angel. A low-ranking one, weakened and injured, but an angel all the same. "Put him in the guardroom," the sentry ordered, his voice tight. As they moved inside, he grabbed the telephone crank, ringing the bell to report the impossible arrival to the watch officer. At the fortress's highest point stood a tower of adamant. A single flight of stairs led to rooms with commanding views in every direction. The main chamber held a table strewn with papers, map chests and chairs. An adjoining room contained a simple camp bed, with a small bathroom completing the quarters. Lord Asriel sat at the table, opposite his spy captain, the air bitter enough that a brazier of coals glowed nearby. A naphtha lamp hung above them, and a small blue hawk was motionless on a perch by the door. The spy captain was Lord Roke. He was a Gallivespian, no taller than the span of a man's hand and as finely made as an insect. The other captains treated him with wary respect, for he carried a deadly sting in the spurs on his heels. His habit was to sit upon the table itself, and his temperament was such that he met anything less than absolute deference with a venomous and arrogant tongue. His people made unlikely spies, save for their size. Their pride was such that at normal stature they would never blend into a crowd. "Yes," he said now, his voice like splintering ice, his eyes dark and gleaming. "Your child, Lord Asriel. I know of her, it seems. In fact, I know considerably more than you do." Lord Asriel's gaze shifted to him, and the sheer force of that look was like a physical flick. Lord Roke swayed, his hand shooting out to steady himself against Lord Asriel's wineglass. A heartbeat later, Lord Asriel's expression was all smooth politeness, a mask his daughter could also wear. From that moment, Lord Roke measured his words with more care. "No doubt," Lord Asriel replied evenly, "but the girl has become a peculiar fixation for the church, and I need to understand why. What are they saying?" "The magisterium is a hive of competing theories," Lord Roke said. "One branch chases one rumour, another investigates a different clue, and each tries to hoard its secrets from the rest. The most aggressive are the Consistorial Court of Discipline and the Society of the Work of the Holy Spirit, and," he added with a touch of pride, "I have eyes in both." "You've turned an agent within the society itself," Lord Asriel said. "My congratulations. They were once considered unbreakable," Lord Roke explained. "My operative within the society is Lady Salmakia, an exceptionally talented agent. She made contact with a priest's daemon, a mouse, while they slept. My agent planted the idea for the man to conduct a forbidden rite meant to summon wisdom, At the pivotal instant, Lady Salmakia revealed herself before him. The priest is now convinced he can commune with wisdom at will, believing she takes the form of a Galivespian and resides in his bookcase. A faint smile touched Lord Asriel's lips. "And what intelligence has she gathered?" "The society believes your daughter is the most significant child ever born. They are convinced a profound crisis is imminent, and that the destiny of all things will hinge on her actions when it arrives. Regarding the consistorial court of discipline, they are currently conducting an inquiry, hearing testimonies from Bolvangar and other sites. My spy within the court, the Chevalier Tialis, communicates with me daily via the lodestone resonator, relaying their findings. In essence, I anticipate the Society of the Work of the Holy Spirit will shortly locate the child, yet they will take no direct action. The consistorial court will require a little more time, but once they ascertain her whereabouts, they will move swiftly and with absolute force. Notify me the instant you learn anything further." Lord Roke gave a brief bow and clicked his fingers. The small blue hawk, perched near the door, spread its wings, gliding silently to the table. It was fitted with a tiny bridle, saddle, and stirrups. In one fluid motion, Lord Roke mounted, and they flew out through the window which Lord Asriel held open wide. He left it ajar despite the biting cold, resting against the window frame and stroking the ears of his snow leopard daemon. "She came to me on Svalbard, and I dismissed her," he murmured, the memory a sharp sting. "You recall the jolt of it. I required a sacrifice, and the first child to appear was my own daughter. But when I saw another child with her, ensuring her safety, I let my guard down. Was that a catastrophic error? I didn't give her another thought. Not a single one, yet she is pivotal, Stel Maria." "Let us reason this through clearly," his daemon responded. "What is she capable of doing?" "Doing? Not a great deal, in practical terms. But does she possess crucial knowledge? She can read the alethiometer. She has a pathway to hidden truths. That in itself isn't unique. Others have that skill, and where in all the worlds could she possibly be?" A knock sounded at the door behind him, and he turned immediately. "My lord," reported the officer who entered, "an angel has just arrived at the western gate. He is gravely wounded but insists on speaking with you." Moments later, Baruch lay upon a camp bed that had been moved into the main room. A medic had been summoned, but the angel's condition was dire. His wings were shredded and his gaze was fading. Lord Asriel drew a chair close and cast a handful of aromatic herbs onto the coals in a brazier, much like Will had discovered with his own fire's smoke. This clarified the angel's form, making him more visible. "Speak, then," said Lord Asriel. "What have you come to tell me?" "3 things. I beg you, let me finish before you interrupt. My name is Baruch, my companion Balthamos, and I belong to the rebel faction, so we were drawn to your banner as soon as you raised it. We wish to offer something of value, for our own power is slight. Not long ago, we found a way into the heart of the Clouded Mountain, the authorities' stronghold in the kingdom. There we discovered—" He paused, drawing a labored breath of the herbal smoke, which seemed to strengthen him slightly. "We discovered the truth concerning the authority. He has withdrawn to a crystal chamber deep inside the Clouded Mountain and no longer oversees the daily governance of the kingdom. Instead, he meditates upon profounder mysteries. An angel named Metatron now rules in his stead. I know that angel all too well, though when I first knew him." Baruch's voice grew faint. Lord Asriel's gaze burned with intensity, yet he remained silent, allowing the angel to gather himself. "Metatron is consumed by pride," Baruch continued, his strength returning in fragile waves, "and his ambition knows no bounds. 4,000 years ago, the authority selected him as regent, and together they have woven a new design, one my companion and I uncovered. The authority believes all conscious beings have grown dangerously willful, so Metatron intends to involve himself directly in the affairs of humanity. They plan to move the authority in secret from the Clouded Mountain to a hidden fortress, transforming the mountain itself into a weapon of war. In his view, the churches across every world are feeble and corrupt, too quick to bargain. He aims to establish a permanent inquisition in each world, commanded straight from the kingdom, and his opening campaign will be to crush your republic." Both of them trembled, the angel from fading vitality, the man from a fierce, rising exhilaration. Summoning his last reserves, Baruch pressed on. "There is a second matter. A knife exists that can slice openings between worlds and through anything within them. Its power is absolute, but only for the one who wields it with skill, and that person is a boy." Again, the angel faltered, struggling to hold his form together. Lord Asriel watched the agonizing effort, his hands clenched on the arms of his chair, until Baruch could speak once more. "My companion stays with him now. We hoped to bring the boy directly to you, but he refused, because this leads to the third thing. He and your daughter share a bond. He will not come to you until he finds her. She is— Who is this boy?" "He is the son of the shaman, of Stanislaus Grumman." Lord Asriel rose so abruptly that smoke swirled around the angel. "Grumman had a son?" he exclaimed. "Grumman was not born in your world. That was not his true name. My companion and I were drawn to him by his own longing to find the knife. We followed, knowing he would lead us to it and its bearer, meaning to bring the bearer to you. But the boy would not." Baruch broke off again, breath shallow. Lord Asriel sat back down, chiding his own haste, and scattered more herbs onto the fire. His demon lay close by, her tail sweeping the oak floor in a slow arc, her golden eyes fixed on the angel's suffering face. Baruch drew several deliberate breaths, and Lord Asriel kept his peace. Above them, the only sound was the slap of a rope against the flagpole. "Take your time," Lord Asriel said softly. "Do you know where my daughter is?" "The Himalayas in her own world," Baruch whispered. "Towering peaks, a cave overlooking a valley woven with rainbows. A vast distance from here in both worlds. You made swift passage." "Speed is my sole gift," said Baruch, "apart from the love of Balthamos, whom I will never see again. And if you found her so readily, then any other angel might as well." Lord Asriel snatched a heavy atlas from the map chest and spread it open, searching for the pages detailing the Himalayas. "Can you show me the precise location?" he asked. "With the knife?" Baruch murmured, and Lord Asriel sensed his thoughts drifting. "With the knife he can step into any world at will. Will is his name, but they are in peril, he and Balthamos. Metatron knows we possess his secret. They hunted us. They caught me alone at the edge of your world. I was his brother. That is how we reached him in the clouded mountain. Metatron was once Enoch, son of Jared, son of Mahalalel. Enoch took many wives. He was a creature of earthly passion. My brother Enoch cast me out, because oh, my dear Balthamos, where is the girl? Yes, yes." Lord Asriel stared at the atlas, his mind racing over the fragmented clues. A hidden cave, her mother, a valley alive with winds and rainbows and tattered flags upon a shrine. He pushed himself up just as his snow leopard daemon Stel Maria sprang toward the door. It was already swinging open, an orderly entering without waiting standard procedure, no blame to assign. Yet the soldier's shocked expression made Lord Asriel whirl around. There, on the bed, Baruch was trembling, his wounded form straining to hold together. The effort failed. A cold draught from the corridor swirled into the room, and the very particles of the angel's being, weakened and spent, lifted into the air like dust and dissolved into nothing. A faint whisper lingered. "Balthamos." Lord Asriel's hand went to Stelmaria's neck. She felt the tremor in his fingers and steadied him with her presence. He turned to the pale-faced orderly. "My lord, I apologize. It wasn't your doing, Lord," Asriel cut in, his voice clipped. "My compliments to King Ogunwe. Have him and my commanders report here immediately. Send for Mr. Tukros Basilides with the alethiometer. I also want number 2 Gyropter squadron armed and fueled, and a tanker Zeppelin launched at once toward the southwest. Further orders will follow in flight." The orderly saluted, cast one last uneasy glance at the now empty bed, and withdrew. Alone, Lord Asriel tapped a pair of brass dividers against his desk and moved to the southern window. Far below, the eternal forges glowed through smoke and shadow, their hammer strokes ringing faintly even through the snapping wind at this height. "We've learned a great deal, Stel Maria," he murmured, but not nearly enough, she replied softly. Another knock sounded, and the alethiometrist entered, a thin, pale man in his middle years named Teucros Basilides, whose demon was a small nightingale. Mr. Basilides, Lord Asriel began. Good evening. I need you to set aside all other tasks. Here is our problem. He relayed what Baruch had described and handed him the atlas. Locate that cave. I need the precise coordinates. This is the most critical work you have ever undertaken. Begin now, please. In her dream, Lyra stamped her foot so hard she felt the jolt even in her sleep. You know, I wouldn't do that, Roger, so don't say it. I will wake up and I won't forget any of this. So there. She looked around, but all she saw was a sea of faces, wide-eyed, hopeless, pale and dark, young and old, all the dead pressed close in a silent, sorrowful crowd. Only Roger's face was different. His held a glimmer of hope. Why do you look like that? Lyra asked. Why aren't you miserable like the rest? Why haven't you given up? He simply said, Because, Chapter 6, Preemptive Absolution. Now, Fra Pavel, the inquirer of the Consistorial Court of Discipline intoned, I ask you to recall as precisely as possible the words you heard the witch speak aboard the ship. In the dim afternoon light filtering into the ancient College of St. Jerome, the 12 members of the court fixed their gaze upon the final witness. Fra Pavel, a scholarly priest whose demon took the form of a frog, looked weary. I cannot recite the witch's words verbatim, he admitted. As I testified yesterday, I had never witnessed torture before. The sight left me faint and ill. While the exact phrasing escapes me, I remember the meaning clearly. The witch stated that the child Lyra had been acknowledged by the northern clans as the subject of an ancient prophecy. She is destined to make a fateful choice, one on which the future of all worlds will depend. There was also a name that would suggest a similar situation, one that would fill the church with dread and loathing for her. The inquirer pressed, And did the witch speak this name? She did not, Fra Pavel replied. Before the word could leave her lips, another witch, concealed by an invisibility charm, struck her down and vanished. Then Mrs. Coulter would not have heard it on that occasion. Correct. And Mrs. Coulter departed soon after? She did. What did you learn next? Fra Pavel continued. I discovered the child had passed into the other world Lord Asriel opened, and there she has gained the assistance of a boy. This boy possesses, or has come to wield, a knife of remarkable power. He cleared his throat, a nervous sound. May I speak with complete candor before this court? The president's voice cut through, harsh and clear. You have absolute freedom, Fra Pavel. You will not be punished for relaying what you have learned. Proceed. Somewhat reassured, the cleric went on. This knife can cut openings between worlds, but its power is greater still. Forgive me, I fear, even speaking of this. It can slay the highest of angels and whatever beings exist beyond them. There is nothing it cannot cut down. He was trembling, sweat beading on his brow, and his frog daemon tumbled from the witness stand in distress. Fra! Pavel gasped, scooping her up quickly and letting her drink from the water glass before him. The inquirer asked, And what of the girl? Did you learn the name the witch meant to reveal? I did. Once more I seek the court's assurance that— You have it, the president snapped. Do not fear. You are no heretic. Report your findings and do not delay. My apologies, the child you see occupies the role of Eve, Adam's wife, the mother of all, the origin of all sin. The stenographers, nuns of the Order of St. Philomel bound to silence, could not contain a muffled gasp. Hands fluttered as they made the sign of the cross. Fra Pavel twitched and hurried on. Please recall the alethiometer does not predict the future. It states, if certain events transpire, then the consequences will be, and so forth. It indicates that if the child faces temptation, as Eve did, she is likely to yield. Everything hinges on the outcome. Should this temptation occur, and should she succumb, then dust and sin will prevail. A heavy silence fell over the courtroom. Pale sunlight streamed through the tall leaded windows, illuminating countless golden motes, ordinary dust, not dust, though more than one member of the court saw in them a haunting reflection of that other invisible dust that settles on every human soul, regardless of their obedience to the law. One last matter, Fra Pavel, said the inquirer. What can you tell us of the child's current location? She is with Mrs. Coulter, he answered. They are in the Himalayas. That is all I have ascertained for now. I will seek a more precise location immediately and inform the court as soon as I have it. But, he stopped, shrinking back, and raised the glass to his lips with a shaking hand. Yes, Fra Pavel, prompted Father MacPhail. Withhold nothing. I believe, Father President, that the Society of the Work of the Holy Spirit possesses more knowledge on this matter than I do. Fra Pavel's voice dropped to a whisper. Is that so? Said the president, his eyes blazing with intensity. Fra Pavel's daemon let out a faint frog-like cry. The cleric was acutely aware of the fierce rivalries between the branches of the magisterium. Being caught in their crossfire would be perilous, yet withholding what he suspected would be far more dangerous. I believe, he continued, his voice shaking, they are getting much nearer to pinpointing the child's exact location. They have access to certain channels of information that are closed to me. Indeed, the inquirer replied. And your alethiometer confirmed this? It did. Very well. Fra Pavel, you are to pursue that line of inquiry without delay. Any clerical or secretarial assistance you require will be provided. You are dismissed. With a bow, Fra Pavel collected his papers. His frog daemon perched on his shoulder and exited the chamber. The attending nuns stretched their stiff fingers. Father MacPhail tapped his pencil rhythmically against the solid oak bench before him. Sister Agnes, Sister Monica, he said, you may go. Ensure the transcript is on my desk by this evening. The nuns bowed and departed. Gentlemen, announced the president, the customary address within the consistorial court. We will adjourn. The 12 members, ranging from the eldest, Father Macapway, whose eyes were clouded with age, to the youngest, Father Gomez, whose pallid face trembled with fervent devotion, gathered their documents and followed the president into the adjoining council chamber. Here, they could sit around a heavy table and speak with absolute secrecy. The current president, Hugh MacPhail, a Scotsman, had been elected unusually young. Since presidents served for life, and he was only in his 40s, it was widely anticipated that Father MacPhail would shape the future of the consistorial court, and thereby the entire church, for decades to come. He was a tall, commanding figure with sharp, dark features and a wild mane of iron-grey hair. He would have tended toward heaviness were it not for the severe regimen he enforced upon himself, a diet of only water, bread, and fruit, coupled with a daily hour of rigorous exercise overseen by a trainer of elite athletes. The result was a lean, tense, and deeply restless man. His demon was a watchful lizard. Once seated, Father MacPhail began. This is our situation. Several critical matters demand our attention. First, Lord Asriel. A witch, sympathetic to our cause, reports he is amassing a formidable army, potentially including angelic forces. Her intelligence indicates his intentions are hostile toward the church and toward the authority himself. Second, the Oblation Board. Their establishment of the research facility at Bolvangar and their funding of Mrs. Coulter's operations suggest an ambition to surpass the consistorial court of discipline as the church's most potent instrument. We have been outmaneuvered, gentlemen. Their actions have been both ruthless and efficient. We should feel the sting of rebuke for our own complacency. In allowing this, I will address our response shortly. Third, the boy mentioned in Fra Pavel's testimony, who possesses that extraordinary knife. It is imperative we locate him and secure the artifact without delay. Fourth, there is the matter of dust. I have initiated measures to uncover what the Oblation Board has learned. One of the experimental theologians from Bolvangar has been encouraged to share their findings. I will speak with him this afternoon in the lower levels. A slight, uneasy shift passed through one or two of the priests at the mention of the lower levels, the white-tiled, soundproofed chambers beneath the building, equipped for specialized interrogation. Yet, the president pressed on, whatever we learn about dust, we must never lose sight of our ultimate objective. The Oblation Board sought to comprehend dust. Our mission is to eradicate it completely. Nothing less will suffice. If achieving that eradication requires us to dismantle the Oblation Board, the College of Bishops, every last institution through which the Holy Church performs the authority's work, Then so be it. It may well be, gentlemen, that the Holy Church itself was created for this singular purpose, even if fulfilling it means our own end. Father MacPhail leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. But consider a world without the Church. Without dust, would that not be preferable to our current existence, where we are crushed daily beneath the monstrous weight of sin? A world cleansed of such corruption. His eyes burned with a fierce light as Father Gomez nodded, his own passion evident. And then, MacPhail continued, there is the girl, still a child by all accounts. This Eve, destined to face temptation, and if history is any guide, to succumb. Her failure would spell disaster for us all. Gentlemen, I intend to address the threat she poses in the most decisive manner possible, and I trust you will support me. I propose we dispatch an agent to locate her and eliminate her before she can be led astray. Father President, Gomez interjected immediately, his voice tight with fervor. For years I have practiced preemptive penance. I have studied, I have trained. MacPhail raised a hand, silencing him. The doctrines of preemptive penance and absolution, developed secretly by the consistorial court, were unknown to the broader church. They involved undergoing severe penance, often through scourging and flagellation, for a sin not yet committed, building a spiritual reserve. Once sufficient penance was accumulated for a specific sin, absolution was granted in advance, allowing an agent to act, if called upon, while remaining in a state of grace. It made difficult tasks, such as killing, far less burdensome for the soul. I had already considered you for this task, MacPhail said, his tone almost gentle. Do I have the court's approval? Good. Once Father Gomez departs with our blessing, he will operate alone, beyond recall or communication. No matter what befalls others, he will move with the precision of a divine instrument directly to the child and remove her. He will be a shadow, a silent angel of judgment descending in the night. Imagine if such a man had been present in the Garden of Eden, we might still reside in paradise. The young priest was visibly moved, pride glistening in his eyes. The court murmured its assent. Unseen in the shadows of the ceiling, nestled among the dark oak beams, a man no larger than a handspan listened intently. His heels were fitted with sharp spurs, and he missed not a single word. Deep in the cellars, the man from Bolvangar shivered under the glare of a single bare bulb. Clad only in a soiled white shirt and loose trousers he clutched with one hand, he held his rabbit daemon close with the other. Father MacPhail sat before him on the room's only chair. Cooper, the president began, please sit. The room was barren save for the chair, a wooden bunk, and a bucket. MacPhail's voice echoed coldly off the white tiles lining the walls and ceiling. Cooper sank onto the bunk, unable to tear his gaze from the president's gaunt, grey-haired figure. He licked his parched lips, bracing for the next wave of discomfort. Outside, a distant pipe groaned, a mournful sound that seemed to underscore his isolation. So, MacPhail said, you came very close to separating the child from her daemon. Cooper's voice trembled. We saw no reason to delay, as the experiment was scheduled regardless. We placed the child in the chamber, but then Mrs. Coulter personally intervened and took the girl to her private rooms. The rabbit daemon peeked out with round, fearful eyes at the president before hiding its face again. That must have been a significant setback, MacPhail observed. The entire program was profoundly challenging. Cooper agreed hastily. I'm surprised you did not request assistance from the consistorial court. We possess considerable fortitude for such trials. I believed the program was fully authorized. It was an oblation board initiative, but we were assured it had the consistorial court of discipline's endorsement. We would never have participated otherwise. Never. Of course not. Now to another matter. MacPhail's tone shifted, revealing the true purpose of his visit. Did you have any knowledge of the nature of Lord Asriel's research? Dr. Cooper took a deep breath, the question hanging heavily in the air. In the profound quiet, a bead of sweat dripped from his jaw and struck the floor with an audible tap. There was a member of our group, he started hesitantly. He theorized that the severance process itself unleashed a tremendous power. Harnessing it would require immense force, but he suggested it could be triggered, much like a nuclear detonation is initiated by conventional means, through the precise application of a focused anbaric current. He shook his head, his expression pained. I dismissed it without proper sanction. Such ideas bordered on heresy, and I chose not to listen. Prudent, the president acknowledged. And this individual, where is he now? He perished during the assault. Father MacPhail offered a gentle, understanding smile, a gesture so benevolent it made Dr. Cooper's daemon tremble and press close for comfort. Strength, Dr. Cooper, the president urged. We require your full courage now. A monumental effort lies ahead, a crucial conflict to be won. You can seek the authorities' mercy by aiding us completely, holding nothing back, share every thought, every rumor, every fragment of memory. Your paramount duty is to concentrate on everything your colleague ever said. Were there experiments? Private notes? Confidants? What apparatus did he use? Scour your mind, Dr. Cooper. You will have all the time and materials you require. This space is hardly conducive to such work, Father MacPhail continued, his tone shifting to one of almost sarcastic concern. We'll arrange more suitable quarters. Do you need a specific desk? A typewriter? Perhaps you'd prefer to speak your recollections to a secretary. Simply inform the guards. Your every comfort will be seen to. But remember, your constant focus must be on recovering that lost knowledge. Your sacred mission is to remember, and if need be, to reinvent what he discovered. Once you determine what tools are necessary, they will be provided. This is a glorious task, Dr. Cooper. Consider yourself fortunate to be chosen for it. Offer your gratitude to the authority. I do, Father President. I am truly grateful. Clutching the loose fabric of his pants, the philosopher stumbled to his feet, bowing repeatedly and almost unconsciously as the president departed his cell. That same night, the Galivspian agent, Chevalier Tialis, navigated the shadowy back streets of Geneva for a rendezvous with his partner, Lady Salmakia. The journey was fraught with danger for creatures of their small stature. While more than one curious cat had fallen to their poisoned spurs, Tialis had nearly lost an arm to a rabid dog just days prior, saved only by Salmakia's swift intervention. They met at their seventh designated spot, concealed within the gnarled roots of an old sycamore in a neglected plaza, and exchanged intelligence. Salmakia reported that her contact within the scholarly society had relayed a cordial invitation from the consistorial court's president, proposing a discussion on shared interests. Efficient, Tialis remarked dryly. I'd wager heavily he won't mention his hired killer, however. He then detailed the conspiracy to assassinate Lyra. Salmakia was unmoved. It's the predictable action. They are nothing if not ruthlessly logical. Tialis, she mused, a rare wistfulness touching her voice as she watched a couple of humans laughing across the square, their long lives stretching out before them. Do you believe we will ever actually lay eyes on this girl? Uncertain, he replied. But I hope we do travel safely, Salmakia. Tomorrow at the fountain. Unspoken between them, as always, was the poignant truth they never voiced, the brevity of their own existence. Galivspians lived perhaps a decade if they were lucky, and both spies were already in their 8th year, a lifetime of service hastening toward its inevitable close. They had no concept of growing old. Their kind perished while still in the peak of their power, abruptly, and their youth was fleeting, but measured against their existence. A human child like Lyra would live a future as distant as the witches' own lives stretched beyond Lyra's. The Chevalier went back to St. Jerome's College to draft the communication he would transmit to Lord Roke using the lodestone resonator. Meanwhile, as Tialis met with Salmakia, the president summoned Father Gomez. They prayed together in his study for a long while, after which Father MacPhail offered the young priest a preemptive absolution, ensuring that killing Lyra would not be counted as a sin. Father Gomez appeared transformed. The conviction flowing through him made his eyes seem to glow. They went over practical details, funds, and similar matters. Then the president said, "Once you depart, Father Gomez, you will be entirely on your own, forever, beyond any aid we might provide. You can never return. You will never hear from us again. My best counsel is this: do not search for the child directly. That would expose you. Instead, find the tempter, shadow the tempter, and she will guide you to the child." She? Father Gomez asked, startled. Yes, she, Father MacPhail confirmed. We have learned that much from the alethiometer. The world this tempter hails from is a peculiar one. You will witness many things that will unsettle and surprise you, Father Gomez. Do not allow their strangeness to divert you from your holy duty. I have faith, he added gently, in the strength of your own faith. This woman is journeying, directed by dark forces, toward a place where she may, in time, encounter the child to tempt her. That is, naturally, if we fail to extract the girl from her current whereabouts. That remains our primary strategy. You, Father Gomez, are our final assurance that if that plan collapses, the infernal powers will still not triumph. Father Gomez nodded. His daemon, a large beetle with a shimmering green back, clicked her wing cases softly. The president opened a drawer and handed the young priest a small packet of folded papers. Here is everything we know about the woman, he explained, and the world she comes from, and where she was last spotted. Study it carefully, my dear Luis, and go with my blessing. He had never before used the priest's first name. Father Gomez felt tears of joyful emotion sting his eyes as he bid the president farewell. In her dream, Lyra felt a strange clarity. Roger's voice seemed to echo from a great distance. You're Lyra, he said, and the weight of that identity suddenly pressed down on her. She felt dizzy, even in sleep, as if a massive responsibility had been laid upon her shoulders. And as sleep pulled her under once more, Roger's face faded into the shadows. I know there are people on our side like Dr. Malone, she murmured. You know there's another Oxford, Roger, just like ours. Well, I found her she'd help. But there's really only one person who... It was nearly impossible now to see the little boy, and her thoughts began to scatter and drift like sheep wandering in a meadow. But we can trust him, Roger, I promise, she managed with a last surge of effort. Chapter 7. Mary alone. At nearly the same moment, the very tempter Father Gomez was preparing to track found herself facing a temptation of her own. Really, thank you, that's plenty. I couldn't possibly take more, I'm grateful. Dr. Mary Malone told the elderly couple in the olive grove as they insisted on giving her more supplies than she could manage. They lived there in isolation, without children, and had been fearful of the spectres they'd noticed moving among the silvery trees, but when Mary Malone came walking up the road with her backpack, the spectres had grown wary and drifted away. The old pair had welcomed Mary into their modest farmhouse shaded by vines, had offered her wine, cheese, bread, and olives, and now were reluctant to let her leave. As she shouldered her pack, Mary felt a pang of unexpected loneliness, a sharp reminder of the solitary path ahead. I have to keep moving. Mary repeated, Thank you for your kindness. I really can't carry any more. Well, all right, one more small cheese, thank you. It was clear they viewed her as a sort of charm against the spectres. She truly wished she could serve as one. During her week in Sitagazi, she had witnessed such ruin, adults consumed by spectres and feral, desperate children scavenging to survive, that she felt a deep dread of those ghostly predators. All she understood was that they did seem to withdraw when she drew near, yet she couldn't remain with every soul who pleaded for her protection because her own journey demanded she press forward. She made space for the final tiny goat cheese wrapped in its vine leaf, offered another grateful smile and nod, and took one last drink from the spring trickling between the grey stones. Mimicking the gentle hand-clap of the elderly couple, she then turned with a resolve she didn't fully feel and walked away. Her last contact with the particles she termed shadows, which Lyra knew as dust, had been through her computer screen, and following their instruction, she had destroyed it. Now she felt utterly directionless. They had directed her to pass through the opening in her Oxford, the Oxford from Will's world, and she had obeyed, emerging dizzy and trembling with awe into this astonishing other place. Beyond that, her only mission was to locate the boy and the girl, and then to play the serpent, a phrase whose meaning eluded her, so she had walked, explored, asked questions, and found exactly nothing. But now, she decided as she started up the narrow path away from the olive grove, it was time to seek some form of guidance. Once she was a sufficient distance from the small farm to ensure privacy, she settled beneath some pine trees and opened her backpack. Wrapped in a silk scarf at the bottom was a book she had owned for 2 decades, a commentary on the Chinese divination system known as the I Ching. She had brought it for two reasons. One was sentimental. Her grandfather had given it to her, and she had used it frequently as a student. The other reason was that when Lyra first stumbled into Mary's laboratory, she had pointed at the poster on the door displaying the I Ching symbols and asked, "What's that?" Not long after, during her astonishing interaction with the computer, Lyra had learned, or so she claimed, that dust communicated with humans in many ways, one of them being this ancient Chinese method that employed those very symbols. So, in her hurried packing to leave her own world, Dr. Malone had taken the so-called Book of Changes along with the bundle of yarrow stalks used for consultation. Now, the moment to use them had arrived. She laid the silk on the ground and began the familiar ritual of dividing, counting, and setting aside the stalks, a process she had performed often as an intense, inquisitive teenager, but scarcely since. The procedure felt rusty at first, but the rhythm soon returned, bringing with it that focused, tranquil attention so vital for communicating with the shadows. Eventually she arrived at the numbers denoting her hexagram, the set of 6 broken or solid lines, and then she looked up the interpretation. This was the tricky part, as the book expressed itself in such a cryptic manner. She read, "Turning toward the heights to seek nourishment brings good fortune, gazing about with keen sight like a tiger with relentless hunger," that seemed promising. She continued reading, following the commentary along its winding, ambiguous paths until she reached. "Keeping still is the mountain. It is a minor trail. It signifies small stones, doors, and openings." Interpretation was up to her. The word openings reminded her of the mysterious window in the air through which she had entered this world. The initial lines appeared to advise going upward. Both puzzled and somewhat heartened, she packed away the book and stalks and continued up the path. 4 hours later, she was exhausted and sweating under the heat of the lowering sun. The path she'd been following vanished into a tangle of fallen rocks and loose gravel. To her left, the hillside dropped toward a valley filled with olive and lemon groves, neglected vineyards, and the silent shapes of old windmills, all softened by the fading evening light. On her right, a steep slope of loose stone climbed toward a weathered limestone cliff. Adjusting her heavy pack, she stepped onto a flat rock, then froze. Something odd had caught the light. Shielding her eyes from the glare off the scree, she searched until she found it, a square patch of air that seemed different, like a pane of glass with no reflection. It reminded her of the window she'd seen back in Oxford, and of the I Ching's mention of little stones and hidden openings. This one was only visible because of the sun's angle. In brighter light, it would have been invisible. A wave of intense curiosity washed over her. She hadn't been able to examine the first window properly, having fled in such a hurry. Now she moved closer, tracing its edges with her fingers, circling to see how it disappeared from the other side, marveling at the sheer possibility of such a thing. The person who made this cut, likely around the time of the American Revolution, had been careless in leaving it open, but at least they'd chosen a spot similar to this world, right beside a rock face. Yet the rock on the other side wasn't limestone, it was granite. When Mary stepped through, she found herself not at the base of a high cliff, but near the top of a low outcrop overlooking an immense plain. Evening had fallen here as well. She sat down, breathing deeply, letting her tired limbs rest while she simply absorbed the wonder before her. A wide, golden light stretched over an endless prairie, a landscape utterly foreign to anything she knew. Most of it was covered in short grass, shimmering in countless shades of tan, brown, gold, and ochre, rolling gently under the long shadows of dusk. But two things stood out. First, the grassland seemed woven through with what looked like pale, rocky rivers, smooth, light grey ribbons running across the earth. Second, scattered here and there were stands of unbelievably tall trees. Once, at a physics conference in California, she'd visited the redwoods and been amazed. These trees dwarfed them, rising at least half again as high, their foliage a deep green, their massive trunks glowing red-gold in the sunset. Finally, far in the distance, herds of creatures grazed. There was something unusual about the way they moved, a strangeness she couldn't quite decipher from here. Exhaustion, thirst, and hunger pressed in on her. Then she heard it, the soft sound of running water. A minute later, she found a spring seeping from a mossy crack, forming a tiny stream that trickled down the slope. She drank her fill, refilled her bottles, and hurried to make camp as darkness gathered quickly. Leaning against the rock, wrapped in her sleeping bag, she ate some coarse bread and goat cheese before sinking into a deep, dreamless sleep. She woke with the early sun warming her face. The air was cool, and tiny dewdrops gleamed on her hair and sleeping bag. For a few quiet minutes, she lay perfectly still, wrapped in the fresh morning air, feeling as though she were the very first person who had ever lived. Mary pushed herself upright, stretching her stiff muscles with a shiver before washing her face in the cool spring water. After a quick breakfast of dried figs, she surveyed her surroundings. The ground behind her sloped gently down and then rose again, but the true spectacle lay ahead, an endless prairie stretching to the horizon. The long morning shadows now pointed toward her, and she watched distant flocks of birds circling before the massive trees, so tiny against the green expanse they looked like flecks of dust. Shouldering her pack, she started down into the prairie's thick grass, heading for the nearest cluster of trees several miles away. The grass reached her knees, dotted with ankle-high juniper-like bushes and a scattering of wildflowers, vibrant poppies, buttercups and cornflowers that washed the landscape in soft color. Her attention was caught by a large bee, nearly the size of her thumb tip, hovering at a blue blossom. But as it withdrew and flew toward her, she realized it wasn't an insect at all. It landed lightly on her finger, probing her skin with a delicate needle-like beak before darting away, disappointed. It was a tiny hummingbird, its bronze wings a blur. Any biologist back home would have been green with envy at such a sight. Moving on, she neared a herd of the grazing animals she'd spotted the evening before. They were deer-sized, with similar coloring, but their leg arrangement made her stop and blink. Instead of 4 legs in the usual pairs, they had a diamond pattern, one at the front, 2 in the center, and 1 near the tail, giving them a peculiar, rocking gait. Mary's scientific mind itched to study their skeleton. The creatures, however, just glanced at her with bland indifference, utterly unbothered. She would have loved to linger, but the day was warming, and the shade of those huge trees called to her. There would be time later. Soon she stepped from the tall grass onto one of the stone rivers she'd seen from the rise. It might have been an ancient lava flow, its base nearly black, but its surface worn pale and smooth, like a well-paved road back home, easier walking than the uneven prairie. She followed its gentle curve toward the trees. As she drew closer, their scale took her breath away. The trunks were as wide as her house and soared to impossible heights. Reaching the first tree, she placed her hands on the deeply grooved red-gold bark. The ground was carpeted in hand-long brown leaves, soft and fragrant underfoot. Almost immediately, she was surrounded by a cloud of midge-like flyers, a small group of those tiny hummingbirds, a yellow butterfly with wings as wide as her hand, and more crawling things than she cared to notice. The air hummed and buzzed with life. Walking through that grove felt like entering a cathedral, the same profound stillness, the same soaring verticality, the same humbling awe. The journey had taken longer than expected. The light shafts piercing the canopy were almost vertical now, signaling midday. Feeling drowsy, Mary idly wondered why the grazing animals didn't seek this shade in the heat. She was about to find out. Exhausted by the heat, she settled between the massive roots of one of the ancient trees, using her rucksack as a pillow, and drifted into a light doze. For about 20 minutes, she lingered in that hazy state, not fully asleep, when a tremendous crash jolted the earth beneath her. A second impact followed. Startled, Mary scrambled up, her mind clearing as she spotted movement, a large, round object roughly 3 feet wide, tumbling across the ground before coming to rest on its side. Another one fell in the distance. She watched the massive form plummet, strike the buttress root of a nearby trunk, and roll away. The mere idea of being struck by one sent her grabbing her pack and sprinting clear of the grove. Seed pods, cautiously, she tilted her head back, scanning the canopy before venturing underneath to examine the nearest fallen disc. She righted it and rolled it out onto the open grass for a better look. It was a perfect circle, about as thick as her hand was wide, with a shallow central depression where it had been attached to the tree. Though not heavy, it was extraordinarily hard and covered in a dense layer of fibrous hairs, all aligned along the circumference, so her hand slid smoothly in one direction, but caught in the other. Her knife made no mark on the surface, it seemed to polish the blade. Bringing her fingers to her nose, she detected a subtle, pleasant fragrance beneath the dust. Looking closer, she noticed a slight gleam at the center, and as she touched it again, her fingers slid easily. The pod was exuding a fine, slick oil. Laying it down, Mary pondered the evolution of this world. If her theory about these universes was correct, that they were the branching realities predicted by quantum theory, then some had diverged from her own timeline far earlier than others. Here, evolution had clearly favored colossal trees and large creatures with diamond-shaped skeletons. She felt a sudden, almost humorous pang of humility. Her scientific knowledge felt pitifully narrow. No real botany, no geology, no proper biology of any kind. She was as ignorant as an infant. Then a low, thunderous rumble reached her ears, difficult to place until she spotted a churning dust cloud advancing along one of the paths directly toward the stand of trees and her position. It was perhaps a mile off, but moving fast, and a sharp spike of fear sent her darting back among the giants. She squeezed into a narrow crevice between two enormous roots, peering over the buttress beside her toward the approaching cloud. What she saw made her head swim. At first glance, it resembled a motorcycle gang. Then she thought it might be a herd of wheeled animals. But that was absurd. Wheels didn't exist in nature. Her mind rebelled. An axle required a separate bearing. It was mechanically impossible for life to evolve such a thing. Yet there they were. A dozen or so creatures, lean and grey with horned heads and short, trunk-like proboscises. They were roughly the same size as the grazers, but built differently, and somehow, unbelievably, each had evolved a wheel where its front and rear single legs should be. As the group skidded to a halt less than 50 yards away and the dust began to settle, the connection clicked into place, and Mary let out a stifled laugh of pure delight. The wheels were seed pods, those same perfectly round, incredibly hard, and lightweight discs. The creatures had hooked a claw through the central depression of a pod with each of their front and rear legs, using their two lateral legs to push powerfully against the ground and propel themselves forward. As she watched them, a mix of awe and unease settled in her chest. Their horns gleamed with a dangerous sharpness, and even from this far, she could sense a keen intelligence and inquisitiveness in their eyes, and they were searching for her. One had noticed the seed pod she'd carried from the grove, and it rolled off the road toward it. Using its trunk, the creature tipped the pod onto its edge and nudged it back to the others. They clustered around those strong yet delicate trunks, probing the object, and the soft chirps and hoots they exchanged felt, to her, like clear disapproval. This had been disturbed. It wasn't as it should be. Then a thought steadied her. I came here for a reason, even if I don't yet see it fully. Be brave, make the first move. Rising slowly, she called out, her voice unsteady. I'm over here. This is where I am. I examined your seed pod. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. In an instant, every head turned toward her, trunks lifted, bright eyes fixed ahead, their ears flicked upright, alert. She stepped from the shelter of the roots and faced them openly, holding out her empty hands, a gesture that might mean nothing to beings without hands, but it was all she had. Slinging her rucksack over her shoulder, she walked across the grass and onto the road. Up close, barely 5 paces away, she could see details of their form. But what held her was the lively awareness in their gaze, a spark of cognizance. These beings were as distinct from the grazing animals nearby as a person is from livestock. Mary pointed to herself. Mary. The nearest creature extended its trunk. She stepped nearer, and it touched her chest where she'd pointed. Then, from the creature's throat, her own voice seemed to return. Mary. What are you? She asked. What are you? Came the reply. All she could do was answer. I am a human, Ayama. Human, said the creature, and then something stranger happened. They laughed, their eyes crinkled, trunks swayed, heads tossed, and from them bubbled the unmistakable sound of delight. She couldn't help it. She laughed too. Another moved forward, its trunk brushing her hand. Mary offered her other hand to its soft, bristled exploration. "Ah," she said, "you're smelling the oil from the seed pod, seapot," echoed the creature. "If you can mimic my sounds, maybe one day we'll really talk. Heaven knows how." She pointed to herself again. Mary. They simply watched. She tried once more. Mary. The nearest touched its own chest with its trunk and uttered a sound. Was it 2 syllables or 3? It repeated, and Mary concentrated, shaping the noise as best she could. Mulefa, she ventured. Others echoed Mulefa in her accent, laughing as if gently teasing the one who had spoken. "Mulefa?" they repeated, like it was a wonderful joke. "Well, if you can laugh, I suppose you won't make a meal of me," Mary said, and from that moment a warmth and ease bloomed between them, her nervousness melting away. The group relaxed too. They had purpose. They weren't just wandering. She noticed one bore a kind of saddle or pack, and 2 others lifted the seed pod onto it, securing it with straps using deft, intricate trunk work. When still, they balanced on their lateral legs. When moving, they pivoted both front and back legs to steer, their motion flowing with grace and power. One wheeled to the roadside, raised its trunk, and let out a resonant, trumpeting call. The herd of grazers lifted their heads in unison and began to trot over. Upon arriving, they waited patiently along the verge as the wheeled creatures moved slowly among them, checking, touching, what seemed almost like counting. Mary watched as one of the creatures reached beneath a grazing animal and gently milked it with her trunk. The wheeled being then rolled closer, lifting her trunk with delicate care toward Mary's mouth. Though Mary initially recoiled, something in the creature's gaze held a quiet expectation, so she leaned in and parted her lips. A stream of sweet, thin milk was released into her mouth. The creature observed her swallow, then offered more, repeating the gesture with a patience that felt deeply intelligent and kind. Overcome, Mary wrapped her arms around the being's head and kissed her, breathing in the scent of sun-warmed, dusty hide, feeling the solid bone and the coiled strength of the trunk beneath. Soon, the leader sounded a soft trumpet call, and the grazers began to drift away. The Mulefa were ready to depart. A mix of joy at their acceptance and sorrow at their leaving washed over her. Then surprise took hold. One of them was lowering itself, kneeling right there on the road, gesturing with its trunk while the others seemed to beckon her closer. The meaning was unmistakable. They were offering to carry her, to take her along. Another Mulefa took her rucksack and secured it to a third, and with clumsy movements, Mary climbed onto the back of the kneeling creature, unsure where to place her legs or what to hold. Before she could puzzle it out, the being rose smoothly, and the group began moving down the highway with Mary riding in their midst. Balthamus knew the instant Baruch died. A cry tore from him as he launched into the tundra night, beating his wings against the damp, cold air, pouring his agony out toward the indifferent clouds. It was long minutes before he could steady himself enough to return to Will, who was already alert, knife in hand, scanning the gloomy murk around them. They were back in Lyra's world. "What's wrong?" Will demanded as the angel materialized, trembling beside him. "Is there danger?" "Get behind. Baruch is gone." Balthamos wept. "My dear Baruch is dead. When? Where?" But Balthamos couldn't answer. He only felt as if half his own heart had been ripped away. Restless and frantic, he soared up again, scouring the sky as if Baruch might be hidden in some passing cloud, calling out his name between broken sobs. Then guilt would seize him, and he'd swoop down to urge Will to hide, to be silent, vowing to keep watch without fail. Next, the weight of his grief would press him to the ground, and he'd recall every act of kindness, every moment of courage Baruch had ever shown, and there were thousands, each one etched in his memory. He'd cry out that a spirit so noble could never truly be extinguished, then surge back into the air, wild and reckless in his pain, cursing the sky, the clouds, the very stars. Finally, Will spoke firmly. "Balthamos, come here." The angel obeyed, helpless. Shivering in his cloak in the bitter gloom, the boy said, "You have to try to be quiet now. You know there are things out here that will attack at any sound. I can protect you with the knife if you stay close, but if they come for you up there, I can't help. And if you die too, then it's over for me. Balthamos, I need you to guide me to Lyra. Please don't forget that. Baruch was strong. Be strong for me now. Be like him. At first, Balthamos was silent. Then he whispered, Yes. Yes, of course I must sleep, Will. I will stand guard. I will not fail you. Will had to trust him. Eventually, he drifted back into an uneasy sleep. He awoke soaked with dew, chilled to the bone, to find the angel standing nearby. The sun was just cresting the horizon, gilding the reeds and marsh grasses with light. Before Will could move, Balthamos spoke, his voice resolved. I have decided what I must do. I will stay with you, day and night, and I will do so willingly for Baruch's sake. I will guide you to Lyra if I can, and then I will guide you both to Lord Asriel. I have existed for millennia, and unless I am destroyed, I will continue for millennia more. Yet in all that time, I have never encountered a spirit that inspired such a fierce desire in me to be kind, to do good as Baruch's did. I stumbled often, but his inherent goodness was always there to lift me up. Now that it is gone, I must learn to stand on my own. I will likely falter again, but I will keep trying regardless. Baruch would be proud of that, Will replied, his teeth chattering. Should I fly ahead and scout the way? Yes, said Will. Go high and tell me what the land looks like up ahead. Trudging through this mire feels endless. Balthamos ascended into the grey sky. He hadn't shared all his fears with Will, striving to be strong and not add to the boy's burdens. But he knew the angel Metatron, the regent from whom they had barely escaped, would have Will's image seared into his awareness. And not just his face, everything about him that an angel could perceive, including dimensions of his soul that Will himself did not understand, the part of his nature that in Lyra's world would be called a daemon. Will was in grave danger now, and eventually Balthamos would have to warn him, but not yet. The moment was too fragile. Will decided moving would warm him faster than stopping to build a fire. He shouldered his pack, wrapped the cloak tightly around himself, and started south. The path was a mess of mud, ruts and holes, proof that people occasionally used it, but the landscape was so vast and flat he felt he was getting nowhere. Later, when the light grew a little stronger, Balthamos's voice spoke near his ear. About half a day's walk ahead, there's a broad river and a town with a docking wharf. From the air, I saw the river run straight north and south for a great distance. If you could secure passage on a boat, you would move much faster. Thank goodness, Will said with feeling. Does this path lead to the town? It passes through a village first, with a church and some farms and orchards, then continues on. I hope I can speak their language. I'd hate to be thrown in jail just for being a foreigner. As your daemon, Balthamos assured him, I will translate. I have studied countless human tongues. I will certainly understand what is spoken here. Will pressed on. The walking was monotonous, a mechanical plodding, but each step did bring him closer to Lyra, and that thought alone fueled him. The village, when he reached it, was a dismal sight, a cluster of weathered wooden structures, pens holding thin reindeer, and dogs that set up a frantic barking as he neared. Smoke oozed from tin chimneys and clung to the shingled roofs. The ground was soggy and clinging, and signs of a recent flood were everywhere. Mud stains reached halfway up doorframes, and scattered debris like broken beams and twisted sheets of metal showed where sheds and outbuildings had been washed away. But the strangest thing wasn't the flood damage. At first, Will thought he was dizzy. He even stumbled once, because every building was tilted several degrees off vertical, all leaning in the same direction. The little church's dome had a wide, jagged crack running through it. Had there been an earthquake? The local dogs barked with a frantic, almost terrified rage, but kept their distance. Balthamos, in his role as daemon, had taken the form of a large, snow-white dog with intense black eyes, a thick coat, and a tightly curled tail. His low, warning snarls kept the real dogs, scrawny, mangy creatures, at bay. The few reindeer in sight looked patchy-coated and lethargic. Will stopped in what passed for the village centre, uncertain where to go. As he stood there, 2 or 3 men emerged from a lane ahead and simply stared. They were the first people he had ever seen in this world. They wore heavy felt coats, boots caked with mud and fur hats. They did not look welcoming. The white dog shifted form, becoming a sparrow that fluttered to land on Will's shoulder. None of the men lining the road seemed to notice anything unusual. Each had a daemon companion of his own, mostly dogs, and this was simply how life unfolded in this world. Perched close to his ear, Balthamos whispered urgently, "Keep walking. Don't meet their gaze. Look down, it's the respectful way." Will obeyed, moving forward. Blending into the background was a skill he had mastered long ago. By the time he drew near, the men's attention had already drifted elsewhere. Then a heavy door swung open from the largest house on the street, and a booming voice called out. Balthamos murmured, "That's the priest. You must show courtesy. Turn and bow." Will did as instructed. The priest was a massive figure with a thick grey beard, dressed in a black cassock, a crow daemon perched on his shoulder. His keen, restless eyes scanned Will from head to toe. Missing nothing, he gestured for Will to approach. Will walked to the doorway and bowed once more. The priest spoke, and Balthamos whispered a translation. "He wants to know where you're from. Say anything you wish." "I speak English," Will said, his words deliberate and clear. "I don't know any other languages." "Ah, English!" the priest exclaimed with sudden delight, switching to English himself. "My dear boy, welcome to our humble village, our little town of Kolodnoya, which sadly no longer stands quite straight. What is your name, and where are you headed?" "My name is Will, and I'm traveling south. I've become separated from my family, and I'm trying to find them. Then you must come inside and have something to refresh yourself," the priest declared, draping a heavy arm around Will's shoulders and steering him through the doorway. The man's crow daemon was watching Balthamos with sharp interest, but the angel was ready. He transformed into a mouse and scurried inside Will's shirt as if timid. The priest led him into a parlor thick with tobacco smoke, where a cast-iron samovar hissed softly on a side table. "Your name, you said?" the priest asked again. "Tell me once more." Will parry, "But I don't know how to address you." "Otiet Semyon," replied the priest, guiding Will to a chair while stroking his arm. "Otiets means father. I serve the Holy Church. My given name is Semyon, and my father was Boris, so I am Semyon Borisovich." "And your father's name?" "John Parry." "John becomes Ivan, so you are Will Ivanovich, and I'm Father Semyon Borisovich. Where have you journeyed from, Will Ivanovich, and where are you bound?" "I'm lost," Will explained. "I was traveling south with my family. My father is a soldier, but he was on an expedition in the Arctic when something went wrong and we were separated. I'm heading south because I know that's where we were meant to go next." The priest spread his hands wide. "A soldier? An English explorer? No one so remarkable has walked the muddy lanes of Kolodnoya in living memory. But in these turbulent times, who can say what tomorrow may bring? You yourself are a most welcome guest, Will Ivanovich. You must spend the night under my roof, and we shall talk and share a meal." "Lydia Alexandrovna," he called out. An elderly woman entered quietly. He spoke to her in Russian, and she nodded, taking a glass and filling it with hot tea from the samovar. She brought the tea to Will, along with a small saucer of jam and a silver spoon. "Thank you," said Will. "The preserve is to sweeten the tea," the priest explained. Lydia Alexandrovna made it from bilberries. The tea ended up both bitter and cloyingly sweet, but Will took polite sips regardless. The priest kept leaning in to study his face, feeling his hands to check if he was cold, and patting his knee. Hoping to steer the conversation away, Will asked why all the buildings in the village leaned at such an angle. "There has been a great convulsion in the earth," the priest answered solemnly. "It is all foretold in the Apocalypse of St. John. Rivers now run backward. The great river not far from here once flowed north to the Arctic Ocean. For millennia, the great river had journeyed north from the heart of Asia, a constant since the world was shaped by the Almighty. Then the great shaking came, with its mists and deluges, and for a time the very course of creation reversed. The waters ran southward for over a week before finding their old path again. The world was overturned." "Where were you when this great convulsion shook the earth?" the priest inquired. Will replied that he had been far away, unaware of the cataclysm. When the fog lifted, my family was gone. I am lost. You've given this place a name, but where is it? Where are we in the world? Fetch me that large volume on the lowest shelf, instructed Semyon Borisovich. He pulled his chair to the table, wet his thumb, and began turning the heavy pages of the atlas. Here, he said, his soiled fingernail tapping a location deep in central Siberia, far to the east of the Ural Mountains. The river on the page indeed flowed from the Tibetan highlands all the way to the frozen sea. Will studied the Himalayas, but saw no resemblance to the map Baruch had drawn. The priest questioned him relentlessly about his past and his home, and Will, skilled in evasion, provided answers that were just sufficient. Soon, the housekeeper entered with a simple meal of beet soup and coarse bread. After a lengthy prayer, they ate. So, Will Ivanovich, how shall we occupy our day? Semyon Borisovich asked, pouring more tea from the samovar. Shall we talk, or perhaps try a game? Will accepted the glass hesitantly. I don't know any games, he said. I really need to continue my journey. If I went down to the river, is there a chance of finding passage south on a steamer? A shadow crossed the priest's broad face, and he made a swift sign of the cross. There is trouble in the town, he confided. Lydia Alexandrovna's sister came with news. A boat is coming upriver, carrying bears, armored bears, from the Arctic. You didn't encounter such creatures in the north? Suspicion tinged his voice. Balthamos's whisper was a ghost in Will's ear. Take care. Will's heart had leapt at the mention of the bears, remembering Lyra's stories, and he fought to keep his expression neutral. We were nowhere near Svalbard, he said evenly. The bears there were busy with their own concerns. Ah, yes, so I have heard, said the priest, somewhat to Will's relief, but then his tone hardened. Yet now they abandon their homeland and move south. They have a vessel, and the townspeople refuse them fuel. They are right to be afraid. They are devil's spawn. Everything from the north is tainted. Like the witches, daughters of corruption. The church should have exterminated them all long ago. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial growl. Have no dealings with them, you hear me. When you come of age, they will attempt to seduce you. They will use every soft, deceitful art, their flesh, their silken skin, their honeyed voices, to steal your seed. Do you understand me? They will drain you, leave you an empty shell. They take your future, the children you might have had, and leave you with nothing. They deserve only death, every last one. The priest reached to a shelf and retrieved a bottle and 2 small glasses. Now I will offer you a little drink, Will Ivanovich, he announced. You are young, so not much, but you are growing, and a man must learn certain things, such as the taste of vodka. Lydia Alexandrovna had gathered the berries the previous autumn, and I had handled the distillation myself. This bottle contains the final product, the sole resting place where Otyet Semyon Borisovich and Lydia Alexandrovna are united. He chuckled as he pulled the cork, pouring the clear liquor until each glass was full. Will felt a deep, crawling discomfort at the priest's words. What was the right move here? How could he possibly decline without causing offense? Otyet Semyon, Will began, rising to his feet. Your hospitality has been generous, and part of me wishes I could linger to sample your drink and listen further, as your stories have been truly compelling. But you must understand my mind is heavy with worry for my family. I am desperate to find them, and so I believe I need to continue my journey, however much I might prefer to stay. The priest's lips protruded from his dense beard as he frowned, but then he merely shrugged. Very well, go if you must, but you will not leave without first drinking your vodka. Stand with me, take it, and swallow it all at once, just like this. He tossed his own glass back, draining it completely, then heaved his large frame upright, coming uncomfortably close to Will. In the man's plump, grimy fingers, the offered glass looked absurdly small, yet it was filled to the very edge with the clear spirit. Will caught the potent aroma of the alcohol, mixed with the stale sweat and old food stains on the cassock, and his stomach turned before the drink even touched his lips. Drink, Will Ivanovich! The priest boomed with a forceful, almost menacing joviality. Will raised the glass and, without hesitation, threw back the burning, oily liquid in one swallow. Immediately, he had to concentrate fiercely to keep from retching. but one more trial awaited him. Semyon Borisovich leaned down from his great height and grasped Will by both shoulders. "My boy," he said, then closed his eyes and began to chant what sounded like a prayer or a psalm. The strong odors of tobacco, alcohol, and sweat washed over Will. The priest was so near that his thick wagging beard brushed against Will's face. Will held his breath. The man's hands shifted behind Will's shoulders, and then Semyon Borisovich was embracing him tightly, planting kisses on his cheeks, right, left, right again. Will felt Balthamus's tiny claws press into his shoulder from beneath the cloak and forced himself to remain still. His head was spinning, his stomach churning, but he didn't flinch. Finally, it ended. The priest stepped back and gave him a slight push. "Go, then," he said. "Go south. Will Ivanovich, go." Will collected his cloak and rucksack, striving to walk a straight line, as he left the priest's dwelling and took the road leading out of the village. For 2 hours he walked, the nausea slowly fading only to be replaced by a dull, throbbing headache. At one point, Balthamos made him pause and placed cool hands on his neck and forehead, easing the pain somewhat. Will silently vowed never to touch vodka again. In the late afternoon, the path widened and emerged from the tall reeds. Ahead, Will saw a town, and beyond it a vast stretch of water so wide it could have been mistaken for an ocean. Even from a distance, it was clear something was wrong. Puffs of smoke bloomed from behind the rooftops, followed seconds later by the deep boom of a cannon. Balthamos, Will said, "You'll need to be a daemon again. Stay close and keep watch for any danger." He moved into the outskirts of the shabby little town, where the buildings listed even more precariously than in the village. High on the walls, well above Will's head, the stains from past flooding were clearly visible. This edge of town seemed deserted, but as he made his way toward the river, the noise grew louder, shouting, screams, and the sharp crackle of rifle fire. Here at last were people, some watching fearfully from upper windows, others leaning anxiously around building corners to glimpse the waterfront, where the metal frames of cranes and derricks and the masts of large vessels rose above the roofs. A sudden explosion shook the walls, and glass shattered from a nearby window. People ducked back, then cautiously peered out again as more cries pierced the smoky air. Will arrived at the street corner and gazed out over the riverfront. As the haze of smoke and dust thinned, he spotted a single corroded ship anchored offshore, holding steady against the current. On the dock, a crowd armed with rifles and pistols swarmed around a large cannon. As he watched, it fired again, a burst of flame, a violent kickback, and a towering plume of water erupted near the vessel. Shielding his eyes, Will squinted. There were shapes moving on the deck, but even knowing what he'd see, he still blinked in disbelief. They weren't people, they were enormous metal figures or creatures encased in heavy armor. Suddenly, a brilliant flower of fire bloomed on the ship's foredeck, drawing cries of panic from the shore. The flame soared into the sky, trailing sparks and smoke as it arced closer, then crashed down near the cannon in a fiery deluge. Men screamed and scattered. Several, engulfed in flames, stumbled to the water's edge and plunged in, swept away by the swift current. Will spotted a man nearby who had the weary look of a schoolteacher. "Do you speak English?" he asked. Yes, I do. What's going on here?" "The bears are attacking. We're trying to fight them off, but it's hopeless. We only have the one gun." And another torrent of blazing pitch erupted from the ship's fire thrower, landing even closer to the cannon this time. 3 quick explosions followed. The ammunition had been hit, and the gunners scrambled back as the barrel sagged downward. "It's no use," the man groaned. "They can't fire now." The commander of the vessel swung its bow toward shore. A fresh wave of despair swept through the crowd, especially when another great bulb of flame ignited on the foredeck. A few riflemen took scattered shots before turning to run. But this time the bears held their fire. Soon the ship turned broadside to the wharf, engines churning hard to resist the pull of the river. 2 human sailors, not bears, leapt down to secure ropes to the bollards, drawing furious shouts of "traitor" from the townspeople. Ignoring the insults, the sailors lowered a gangplank. Just as they turned to go back, a shot rang out from near Will, and one sailor fell. His daemon, a A seagull flickered out of existence like a snuffed candle. The bear's response was instant and terrifying. The fire thrower was relit and swung toward shore, unleashing a torrent of flame that spilled over the rooftops in 100 fiery rivulets. Then, at the top of the gangway, appeared a bear larger than all the others, a vision of ironclad power. Bullets rattled harmlessly off his armor, whining and clanging without effect. Will turned to the man beside him. "Why are they attacking the town?" "They're after fuel. We've never had dealings with bears before. Now they're leaving their own territory, sailing upriver. Who knows what they'll do next? They're nothing but pirates and thieves." The great bear descended the gangplank, followed by several others so massive the ship listed under their weight. Will saw the men on the wharf had returned to the cannon and were loading a shell into the breach. A sudden, reckless idea took hold. He sprinted out onto the open quay, placing himself directly between the gunners and the advancing bear. "Stop!" he shouted. "Stop fighting! Let me talk to the bear!" A startled hush fell. Everyone froze, stunned by this act of madness. The bear himself, poised to charge, halted, though every muscle in his powerful frame quivered with fury. His massive claws dug into the ground, and his black eyes burned with rage beneath the iron helmet. "What are you?" he roared in English, his voice like grinding stone. "What do you want?" A ripple of confusion spread through the onlookers, with those who understood translating hurriedly for their neighbors. "I challenge you," Will shouted, his voice cutting through the noise, "to a duel, just you and me. If you yield, the violence ends here." The massive bear remained motionless. The crowd, once they grasped his meaning, erupted in jeers and mocking laughter. But the sound died quickly as Will turned to face them, his expression cold and utterly still, a quiet force that demanded silence. He could feel the faint tremor of the blackbird Balthamus on his shoulder. When the last murmur faded, he called out, "If I make the bear back down, you must agree to sell them the fuel they need. Then they will continue up the river and leave you in peace. You have to promise. Otherwise, they will tear this place apart." He was acutely aware of the enormous creature looming just behind him, but he kept his eyes fixed on the townspeople as they argued and gestured wildly. After a tense moment, a voice shouted from the throng, "Boy, get the bear to agree!" Will turned back, swallowing hard before he spoke. "Bear, you must accept. If you yield to me, the fighting stops. You can purchase your fuel and depart peacefully." A low growl rumbled in response. "Impossible. It would bring dishonor. You are fragile, like a creature without its shell. I cannot engage you." "I understand," said Will, every ounce of his focus now locked onto the ferocious being before him. "It's hardly a fair fight. You're covered in armor, and I have nothing. You could end me with one swipe, so make it fair. Give me one piece of your armor, any piece you choose, your helmet, for instance. Then we'll be more evenly matched, and your honor remains intact." With a snarl that blended hatred, fury, and utter contempt, the bear lifted a great claw and unfastened the chain securing its helmet. A profound hush fell over the entire waterfront. No one spoke or moved. They sensed they were witnessing something unprecedented. The only sounds were the river lapping against the pilings, the distant thrum of the ship's engine, and the lonely cries of seagulls above. Then came a heavy metallic clang as the bear flung its helmet down at Will's feet. Will set down his rucksack and struggled to lift the helmet upright. It was a single dark sheet of battered iron with eye holes at the top and a heavy chain beneath, as long as his forearm and as thick as his thumb. "So this is your protection," he said, his tone shifting to one of deliberate, almost casual skepticism. "Honestly, it doesn't look all that impressive. I'm not sure I can rely on it. Let's have a proper look." He drew the knife from his pack, pressed its edge against the helmet's front, and sheared off a corner, as if it were soft clay. "Just as I suspected," he remarked, and proceeded to slice off another piece and another, reducing the formidable object to a heap of fragments in under a minute. He stood holding a handful of the shards. "That was your armor," he stated, dropping them with a clatter onto the pile. "And this is my knife. Since your helmet proved useless, I'll have to fight without it. Are you prepared, Bear? I'd say we're quite evenly matched now, after all. I could remove your head with a single stroke." A perfect stillness held. The bear's eyes gleamed like pools of tar, and Will felt a cold bead of sweat trace a path down his back. Then the bear's head moved. It shook slowly and took one step backward. "The weapon is too powerful," it said, its voice a low rumble. "I cannot fight against that. You win, boy." Knowing the crowd would erupt in celebration at any second, Will began turning even before the bear finished speaking, raising his voice to preempt the noise. "Now you must honor the agreement. Tend to the wounded and begin repairing the damage." He gave the order for the boat to dock and take on fuel. He understood it would take a moment for his words to be translated and ripple through the gathered crowd, and he also knew this brief pause would keep their pent-up relief and frustration from erupting all at once, much like a network of sandbars disrupts and slows a river's current. The bear observed, comprehending his actions and their purpose, grasping the significance of what the boy had accomplished even more clearly than Will did himself. Will returned the knife to his backpack, and another look passed between them, though this one carried a different weight. As they moved forward, the bears behind them began disassembling their fire-throwing device, and the two other vessels navigated toward the wharf. On the shore, some townspeople started cleaning up the debris, but many others pressed closer, their curiosity fixed on this boy who held such sway over a bear. It was time for Will to fade from notice once more, so he employed the same practiced method that had shielded his mother from prying eyes and kept them both safe for so long. It wasn't magic, of course, merely a way of carrying oneself. He made his movements sluggish, his gaze vacant, and within moments he became less compelling, less worthy of human attention. The onlookers, finding this dull child uninteresting, simply lost interest and turned away. But the bear's perception was not human, and he saw exactly what was transpiring, recognizing it as yet another remarkable ability under Will's control. The bear moved close, his voice a low vibration as deep as the ship's engines. "What is your name?" he asked. "Will Parry. Can you craft another helmet?" "I can. What is it you are searching for?" "You're traveling upriver? I need to go with you. My path leads to the mountains, and this is the fastest route. Will you allow me passage?" "Yes. I wish to examine that knife. I will only show it to a bear I can trust. I have heard of one bear who is honorable. He is the king of the bears and a loyal friend to the girl I am journeying to the mountains to find. Her name is Lyra Silvertongue. The bear is called Eirik Burnison." "I am Eirik Burnison," said the bear. "I know you are," Will replied. The boat was being refueled. Railcars were positioned alongside and tipped, sending a roaring cascade of coal down chutes into the ship's hold, a cloud of black dust rising around them. Unnoticed by the townspeople, who were now occupied with sweeping glass and bargaining over the fuel price, Will followed the Bear King up the gangplank and onto the ship. Chapter 9. Upriver. "Let me see the knife," Eirik Burnison said. "I have an understanding of metal. To a bear, no object of iron or steel holds secrets. But I have never encountered a knife like yours, and I would value a close examination." Will and the Bear King stood on the river steamer's foredeck, bathed in the warm light of the setting sun as the vessel made good speed against the current. There was ample fuel aboard, there was food Will could eat, and the two of them were engaged in a second, more deliberate assessment of one another, the first having already occurred. Will extended the knife, handle first, and Eirik accepted it with surprising delicacy. His opposable thumb claw worked with his forefinger claws, allowing him to handle objects with a skill matching any human. He turned the blade over, studying it intently, angling it to catch the light, testing the steel edge against a piece of scrap metal. "This is the edge you used to cut my armor," he noted. "The other is profoundly strange. I cannot discern its nature, its function, or its making. Yet I desire to understand it. How did you come to possess such a thing?" Will recounted most of the story, omitting only the parts that belonged to him alone. His mother, the man he had killed, his father. "You fought for this and sacrificed 2 fingers?" The bear said, "Show me the injury." Will held out his hand. His father's salve had worked well. The raw wounds were healing cleanly, though they remained sensitive. The bear sniffed at them. "Blood moss," he identified. "And another element I do not recognize." "Where did you get that?" Eirik Burnison asked, taking the knife carefully before handing it back. Will explained, "A dying man gave it to me. He had a horn box of ointment that healed my wound. The witch's magic couldn't touch it. He told me what I must do with the blade." The bear's gaze was steady. "And what was that?" "To fight in Lord Asriel's war," Will said. "But first, I have to find Lyra Silvertongue." "Then we will aid you," Eirik replied, and a surge of relief warmed Will's chest. In the days that followed, Will understood why the bears were journeying so far from their Arctic home. After the cataclysm that shattered the worlds, the ice began to melt, and strange currents stirred the seas. The bears, who relied on the ice and the creatures of the cold waters, faced starvation if they remained. With grim logic, they made a plan. They would travel to the highest mountains, a range that pierced the sky, where snow and ice endured. They would become mountain bears until the world found its balance again. "So you're not heading to battle?" Will wondered aloud. Eirik rumbled. "Our old foes vanished with the seals. If new enemies arise, we know how to fight. But if a greater war comes, we will stand with whoever benefits the bears. What else? Still, I hold regard for a few humans." There was a balloonist, now gone. The witch Serafina Pekala, and the child Lyra. "My first duty is to my kind. My second is to help Lyra, or honor Serafina, or avenge my friend Lee Scoresby. That is why I will help you free her from that wretched woman Coulter." Ioric described how he and a band of bears had swum to a river mouth, paid for this ship with gold, and hired its crew. They used the melting Arctic to their advantage, letting the river carry them inland, toward the very mountains they sought, and, as fate would have it, toward Lyra's prison. The coincidence felt like a quiet gift. As the boat steamed south, Will spent his days resting on deck, rebuilding his exhausted strength. The landscape shifted around them. The endless steppe yielded to rolling hills, then to rugged gorges and rushing waterfalls. He made polite conversation with the crew, but without Lyra's natural charm, the exchanges felt strained. The sailors, preoccupied with their pay and uneasy around the bears, showed little interest in him. They were a superstitious lot, wary of his strange shifting daemon that seemed to vanish and reappear like a witch's spirit. They left him alone, which suited Will Fine Balthamos, wrapped in his own sorrow, stayed quiet for the most part. Sometimes his grief grew too heavy, and he would soar into the clouds, searching for some fragment of light, or a familiar wind that might remind him of Baruch. At night, in the darkness of Will's cabin, Balthamos spoke only to mark their progress toward the cave and the valley ahead. He never asked for comfort, though if he had, Will would have offered it freely. He grew increasingly brief and distant, though he never resorted to mockery. That promise at least was kept. Iorek, meanwhile, fixated on the knife with an intensity that bordered on reverence. For hours he studied it, testing each edge, bending the blade gently, holding it up to catch the light. He touched it with his tongue, inhaled its scent, and even listened to the whisper of air moving across its surface. Will felt no anxiety about the weapon. Iorek's movements, for all their power, were precise and careful, the mark of a master artisan. Nor did he worry for the bear himself, seeing the extraordinary control in those massive paws. At last, Eirik approached this second edge. He said, "It does something you have not explained. What is its purpose, and how is it awakened?" "I can't demonstrate here," Will replied. "The boat is moving. Once we stop, I'll show you." "I can picture it in my mind," the bear rumbled, "but I cannot grasp what I am seeing. It is the most peculiar object I have ever encountered." He returned the knife to Will, fixing him with a deep, unblinking stare from eyes as black as polished stone. By then, the river had changed color, mingling with the first murky floodwaters surging down from the Arctic. The upheavals had scarred the land unevenly. Village after village stood drowned to the rooftops, and displaced families scrambled in rowboats and canoes, salvaging what little they could. Here, the earth seemed to have sunk slightly, widening the river and slowing its current, so the skipper struggled to find a true path through the broad, silt-clouded channels. The air grew hotter, the sun climbed higher, and the bears began to suffer in the unfamiliar warmth. Some took to swimming alongside the steamer, tasting waters that reminded them of home in this strange, flooded country. But eventually the river narrowed and deepened once more, and ahead the mountains of the great Central Asian plateau began to rise against the sky. One morning, Will spotted a faint white line on the horizon. It grew steadily, resolving into distinct peaks, ridges, and shadowed passes, so immense they seemed deceptively close, as if only a few miles away. In truth, they were still far off. It was their sheer scale that created the illusion. With every hour, the mountains loomed larger, more impossibly high. Most of the bears had never seen true mountains, knowing only the coastal cliffs of their Svalbard home. They fell into a hushed awe, gazing up at those colossal ramparts still so distant. "What will we hunt there?" Eirik Bernison, one bear asked. "Are there seals in the mountains? How will we live?" "There is snow and ice," the king replied. "We will be comfortable, and the high places hold wild creatures in abundance. Our lives will change for a time. But we will survive, and when the world rights itself and the Arctic freezes again, we will be alive to return and reclaim it. Had we stayed, we would have starved. Prepare yourselves for strangeness and new ways, my bears." In time, the steamer could go no farther. Here the riverbed narrowed and grew shallow, even with the northern floodwaters swelling its banks. The captain brought the vessel to a stop in a valley that should have been a meadow bright with wildflowers, where the river would have curled over gravel beds. Now it was a broad, still lake, and the captain insisted he dared not venture beyond. Just past this point, he explained, there would not be enough water beneath the keel. They nudged up to a rocky outcrop that formed a natural jetty and began to disembark. "Where are we now?" Will asked the captain, whose English was broken. The man produced a frayed old map and tapped a valley with his pipe stem. "Here, valley. We hear you go. Take." "Thank you," Will said, wondering if he should offer payment, but the captain had already turned to oversee the unloading. Before long, all 30 bears and their heavy armor stood crowded on the narrow shore. The captain barked a command, and the ship groaned as it swung heavily into the current, pushing out toward the center of the river. A long blast from its whistle reverberated through the canyon walls. Will perched on a sun-warmed stone, studying his map. Based on the shaman's account, he believed Lyra was being held in a valley to the southeast. The route he'd traced led through a mountain pass named Sungchen. Eirik Bernison turned to the gathered bears, his voice a low rumble. "Remember this ground. When our time comes to return north, we will meet here again. Now go hunt and live in peace. We are not here for battle, but if danger rises, I will summon you." Bears were naturally solitary, gathering only for war or great need. Now, with the scent of snow on the wind, each was eager to wander alone into the wild. "Come, Will," said Eirik. "We go to find Lyra." Shouldering his pack, Will fell into step beside the bear. The early part of the trek was pleasant. Sunlight filtered through tall pines and thick rhododendrons, softening the heat, and the air tasted crisp and clean. Though the path was stony, it was cushioned by moss and fallen needles, and the inclines remained gentle. Will felt a surge of energy with each stride. The days of forced rest on the boat had secretly restored his strength. When he'd first met Eirik, he'd been nearly spent, though he hadn't realized it. The bear had known immediately. Once they were alone, Will demonstrated the knife's other edge. He sliced an opening into a world where a rainforest simmered, heavy with steam, and the perfume of blossoms that spilled into the thin mountain air. Eirik observed intently, touched the edge of the window with a massive paw, and then stepped through into the dripping heat. He stood silently amid the shrieks of monkeys, the chorus of birds and insects, and the constant patter of condensation, a cacophony to Will's ears from outside. When Eirik returned, he watched Will seal the window and then asked to examine the blade again. He peered so closely at the silver edge that Will feared he might cut his eye. After a long inspection, the bear handed it back, saying simply, "I was correct. I could not have fought this." They travelled on with little conversation, a silence that suited them both. Eirik brought down a gazelle, eating his fill and leaving the choicest meat for Will to cook over a fire. Later they neared a village. While Eirik waited hidden in the trees, Will entered and traded a gold coin for rough flatbread, dried fruit, a pair of sturdy yak leather boots, and a sheepskin waistcoat. The nights were growing cold. He also inquired about the Valley of Rainbows. Balthamus, taking the form of a crow to mirror the daemon of the villager, smoothed the exchange, and Will received clear directions, another 3 days' walk. They were getting closer, but they were not the only ones on the move. Far away, Lord Asriel's force, a squadron of gyropters and a Zeppelin fuel tanker, had reached the breach between worlds, the tear in the sky above Svalbard. Their journey was still immense, but they flew with little pause, stopping only for essential repairs. Their commander, the Afric King Ogunwe, maintained contact with the basalt fortress twice daily. Aboard his gyropter, a Gallivespian operator used a lodestone communicator, allowing Ogunwe to learn news almost as swiftly as Lord Asriel himself. The reports were troubling. From the shadows, the spy Lady Salmakia had watched as the Church's two most powerful branches, the Consistorial Court of Discipline and the Society of the Work of the Holy Spirit, agreed to set aside their rivalry and combine their knowledge. The Consistorial Court possessed an alethiometrist far more adept and swift than Fra Pavel. Through his skill, they had pinpointed Lyra's exact location and uncovered a critical detail. Lord Asriel had dispatched a rescue team to reach her. Acting without delay, the court secured a fleet of Zeppelins. That very day, a battalion of the Swiss Guard began boarding the silent airships moored by the placid waters of Lake Geneva. Both factions were now acutely aware they were racing toward the same mountain cave. Securing the first arrival offered a tactical edge, but the race was perilously close. Lord Asriel's gyropters boasted greater speed than the court's Zeppelins, but they faced a longer journey and were tethered to the pace of their own Zeppelin tanker for refueling. A grim calculation hung over the mission. Whoever reached Lyra first would then have to battle their way out against the opposing force. This gave the consistorial court a dark advantage. Their objective was not a delicate extraction. They were flying with orders to kill her, a mission requiring far less finesse. Unbeknownst to the president aboard the lead Zeppelin, his vessel carried clandestine passengers. The spies, Chevalier Tialis and Lady Salmakia, had received orders via their lodestone resonator to infiltrate the airship. Their mission was to slip ahead once the Zeppelins reached the valley, find the cave where Lyra was held, and protect her at all costs until King Ogunwe's forces arrived. Her survival was their absolute priority. Smuggling themselves aboard was a feat of daring, complicated by the specialized equipment they carried. Beyond the communication device, their most vital cargo were insect larvae and their sustenance. The creatures that would emerge were akin to dragonflies, but of a sort unseen in Will's or Lyra's world, significantly larger and bred with meticulous care by the Gallivespians, each clan producing distinct varieties. Tialis nurtured larvae that would become robust red and yellow striped hunters with fierce appetites, while Salmakia tended to a future insect of slender electric blue beauty, capable of glowing in the dark and remarkable speed. By carefully dosing the larvae with oil and honey, the spies could control their development, keeping them dormant or hastening their maturation. With roughly 36 hours of flight ahead, depending on the winds, they began the delicate process of hatching, needing the insects ready before landing. Finding a narrow gap behind a bulkhead, the two Gallivespians secured themselves as the Zeppelin was loaded and fueled. Soon, the engines roared to life, vibrating the entire light frame as the ground crew released the lines and the 8 airships ascended into the dark sky. They hid with a skill that, to their kind, would be an insult to compare to vermin, yet was just as effective. From this hideaway they eavesdropped on conversations and maintained hourly contact with Lord Roke on King Ogunwe's gyropter. But there was one shadow they could not illuminate from their perch. The president never spoke of it, and thus they remained ignorant of the assassin, Father Gomez. He had already been granted absolution for the murder he was to commit should the court's mission fail. Father Gomez was out there, moving unseen and untracked, a wild card in this deadly contest. "Yeah," said the red-haired girl in the overgrown garden of the abandoned casino. "We saw her, both me and Paolo. We saw her. She came through here a few days ago," Father Gomez said. "Can you describe her?" She looked hot, the little boy replied. Her face was all sweaty. How old would you guess she was? Maybe 40 or 50, the girl considered. We didn't get a close look, could have been 30, but she was definitely hot, like Paolo said, and she had a huge backpack, way bigger than yours. Paolo whispered something, squinting up at the priest in the bright sun. Yeah, I know, the girl said impatiently, the spectres. She wasn't scared of them at all. Just walked right through the city like they weren't even there. I've never seen a grown-up do that. She acted like she didn't even know about them. Same as you, she added, her eyes challenging him. There is much I do not know, Father Gomez replied calmly. The boy tugged her sleeve and whispered again. Paolo thinks you're here to get the knife back, she told the priest. A chill ran down Father Gomez's spine. He recalled Fra Pavel's testimony before the consistorial court. This must be the very knife. If it is possible, I will, he said. Does the knife originate from here? From the Tower of the Angels, the girl said, pointing toward the square stone tower that shimmered above the rooftops in the midday heat. The boy who stole it killed our brother, Tullio. The spectres took him after that. You want to kill that boy? Fine by us. And the girl, she was a liar just as bad as he was. There was a girl involved, the priest asked, trying to sound only mildly curious. Filthy liar, the red-haired child spat. We almost got them both, but then these women showed up flying through the air. Witches, Paolo cut in. Witches. We couldn't fight them. They took the boy and girl away. Don't know where, but the woman she came later. We figured maybe she had some kind of special knife to keep the spectres off. Maybe you've got one too, she finished, staring him down defiantly. I carry no knife, said Father Gomez. But I am on a sacred mission. Perhaps that is what shields me from these spectres. Maybe, the girl shrugged. Anyway, if you're looking for her, she went south toward the mountains. Don't know exactly where, but ask around, anyone would remember if she passed by. There's never been anyone like her in Cittàgazze before. She'll stand out. Thank you, Angelica, said the priest. Bless you both. He hoisted his pack, left the garden, and started through the still baking streets, a quiet satisfaction settling over him. After 3 days traveling with the wheeled beings, Mary Malone had learned more about them, and they in turn had learned much about her. That first morning they carried her for about an hour along the ancient basalt road to a riverside settlement, and the trip was far from comfortable, with nothing to grip. The creature's hard back made every jolt felt. They moved at a frightening speed, but the rhythmic thunder of their wheels on the stone and the steady beat of their scudding feet filled her with a wild exhilaration that helped her ignore the ache. During the ride, she began to understand their form better. Like the grazers she had seen, their skeletons were built on a diamond-shaped frame with a limb at each point. Eons ago, some ancestral line must have evolved this design and found it worked brilliantly, not unlike how creatures in her own world's distant past developed a central spine. The basalt highway began to slope downward, and soon the incline grew steeper, allowing the creatures to simply freewheel. They folded their side legs up and steered by leaning, hurtling along at a pace that terrified Mary, though she had to admit her mount never once felt unsteady. If only she'd had something to hold on to, she might have actually enjoyed the ride. At the base of the long sloping hill stood a grove of towering trees, with a winding river cutting through the flat, grassy plain. In the distance, Mary caught a shimmer that hinted at a larger body of water, but her attention was fixed on the settlement the beings were heading toward along the riverbank, a sight that ignited her curiosity. A rough circle of 20 or 30 huts came into view. Their walls, a combination of wooden beams and a clay-like plaster, topped with thick thatched roofs. More of the wheeled beings were busy at various tasks, some mending a roof, others hauling a fishing net from the river, and a few gathering kindling for a fire. So they possessed language, they controlled fire, and they lived in a community. It was in that moment that a shift occurred in her perception. The term creatures faded, replaced by people. They were not human, yet they were undeniably people, she realized. A part of us, not them. As they drew nearer, villagers noticed the approaching group and called out to one another. The traveling party slowed to a stop, and Mary climbed down stiffly, already anticipating the soreness to come. Thank you, she said to her. To her what? Her mount, her vehicle. Both terms felt utterly inadequate for the bright-eyed, gentle being beside her. She settled on friend. In response, he raised his trunk and mimicked her words. "Onku," he said, and once again they shared a moment of cheerful laughter. She retrieved her backpack from the other being, who echoed, "Onku, Anku," and walked with them off the rough basalt path onto the firm, packed earth of the village. And so her deep immersion began. Over the following days, she learned so much, so quickly, that she felt like a child again, overwhelmed by a flood of new information. To her surprise, the wheeled people seemed just as fascinated by her. They were particularly captivated by her hands. Their slender, sensitive trunks explored every joint, tracing her thumbs, knuckles, and fingernails with gentle curiosity, and they watched in awe as she used her hands to carry her pack, eat, scratch and itch, comb her hair, and wash. In return, they allowed her to examine their trunks. These appendages were remarkably flexible, about the length of her arm, thicker at the base, and clearly strong enough to be formidable. The two finger-like tips could exert tremendous force or extreme gentleness. They could adjust the texture of the skin on their undersides from a soft, velvety feel to a firm, almost wooden solidity. This versatility let them perform delicate tasks like milking one of the grazing animals or the tougher work of tearing and shaping branches. Gradually, Mary noticed their trunks also played a role in communication. A specific trunk movement would alter the meaning of a spoken sound. For instance, the sound resembling chew meant water when paired with a left-to-right sweep, rain when the tip curled upward, sadness when it curled under, and young grass shoots with a quick flick to the left. As soon as she grasped this, Mary tried to mimic the gestures, moving her arm as best she could. When the beings realized she was attempting to speak with them, their delight was palpable and radiant. Once they began to communicate in earnest, mostly in the wheeled people's language, though she managed to teach them a few English words like anku, grass, tree, sky, river, and with some effort her own name, their progress accelerated. Their word for their kind as a whole was mulefa, while an individual was a zalif. Mary sensed a subtle distinction between the sounds for a male zalif and a female zalif, but it was too nuanced for her to easily reproduce. She started documenting everything, carefully compiling notes for a dictionary before she allowed herself to become fully immersed. Mary retrieved her worn paperback and the bundle of yarrow stalks. She posed a question to the I Ching. Was this the right place for her, or should she continue her journey elsewhere? The answer arrived clearly. In stillness, restlessness fades. Beyond the noise, one sees the great patterns. It continued, as a mountain remains unmoving at its core, so the wise person does not let their desires wander beyond what is present. The message was unmistakable. She carefully put the stalks away and closed the book, only then noticing a quiet circle of observers had gathered around her. One creature communicated, "Query? Consent?" "Interested," she responded. "Yes, see." With remarkable gentleness, their trunks moved, mimicking her counting ritual with the stalks or carefully turning the book's pages. They were particularly fascinated by the duality of her hands, how she could hold the book and turn pages simultaneously. They delighted in watching her interlace her fingers, or perform the old children's rhyme about the church and the steeple, or make the repeated thumb-to-forefinger gesture that at that very moment in another world, Amma was using as a ward against dark spirits. After their inspection, they neatly wrapped the stalks in the cloth, placed them with the book into her backpack, and she felt a wave of contentment. The ancient wisdom reassured her that her deepest wish aligned perfectly with what she ought to do. With a lightened spirit, she turned her attention to understanding the mulefa. She discovered they existed in two genders and formed lifelong pair bonds. Their young experienced extended childhoods, growing slowly over at least a decade, as best she could interpret. 5 youngsters lived in this community, one nearly mature and the others at various stages. Being smaller, they could not yet manage the seed pod wheels and moved awkwardly on all fours like the grazers. Despite their playful energy, darting near Mary, then scampering off, attempting to climb trees, splashing in shallow water, they seemed ungainly, out of their true element. The adult's startling speed and grace only highlighted how much a child must yearn for the day the wheels would fit. She once saw the eldest youngster sneak to the storehouse, try to fit a claw into a pod's center, and immediately tumble over, trapped. The commotion drew a parent. The child struggled free with anxious squeaks and scurried away, leaving Mary to chuckle at the scene of indignant adult and guilty offspring. It was a moment of pure, universal comedy that made her feel unexpectedly at home. The seed pod wheels were evidently central to their existence. The Mulefa dedicated significant time to wheel maintenance, skillfully extracting their claws to inspect, clean, and check for flaws. The claw itself was a formidable structure, a curved spur of horn or bone, strongest at its central curve, which bore the weight inside the wheel's hole. One day, Mary watched a Zalif meticulously examine the hole in her front wheel, her trunk moving through the air as if tasting the scent. Remembering the slick oil on her fingers from her first encounter with a pod, Mary, with permission, examined the Zalif's claw. Its surface was more flawlessly smooth than anything she had ever touched. Her fingers simply slid off, unable to gain any purchase. This wasn't just technology. It was a perfect living symbiosis, and it filled her with a sense of awe for the intricate world she was now part of. The entire claw was saturated with the faintly fragrant oil, and after watching many villagers test and inspect the condition of their wheels and claws, Mary began to question which had truly come first, the wheel or the claw, the rider or the tree. Of course, there was a third essential component, geology. Wheels could only be useful on a world that offered natural highways. Something in the mineral composition of these stone roads allowed them to ribbon across the immense savanna, resisting weather and cracks with remarkable durability. Gradually, Mary understood how everything was interconnected, all seemingly overseen by the Mulefa. They knew the position of every grazer herd, every stand of wheel trees, every patch of sweet grass, and they recognized each individual animal and every single tree, discussing their health and their futures. Once, she witnessed the Mulefa cull a herd, selecting certain grazers and guiding them apart before ending their lives with a swift, powerful twist of a trunk. Nothing was wasted. Grasping flakes of razor-sharp stone, they skinned and gutted the animals in minutes, then began a skilled butchery, separating organs from tender meat and tougher joints, trimming fat, removing horns and hooves, working with such efficiency that Mary watched with pure admiration. Soon, strips of meat dried in the sun, while other portions were packed in salt and wrapped in leaves. The skins were scraped clean of fat, which was saved, then soaked in pits of water filled with oak bark to tan. The oldest child played with a set of horns, pretending to be a grazer and making the others laugh. That evening, fresh meat was served, and Mary enjoyed a hearty feast. In the same manner, the Mulefa knew where to find the best fish and precisely when and where to set their nets. Wanting to contribute, Mary went to the net makers and offered assistance. Seeing how they worked in pairs, trunks moving together to tie each knot, she realized why her hands had astonished them. She could tie knots alone. At first, this felt like an advantage, a sign of independence, but then she saw how it isolated her. Maybe all humans were like that. From then on, she used one hand to knot the fibers, working alongside a female Zalif who had become a close friend, their fingers and trunk weaving in and out together. Yet, of all the living things the wheeled people tended, the seed pod trees received the most diligent care. Several groves fell within this group's territory, with others farther away managed by different communities. Each day, a party checked on the mighty trees and harvested any fallen seed pods. The benefit to the Mulefa was clear, but what did the trees gain? One day she saw, riding with the group, a loud crack sounded, and everyone halted, gathering around an individual whose wheel had split. Since each group carried spares, the Zalif was soon remounted, but the broken wheel was carefully wrapped in cloth and taken back. There they prized it open, removing all the seeds, flat, pale ovals the size of Mary's little fingernail, and examined each one meticulously. They explained that the seed pods required the constant pounding on the hard roads to crack at all, and that the seeds were stubborn to germinate. Without the Mulefa's attention, the trees would perish. Each species relied on the other, and it was the oil, after all, that made the entire partnership possible. It was difficult to grasp, but the Mulefa appeared to believe that the oil formed the very core of their consciousness and emotion. They explained that the young lacked the wisdom of their elders because they could not yet use the wheels, and therefore could not absorb the oil through their claws. It was then that Mary started to perceive a link between the Mulefa and the question that had consumed her life for years. Before she could explore this further, and conversations with the Mulefa were always lengthy and intricate, as they delighted in adding qualifications, explanations, and a wealth of illustrative examples. As if every piece of knowledge they ever possessed was instantly accessible, the peace of the settlement was shattered by an attack. Mary, perched on a hut roof she was helping to repair, was the first to spot the approaching threat, though she did not recognize what they were. The Mulefa built only single-story structures, being poor climbers, but Mary enjoyed working above the ground. She had become adept at laying and tying thatch, far quicker with her two hands than they were once they had shown her the method. So there she was, braced against the rafters in the afternoon heat, cooled by a breeze from the water, catching bundles of reeds, when a flash of white in the distance caught her eye. She shaded her gaze and saw one, then two, then many more, a fleet of tall, graceful white sails emerging from the heat haze where she thought the sea glimmered, moving with silent purpose toward the mouth of the river. "Mary," called the Zalif from below. "What do you see?" She lacked the words for sail or boat, so she called down, "Tall white, many." Instantly the Zalif sounded an alarm. Every Mulefa within hearing stopped work and sped toward the settlement center, calling for the young. Within moments, the entire community was ready to flee. Her friend Atul cried out, "Mary, Mary, come, Tualapi, Tualapi!" It had all unfolded so fast that Mary was nearly motionless. The white sails had already entered the river, tacking swiftly against the current, with a discipline that impressed her, their movements synchronized like a flock of birds changing direction as one. They were breathtakingly beautiful, those slender snow-white sails bending and filling with the wind. But then she realized with a jolt that there were no crews visible on board, and they were not boats at all. They were enormous birds, their majestic wings held upright like sails, flexed and trimmed by the power of their own muscles. There was no time to stare. They had already reached the bank and were clambering out. They had long, swan-like necks and beaks as long as her forearm. Their wings stood twice her height. Now frightened, she glanced over her shoulder as she ran. They had powerful legs, which explained their speed on the water. She sprinted after the stream of Mulefa fleeing onto the highway. Atal was waiting for her, and as Mary scrambled onto her back, Atal beat the hard road with her feet, speeding up the slope after the others. The birds, slower on land, soon abandoned the chase and turned back to ravage the settlement. With snarls and growls, they tore open the food stores, tossing their cruel beaks high as they gulped down dried meat, preserved fruit and grain. Everything edible vanished in under a minute. Then the Tualapi found the wheel store. They tried furiously to smash open the great seed pods, but this task, thankfully, was beyond them. Mary sensed the alarm in her friends as they watched from the low hill's crest. Pod after pod was hurled down, kicked and scraped by the claws on those powerful legs, though of course the wheels themselves weren't harmed. What truly frightened the Mulefa was seeing several pods shoved toward the river, where they bobbed heavily and drifted downstream toward the sea. Then the enormous snow-white birds began demolishing everything in sight, with brutal raking kicks and vicious stabs and shakes of their beaks. Around her, the Mulefa murmured a low, sorrowful crooning. "I'll help," Mary whispered. "We can rebuild." But the filthy creatures weren't done. Holding their beautiful wings high, they squatted right in the wreckage and emptied their bowels. The stench drifted up the slope. Heaps and puddles of green-black dung now lay among the shattered beams and scattered thatch. With an awkward, swaggering stride, the birds then returned to the water and sailed away downstream. Only when the last white wing had melted into the afternoon haze did the Mulefa venture back down the highway. Their hearts were heavy with sorrow and anger, but above all they were desperately worried about the seed pod store. Out of 15 pods that had been there, only 2 remained. The rest were gone, pushed into the current and lost. Yet Mary spotted a sandbank around the river's next bend and thought she saw a wheel caught there. To the Mulefa's shock and concern, she stripped off her clothes, tied a length of cord around her waist, and swam across. On the sandbank, she found not one but 5 of the precious wheels. Threading the cord through their softening centers, she swam back, pulling them behind her. The Mulefa overflowed with gratitude. They never entered the water themselves, only fished from the bank, careful to keep their feet and wheels dry. For the first time, Mary felt she had truly done something useful for them. That night, after a meager meal of sweet roots, they explained why the wheels mattered so much. There was once a time when seed pods were plentiful, when the world felt rich and full of life, and the Mulefa lived alongside their trees in unending joy. But something bad had happened long ago. A kind of virtue had drained from the world, because despite all the love and care the Mulefa could give, the wheelpod trees were dying. Amma climbed the path to the cave, bread and milk in her pack, a weight of confusion in her chest. How in the world would she ever reach the sleeping girl? She stopped at the rock where the woman had told her to leave the food, set it down, but didn't turn for home. Instead, she climbed a little farther past the cave and through the thick rhododendrons, up to where the trees thinned and the rainbows began. There she and her daemon played their favorite game. They clambered over wet rock shelves and around the little green-white cataracts, past whirlpools and through spray tinted with spectrum colors, until her hair and eyelids and his squirrel fur were beaded with 1,000,000 tiny droplets. The rule was to reach the top without wiping your eyes, no matter how strong the temptation. Soon the sunlight splintered into red, yellow, green, blue, every color imaginable, but she mustn't brush her hand across to see clearer until she reached the very top, or the game would be lost. Kulang, her daemon, leaped to a rock near the waterfall's crest, and she expected him to turn at once to check she hadn't wiped her eyes. Except he didn't. He clung there, utterly still, gazing ahead. Amma wiped her eyes. The game was over, cancelled by the surprise radiating from her daemon as she hauled herself up to peer over the ledge. Her breath caught, and she froze. Staring back at her was a creature beyond anything she had ever imagined. A bear, yet colossal and terrifying, dwarfing the brown bears of the forest by 4 times over. Its fur was the color of ivory, with a stark black nose, dark eyes and claws as long as daggers. It was mere inches away. She could distinguish each individual hair on its massive head. "Who's there?" came a boy's voice. Though Amma didn't understand the words, the meaning was clear. A moment later, the boy appeared beside the bear, his expression fierce, with a furrowed brow and a stubborn set to his jaw. Beside him was a daemon in the shape of a bird, but like no bird she had ever seen. It flew to Kulang and communicated briefly, "Friends, we mean no harm." The great white bear remained utterly motionless. "Come up," the boy said, and again her daemon conveyed the sense. Watching the bear with a mix of dread and wonder, Amma scrambled up beside the cascading water and stood nervously on the wet rocks. Kulang transformed into a butterfly, alighting briefly on her cheek before fluttering toward the other daemon, who perched calmly on the boy's hand. "Will," the boy said, pointing to himself. "Amma," she replied softly. Now that she could see him clearly, the boy frightened her almost more than the bear did. He bore a gruesome wound, with 2 fingers missing. The sight made her head swim. The bear turned and lumbered along the milky stream, settling into the water as if to cool itself. The boy's daemon took flight, dancing with Kulang among the spray-borne rainbows, and slowly, haltingly, they began to bridge the gap between their languages. And what of all things were they searching for but a cave where a girl lay sleeping? The words spilled from Amma in an eager rush. "I know where it is. A woman claims to be her mother, keeps her asleep with a potion, but what mother would be so cruel? I have herbs that could wake her, if only I could reach her." Will could only shake his head, waiting for Balthamus to translate, a process that stretched for a long, tense minute. "Iorek," he called out. The bear heaved himself along the stream bed, licking his chops. He had just swallowed a fish whole. "Iorek," Will repeated. "She says she knows where Lyra is. I'll go with her to look. You stay here and keep watch." Iorek Burnison, solid as a boulder in the flowing water, gave a slow, silent nod. Will hid his pack and fastened the knife at his belt before climbing down through the mist and rainbows with Amma. The air was thick with an icy spray, forcing him to wipe his eyes and squint to find secure footing. At the base of the falls, Amma signaled for caution and silence. Will followed her down the slope, moving between moss-covered rocks and the twisted trunks of ancient pines where dappled light painted everything in vivid green, and the air hummed with the scrape and song of countless insects. Down they went, deeper into the valley, the sunlight stubbornly filtering through the canopy above, while the branches swayed endlessly against the bright sky. Then Amma stopped. Will slipped behind the broad trunk of a cedar and followed her pointing finger. Through a lattice of leaves and branches, he saw the face of a cliff rising to their right, and partway up. "Mrs. Coulter," he breathed, his heart hammering against his ribs. The woman stepped out from behind a rock, shaking out a branch heavy with leaves before dropping it and brushing off her hands. Had she been sweeping, her sleeves were rolled up, her hair tied back with a scarf, a disturbingly ordinary sight. But then a flash of gold, and that spiteful monkey demon sprang to her shoulder. As if sensing a disturbance, they both scanned their surroundings, and in that instant, any semblance of domesticity vanished from Mrs. Coulter's demeanor. Amma whispered urgently, her fear palpable. She was terrified of that golden monkey who was known to tear the wings from living bats for sport. Will asked, "Is she alone? No guards or anything like that?" Amma wasn't sure. She'd never actually seen soldiers, but there were whispers about eerie figures, maybe men, maybe spirits, spotted on the mountain slopes after dark. Of course, everyone knew ghosts had haunted these peaks forever, so they might have nothing to do with the woman at all. Well, Will decided, if Lyra's in that cave and Mrs. Coulter stays put, I'll have to go up there myself. He pressed, "Tell me about this drug. What exactly do you have to do to wake her?" Amma explained the process. "And where is it now?" "Hidden at her home," she said. "Fine, stay here and keep your distance. When you see her, act like you've never met me or the bear. When do you take her food next?" Just before sunset, her demon replied, "Bring the medicine then," Will instructed. "I'll meet you right here." She watched him start up the path with a knot of anxiety in her stomach. Could he really be ignoring her warning about the monkey demon? He moved ahead anyway, almost defiantly. Truthfully, Will's nerves were stretched thin, every sense felt sharpened. He noticed the dust motes swirling in sunbeams, the whisper of each leaf, the slow drift of clouds overhead, even as his gaze remained fixed on the dark opening of the cave. "Balthamos," he murmured, and the angel demon settled on his shoulder as a small, bright-eyed bird with crimson wings. "Stay near, watch that monkey. Then look to your right," Balthamos said curtly. Will saw a patch of golden light at the cave entrance that resolved into a face, a pair of eyes watching them. They were barely 20 paces away. He froze. The golden monkey glanced back into the cave, seemed to speak, then turned to face them again. Will's hand found the knife at his belt. He walked on. When he reached the cave, the woman was waiting. She sat relaxed in a simple canvas chair, a book open on her lap, observing him with a calm, almost amused expression. She wore practical khaki traveling clothes, yet the cut was so fine, and her posture so poised that they might have been haute couture. A sprig of red blossom pinned to her shirt shone like an elegant jewel. Her hair glinted in the light, her dark eyes sparkled, and her bare legs caught the sun with a golden gleam. She smiled. Will almost smiled back. The warmth and gentleness in her expression were so unfamiliar, so disarmingly sweet that it threw him off balance. "You're Will," she said, her voice a low, captivating murmur. "How do you know my name?" he demanded, his tone rough. Lyra murmurs it in her sleep. "Where is she?" "Safe. I need to see her." "Then come," she said, rising and letting the book fall onto the chair. For the first time since entering, Will looked directly at the monkey demon. Its fur was long and luminous, each strand like spun gold, finer than any human hair, while its little face and hands were pitch black. Will remembered that face twisted with fury, the night he and Lyra had reclaimed the alethiometer from Sir Charles Latram back in Oxford. The creature had snapped and clawed until Will slashed the knife through the air, forcing it back so he could shut the window, sealing them away in another world. Nothing now would make him turn his back on that monkey. But Balthamos, watchful in his bird form, kept close. Will stepped carefully across the uneven cave floor and followed Mrs. Coulter to where a small figure lay motionless in the shadows. And there she was, his dearest friend, deep in sleep. She looked so slight, so peaceful. It was startling how Lyra's usual force and fiery spirit could soften into something so quiet and gentle when she slept. At her throat, Pantalaimon rested in his polecat shape, fur gleaming, while Lyra's hair lay damp across her forehead. Will knelt beside her and gently brushed the hair back. Her skin was fever-warm from the edge of his vision. Will noticed the golden monkey tensing, ready to leap. His hand moved instinctively toward the knife at his side, but a subtle shake of Mrs. Coulter's head made the creature settle back. While appearing merely attentive, Will was committing every detail of the cavern to memory, the jagged outline of each stone, the gentle incline of the floor, the precise clearance above the sleeping girl. Navigating this space in total darkness would be necessary later, and this was his only opportunity to study it in the light. "As you can see, she is perfectly secure," Mrs. Coulter remarked. "Then why hold her here, and why keep her unconscious? Let's sit for a moment." She bypassed the lone chair and instead joined him on the mossy rocks near the cave's mouth. Her tone was gentle, her eyes brimming with a sorrowful wisdom, yet this only sharpened Will's suspicion. He sensed falsehood in every word, a hidden menace behind each gesture, and a veneer of dishonesty in her smiles. Fine, he decided. He would play the same game. He'd make her believe he was no threat. After all, he'd managed to fool every teacher, police officer, social worker, and curious neighbor who'd ever pried into his life. In a way, his whole childhood had been a rehearsal for this very moment. "All right, then," he thought. "I can handle you. Would you care for a drink?" Mrs. Coulter asked. "I'll have some as well. It's perfectly safe, Watch." She sliced open a shriveled brownish fruit, squeezing its hazy juice into 2 small cups. After taking a sip from one, she offered the other to Will. He tasted it and found it cool and pleasantly sweet. "How did you manage to find this place?" she inquired. "It wasn't difficult to track you." "So it seems. Do you have Lyra's alethiometer?" "Yes," he replied, leaving her to guess whether he could interpret it. "And I understand you possess a special knife. Sir Charles told you that, I suppose." "Sir Charles? Oh, you mean Carlo?" "Yes, he mentioned it. It sounds extraordinary. Might I see it?" "No, you may not," he said flatly. "Why are you holding Lyra here?" "Because I love her," she answered. "I am her mother. She is in terrible peril, and I will not allow any harm to come to her." "Peril from what?" Will pressed. "Well," she began, setting her cup down on the ground. She leaned forward, her hair falling like a curtain on either side of her face. When she straightened, tucking the strands behind her ears with both hands, a mingled scent of perfume and clean skin reached Will, unsettling him momentarily. If Mrs. Coulter noticed his reaction, she gave no sign. She continued, "Listen, Will, I don't know how you met my daughter, nor what you already understand, and I certainly cannot say if I should trust you, but honestly, I am weary of lying. So here is the truth. I discovered that my daughter is threatened by the very organization I once served, the church. To be blunt, I believe they intend to kill her. That left me in a terrible bind, you see, obey the church or save my child. And I was a devoted servant, truly. No one was more fervent. I dedicated my life to it. I served with absolute passion. But I had this daughter." She paused, a flicker of what might have been regret crossing her features. "I know I failed her when she was little. She was taken from me and raised by others. Perhaps that made it difficult for her to ever rely on me. Yet as she grew older, I saw the danger surrounding her, and 3 separate times I have tried to rescue her. I've had to become a fugitive, hiding in this isolated spot, and I thought we were finally safe. But now, knowing you found us so easily, well, you can imagine how that alarms me. The church cannot be far behind, and they want her dead, Will. They will not permit her to live. But why? What makes them hate her so much? Because of what they believe she is destined to do. I don't know what that is. I wish I did, for then I could protect her even better. All I know is their hatred for her is absolute, and they show no mercy, none at all. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to an urgent, confidential whisper. "Why am I telling you all this?" she murmured. "Can I possibly trust you? I think I must. There is no escape left for me, nowhere left to run. If you are a friend to Lyra, perhaps you could be a friend to me as well. I am in desperate need of allies, of any assistance I can find. Every force seems aligned against me now. The church will not hesitate to destroy me, just as they seek to destroy Lyra, should they ever locate us. I am utterly alone, Will, isolated in this mountain cave with my daughter, while the combined powers of countless worlds hunt for our trail. And now you arrive, demonstrating with such ease how simple it is to find our hiding place. So tell me, what will you do? What is it you want from us? Why is she kept asleep? Will countered, deliberately sidestepping her questions. Because if I were to wake her, she would flee immediately. She would not survive a week out there on her own. Then why not explain the danger to her? Give her the choice. Do you honestly believe she would listen? Even if she heard the words, do you think she would trust them? She does not trust me, Will. You must understand that. She despises me. I find this difficult to say. I love her so profoundly that I have surrendered everything, a distinguished career, profound happiness, status, wealth, all of it. I live in this desolate cave, sustaining myself on stale bread and bitter berries solely to preserve my daughter's life. If maintaining that life requires her to remain asleep, then that is the price I will pay. I must keep her alive. Would your own mother not do the same for you? A surge of shock and anger struck Will at her audacity in invoking his mother to bolster her case. This initial reaction was swiftly muddied by the painful recollection that his mother, in truth, had not been his protector. He had been forced to protect her. Did Mrs. Coulter possess a greater love for Lyra than Elaine Parry had for him? The comparison felt unjust. His mother was unwell. Either Mrs. Coulter was oblivious to the turmoil her simple question had unleashed, or she was diabolically cunning. Her lovely eyes observed him with a gentle calm as he flushed and shifted his weight, and for a fleeting moment her resemblance to Lyra was startling. "But what is your intention?" she pressed. "I have seen Lyra," Will stated. "She is alive, that much is clear, and I suppose she is safe. That was my only purpose in coming. Having accomplished it, I should return to aid Lord Asriel as I originally intended." This did elicit a flicker of surprise from her, though she quickly subdued it. "I had thought. I believed you might help us," she said, her tone level and inquisitive rather than pleading, with the knife. "I witnessed what you accomplished at Sir Charles's estate. You could secure our safety, could you not? You could help us escape?" "I'm leaving now," Will announced, rising to his feet. She extended her hand. Her gesture conveyed a smile, a subtle shrug, and a nod of acknowledgement, as if to a worthy opponent who had executed a clever move in a chess match. Despite himself, Will felt a grudging admiration for her courage, and he was struck by how she seemed a more intricate, layered, and profound version of Lyra. He could not help but feel a connection. He took her hand, finding its grip firm, its skin cool and soft. She turned toward the golden monkey, who had remained seated behind her throughout their conversation. A silent, indecipherable look passed between them before she turned back to Will with a faint smile. "Goodbye," he said. "Goodbye, Will," she replied softly. He departed the cave, acutely aware of her gaze upon his back, and he did not glance behind him even once. Amma was nowhere to be seen. He retraced his path along the trail until the distant roar of the waterfall reached his ears. "She is lying," Will declared to Irek Burnison half an hour later, the crisp mountain air doing little to cool his frustration. "Without a doubt, she is lying. She would fabricate tales even if it worsened her own situation, simply because she adores deception too much to ever cease." "What is your plan, then?" inquired the great bear. who lay basking in a sunlit patch, his massive belly pressed against a melting bed of snow among the rocks. Will paced back and forth, contemplating whether he could employ the same tactic that had succeeded in Oxford, use the subtle knife to slip into another world, position himself adjacent to where Lyra rested, cut an opening back into this one, pull her through to safety, and seal the window shut. It was the obvious course of action, so why did he hesitate? Balthamos, watching silently from nearby, understood the reason perfectly. In his true angelic form, a shimmering presence like heat rising from sun-baked asphalt, Balthamos spoke. It was unwise to seek her out. Now all you desire is another glimpse of that woman. Irek Burnison released a low, rumbling growl. Will initially thought it a warning, but with a jolt of self-consciousness, he understood the bear was concurring with the angel. The two beings, so fundamentally different in nature, had paid each other little mind until this moment. Yet on this point they were perfectly aligned. Will's expression darkened, for the accusation held truth. Mrs. Coulter had ensnared his thoughts completely. Every reflection led back to her. Considering Lyra, he wondered how much of her mother's formidable nature she might inherit. Thinking of the church, he questioned how many of its clergy were under her sway. Remembering his late father, he pondered whether the man would have despised or been captivated by her. And at the thought of his own mother, his heart seemed to twist in his chest. He moved away, stepping onto a flat outcrop that offered a sweeping view of the entire valley. The crisp, thin air carried distant sounds, the rhythmic tock-tock of an axe, the dull clank of a sheep's bell, the whisper of wind through distant pines. His sharpened sight picked out the finest cracks in the far mountain ridges and the vultures circling miles away over some dying creature. There was no denying it. Balthamos was correct. The woman had bewitched him. It was dangerously seductive to dwell on those captivating eyes, that mellifluous voice, the graceful way she lifted her arms to sweep back her gleaming hair. With a forceful mental wrench, he pulled himself back to the present and discerned a new sound, a faint, persistent drone. He turned, scanning the northern sky from which he and Irek had traveled, and finally pinpointed it. Zeppelins, came the bear's voice, startling Will, who hadn't heard the massive creature approach. Iorek stood beside him, gazing northward, then reared up to his full, imposing height, his focus intense. "How many?" Will asked after a long moment. Iorek replied, 8. Soon Will could see them too, tiny specks in a disciplined line. "Can you tell how long until they arrive?" "They will be here not long after nightfall," Iorek stated, "so we won't have much darkness." "That's unfortunate," Will murmured, a new tension coiling in his stomach as he considered the compressed timeline. "What is your intention?" Iorek inquired. "To cut a window, take Lyra through to another world, and seal it before her mother can follow. The girl Amber has a drug to wake Lyra, but her instructions were unclear. She'll need to enter the cave with us. I don't want to endanger her, though. Perhaps you could provide a diversion for Mrs. Coulter while we act." The bear grunted, a sound of deep contemplation, and closed his eyes. Will looked for the angel and saw his form subtly outlined by droplets of mist, catching the late afternoon light. "Balthamos," he said, "I'm returning to the forest to find a secure spot for the first opening. I need you to keep watch and warn me the instant she approaches her, or that golden monkey daemon of hers." Balthamos gave a solemn nod, shaking the moisture from his translucent wings. Then he ascended into the chill air, gliding silently over the valley, as Will began his search for a world where Lyra could truly be safe. Meanwhile, within the humming, vibrating double hull of the lead Zeppelin, a delicate process was underway. The Lady Salmakia bent over a splitting cocoon, carefully easing the damp, filmy wings of an electric blue dragonfly free. She ensured her face was the first image to imprint upon its multifaceted eyes, soothing its fine-stretched nerves, whispering its name to the brilliant newborn creature, teaching it its own identity. In a few minutes, her companion, the Chevalier Tialis, would perform the same ritual with his own insect. For now, Tialis was fully absorbed in sending a message via the lodestone resonator, his attention fixed on the precise movements of the bow and his fingers. He transmitted, "To Lord Roke, We are 3 hours from the estimated time of arrival at the valley. The air grows colder, and a sense of imminent confrontation sharpens the mind. The consistorial court of discipline planned to dispatch a team to the cave immediately upon landing. This force would split into 2 groups. The primary unit was tasked with storming the cave to eliminate the girl, securing her head as definitive proof. They were also instructed to capture the woman if feasible, but to kill her if necessary. The secondary unit had orders to take the boy alive. The rest of their soldiers would engage King Ogunwe's gyropters, which were expected to arrive shortly after the Zeppelins. In keeping with your directives, Lady Salmakia and I will depart the Zeppelin shortly and fly straight to the cave. There, we will attempt to protect the girl from the first assault unit and hold them off until reinforcements can reach us. We await your instructions. The reply came swiftly, to the Chevalier Tialis. In view of your report, the plan is altered. To avert the worst outcome, the enemy killing the child, you and Lady Salmakia are to assist the boy. While he possesses the knife, he holds the advantage. Should he open a gateway to another world and take the girl through it, allow him to proceed and follow them immediately. Remain at their side without fail. Chevalier Tialis responded, To Lord Roke, your orders are received and understood. The lady and I depart at once. The small spy shut the resonator and collected his gear. From the shadows a whisper came. Tialis, it's hatching. You should come now. He sprang to the strut where his dragonfly was emerging from its cocoon, carefully helping it break free. He stroked its formidable head, lifting the still damp coiled antennae to let the creature familiarize itself with his scent until he had secured its complete obedience. Nearby, Salmakia was already fitting her dragonfly with the ever-present harness, reins of spider silk, titanium stirrups, and a saddle made from hummingbird skin, all astonishingly light. Tialis did the same, fastening the straps around his insect's body, tightening and adjusting them, a harness it would wear for life. He shouldered his pack, then sliced a clean opening in the oiled fabric of the Zeppelin's envelope. Beside him, the lady mounted her dragonfly and urged it through the narrow gap into the buffeting wind. Its long, delicate wings quivered as she squeezed through, then the pure exhilaration of flight took hold and the creature dove into the gale. Moments later, Tialis joined her in the turbulent air, his own mount seeming eager to battle the swiftly encroaching dusk itself. Together they spiraled upward on the icy currents, oriented themselves after a brief moment, and set a course for the valley. As night descended, the situation was this. In his adamant tower, Lord Asriel paced relentlessly, his entire focus locked on the small figure by the lodestone resonator. All other reports were ignored, every faculty bent to the news arriving at the modest stone block under the lamplight. King Ogunwe, seated in his gyropter's cabin, rapidly devised a counter-strategy against the consistorial court's intentions, just relayed to him by the Galavespian spy aboard his own craft. His navigator scribbled calculations on a scrap of paper and handed them to the pilot. Speed was everything. Landing their troops first would be decisive. Though the gyropters were faster than the Zeppelins, they still had considerable distance to cover. Aboard the enemy Zeppelins, soldiers of the Swiss Guard checked their equipment. Their crossbows were lethal at over 500 yards, capable of firing 15 bolts a minute. The spiral fins, crafted from horn, imparted a stabilizing spin, making the weapon as precise as a rifle, and of course utterly silent, a potentially major advantage. All the while, Mrs. Coulter lay awake at the mouth of the cave, a silent sentinel in the gathering dark. The golden monkey paced anxiously, his frustration mounting as the bats had abandoned the cave with nightfall, leaving him nothing to harass. He moved restlessly near Mrs. Coulter's sleeping bag, using a hardened finger to scrape at the occasional glowfly that landed inside the cavern, smearing their faint light across the stone. Lyra lay in a feverish, deep slumber, locked in a drugged oblivion from the potion her mother had forced upon her earlier. A troubling dream had taken hold of her once more, and soft cries of sorrow, anger, and fierce determination trembled in her chest and throat, causing Pantalaimon to gnash his polecat teeth in shared distress. Not far off, along a forest path where pines swayed in the wind, Will and Amber moved cautiously toward the cave. Will had attempted to explain his plan, but Amber's Damon couldn't grasp it, and when he sliced a window to show her, her terror was so intense she nearly collapsed. He had to remain steady and speak softly to keep her close, since she refused to hand over the powder or even explain how to use it. Eventually, he simply told her, "Stay absolutely quiet and follow me," hoping she would obey. Yorick, clad in his armor, lingered nearby, prepared to hold back the soldiers from the Zeppelins and buy Will the time he needed. Unbeknownst to them, Lord Asriel's forces were also approaching. The wind occasionally carried a distant mechanical rattle to Iorek's ears, but while he recognized the sound of Zeppelin engines, the unfamiliar whir of gyropters meant nothing to him. Balthamos might have provided insight, but Will was worried about the angel. Now that they had located Lyra, Balthamos had withdrawn further into his own sorrow, distant, preoccupied, and moody. This, in turn, made communicating with Amma even harder. Pausing on the trail, Will whispered into the air, "Balthamos, are you there?" "Yes," the angel replied flatly. "Balthamos, please stay near me, keep close and alert me to any danger. I need your help." "I haven't left you yet," Balthamos answered. That was all Will could get from him. High above in the turbulent skies, Tialis and Salmakia flew over the valley, struggling to peer down toward the cave. Their dragonflies obeyed commands faithfully, but the cold strained their delicate bodies, and the fierce winds tossed them dangerously about. The riders steered lower, taking refuge among the trees, then darted from branch to branch, orienting themselves in the deepening dark. Will and Ama edged forward in the windy moonlight to the nearest spot still hidden from the cave entrance, a thick-leaved bush just off the path where Will cut an opening in the air. The only world he could locate with matching terrain was a barren, rocky expanse where the moon shone starkly from a star-filled sky onto pale, bone-white ground. Tiny insects scuttled there, their scraping, chittering noises echoing across a vast silence. Amma followed him through, her fingers moving rapidly in warding gestures against the evil spirits she feared haunted this desolate place. Her daemon shifted at once into a lizard and darted over the stones with skittering haste. Will immediately saw a complication. The bright moonlight on the pale rocks would pour through like a beacon once he opened the window into Mrs. Coulter's cave. He would have to act swiftly, open the window, pull Lyra through, and seal it again instantly. They could wake her in this safer world. Standing on the glaring slope, he turned to Amma and said, "We have to be fast and perfectly silent. Not a sound, not even a whisper." She nodded, frightened but understanding. The small packet of powder rested in her breast pocket. She had checked it repeatedly, and she and her demon had practiced the steps so many times she felt certain they could perform them even in utter darkness. They continued their ascent over the pale, skeletal rocks, with Will meticulously judging the distance until he was confident they were positioned deep within the cavern. He then drew the knife and carved a viewing window just large enough to peer through a tiny circle no bigger than if he made an OK sign with his fingers. He pressed his eye to it swiftly to block the moonlight and looked inside. His calculations were perfect. Ahead, he could make out the dark arch of the cave entrance against the night sky, the sleeping form of Mrs. Coulter with her golden daemon curled nearby, and even the monkey's tail draped carelessly over the edge of her sleeping bag. Shifting his angle to look nearer, he spotted the rock behind which Lyra was supposed to be concealed. But she wasn't there. Had he misjudged the distance? He closed the window, stepped back a pace, and opened another. Still no Lyra. "Listen," he whispered to Amma and her demon. "The woman must have moved her, and I can't spot where. I'll need to go through, scout the cave to find her, and cut a way out as soon as I do. So stand clear. Stay back so you aren't accidentally nicked when I return. If I get trapped for any reason, go back and wait by our first window where we entered." "We should both go," Amma insisted, her expression stubborn, lips pressed thin, fists clenched. Her lizard daemon puffed out a frilled neck ruff in solidarity. "I know how to rouse her, and you don't. I also know this cave better." Will sighed. "Fine, but we move fast and in total silence. You do exactly as I say, immediately. Understood?" She gave a sharp nod, patting her pocket once more to feel the pouch of medicine. Will opened a low, small window, glanced through, then swiftly widened it, crawling through on hands and knees. Amber followed right behind, and the entire portal was open for less than 10 seconds. They crouched together behind a large boulder on the cave floor, with the bird-shaped Balthamus beside them, their eyes struggling to adjust from the moon-washed brilliance of the other world. Here, the cave was much darker and filled with sound, mostly the wind rushing through the pines outside, but beneath that came another noise, the distinct, growing roar of a Zeppelin engine, and it was frighteningly close. Knife held ready, Will steadied himself and scanned their surroundings. Amma did the same, her wide-eyed daemon peering into the shadows, but Lyra was definitely not at this end of the cavern. Will risked raising his head over the rock for a longer look toward the entrance where Mrs. Coulter and her daemon lay seemingly asleep. Then his stomach dropped. There was Lyra, deep in her enchanted slumber, lying right beside Mrs. Coulter. In the gloom, their forms had blended together. No wonder he'd missed her. Will touched Amma's arm and pointed. "We'll have to be incredibly careful," he breathed. Outside, the situation was worsening. The Zeppelin's roar now overpowered the wind, and beams of light swept through the trees from above. The sooner they extracted Lyra, the better. A quick dash down there before Mrs. Coulter woke, a cut through, a pull to safety, and a swift closure. He whispered the plan to Amma, who nodded tightly. But just as he tensed to move, Mrs. Coulter stirred. She murmured something, and in an instant the golden monkey was on its feet. Will saw its silhouette at the cave mouth, tense and alert. Then Mrs. Coulter herself sat up, shielding her eyes against the lights outside. Will's grip tightened on Amma's wrist. Mrs. Coulter rose, fully dressed and moving with a lithe, alert grace that suggested she might never have been asleep at all. She and her golden monkey daemon were huddled at the cave entrance, their eyes fixed on the chaos outside. The searchlights from the Zeppelins swept wildly through the trees, engines thundering overhead, while sharp shouts and commands from men below signaled immediate danger. Will gripped Amma's wrist tightly and darted forward, his focus locked on the uneven ground to keep from stumbling as he ran low and fast. In moments he was beside Lyra, who lay in a deep slumber with Pantalaimon curled around her neck. Will raised the subtle knife, his senses reaching for the precise cut that would open a path to safety. But then he glanced up. Mrs. Coulter had turned without a sound. The harsh glare from the sky, bouncing off the damp cave wall, lit her face in a way that made his breath catch. For one disorienting second, it wasn't her face at all. It was the weary, reproachful face of his own mother, and a wave of sorrow nearly paralyzed him. As he thrust forward with the blade, his focus shattered. With a sickening wrench and a snap, the knife fell to the ground in pieces, broken. Now, there was no way to cut their way out. "Wake her up, now," he told Amma, his voice low and urgent. Then he rose, bracing himself to fight. He would strangle that golden monkey first if he had to. Every muscle was coiled, ready for its attack, and he realized he still clutched the broken hilt. At least he could use it to strike. But neither Mrs. Coulter nor her demon moved to attack. Instead, she shifted slightly, allowing the outside light to glint off the pistol in her hand. The movement also illuminated Amma, who was sprinkling a fine powder just above Lyra's lip, using her own demon's bushy tail to gently brush it into Lyra's nostrils as she breathed. Outside, the roar of the Zeppelins was joined by a new familiar sound, the rhythmic clatter of helicopters, an intrusion from Will's own world. More lights, this time a brilliant scatter of green swept across the swaying trees. Mrs. Coulter turned her head briefly at the noise, but not long enough for Will to lunge for the gun. Her daemon remained crouched, glaring at Will without blinking, poised to spring. Lyra began to stir, murmuring and gasping as she pushed herself up weakly before sinking back down. Pantalaimon yawned and stretched, snapping half-heartedly at the other demon before flopping clumsily to one side, his muscles still unresponsive. Will, meanwhile, was carefully scanning the cave floor for every fragment of the broken knife. There was no time to wonder how it had shattered or whether it could ever be fixed. He was the knife-bearer, and he had to gather every piece. His missing fingers tingled with phantom awareness as he lifted each sliver of metal, 7 in all, the smallest being the very point, and slipped them carefully into the sheath. The fragments caught the gleam from outside, making them easier to spot. He turned back to the entrance, trying to decipher the battle raging beyond. Above the trees, zeppelins hovered unsteadily in the wind as men slid down ropes, while the first gyropters had arrived above the cliff. There was only space for them to land one at a time, and African riflemen were already picking their way down the rocky face. Just then, a man fell from the sky, landing with a horrific crash barely 5 yards from the cave mouth. Mrs. Coulter didn't even flinch. She gave the body a cool glance before returning her gaze to Will. A crack of rifle fire sounded from above, followed a second later by a storm of gunfire and explosions that lit the sky with bursts of flame. One of the soldiers had been struck down by a fortunate shot from the unstable zeppelins. By now, both factions had managed to deploy troops to the ground. Several had been killed during their descent, others lay wounded among the rocks and pines. Yet neither group had breached the cave, leaving the power within still firmly in Mrs. Coulter's grasp. Over the din, Will demanded, "What's your plan? To keep you as my prisoners?" "As hostages? Why would that matter?" "They intend to kill everyone here." "One side certainly does," she replied, though the other's motives are less clear. "We must hope the African forces prevail." Her voice was bright, almost cheerful, and in the flashes of light from outside, Will saw her face alight with a fierce, vibrant energy. "You shattered the knife," he accused. "No, I did not. I needed it intact for our escape. You were the one who broke it." A groggy voice cut through the tension. "Will," Lyra murmured. "Is that you?" "Lyra," he said, dropping to her side. Amma was already helping her sit up. "What's going on?" Lyra whispered. "Where are we? Will, I had the strangest dream. We're in a cave. Move slowly, you'll be dizzy. Just ease into it. You've been asleep for many days." Her eyes were clouded with sleep, and her body shook with deep yawns, but a desperate urgency pushed her toward wakefulness. He helped her stand, letting her lean heavily on his shoulder. Amma watched, hesitant, and suddenly shy now that the mysterious girl was conscious. Will breathed in Lyra's sleepy scent, a wave of relief washing over him. She was here, solid and real. They settled on a rocky ledge. Lyra gripped his hand and rubbed her eyes. "Will, what's happening?" she whispered. "Amma found a powder to wake you," he said softly. Lyra turned, noticing the girl for the first time, and placed a grateful hand on Amma's shoulder. "I came as fast as I could," Will continued, "but soldiers arrived too. I don't know who they are. We'll find a way out soon." Outside, the chaos was peaking. One gyropter had been raked by machine gun fire from a zeppelin just as riflemen leapt onto the cliff top. It erupted in flames, killing the crew and blocking the landing zone for other aircraft. Farther down the valley, another zeppelin had found open ground, and crossbowmen spilling from it were now racing up the trail to join the fray. Mrs. Coulter, watching intently from the cave entrance, raised her pistol in both hands, took careful aim, and fired. Will saw the muzzle flash but heard nothing over the external barrage. If she tries that again, he thought, "I'll tackle her." He turned to whisper the idea to Balthamos. But the angel was gone. Instead, Will spotted him pressed against the cave wall in his true form, trembling and whimpering. "Balthamos," Will urged. "They can't harm you. You have to help us." "You can fight. You're no coward. We need you." Before Balthamos could respond, a new crisis erupted. Mrs. Coulter cried out, clutching her ankle, while her golden monkey snatched something from the air with a triumphant snarl. A tiny voice, a woman's yet impossibly small, cried, "Tialis! Tialis!" It was a woman no larger than Lyra's hand, and the monkey was already yanking cruelly at her arm, making her shriek in pain. Amma knew he wouldn't stop until he ripped it off. Will lunged forward as Mrs. Coulter's pistol clattered to the ground. He caught the weapon, but then Mrs. Coulter went still, and a peculiar standoff descended. Both the woman and her golden daemon became statues, frozen in place. Her face was twisted in agony and rage, yet she remained frozen, held in place by the tiny man balanced on her shoulder, his heel pressing into her neck and his fingers tangled in her hair. Through his shock, Will noticed the sharp, gleaming spur on that heel and understood what had made her cry out earlier. He must have stung her ankle. But now a dangerous standoff held them all. The little man couldn't risk harming Mrs. Coulter further, not while his partner was caught in the golden monkey's grip, and the monkey dared not tighten its hold, lest the poisoned spur drive into Mrs. Coulter's throat. No one could move. Fighting back tears of pain, Mrs. Coulter drew a shaky breath and turned her glistening eyes toward Will. Her voice emerged, eerily calm. "Well then, Will, what do you propose we do?" Will acted without thinking. Swinging the heavy pistol sideways, he struck the golden monkey from its perch. The impact made Mrs. Coulter gasp, and the monkey's grip loosened just enough for the tiny woman to wrench herself free. In an instant she scrambled onto the rocks, and her companion sprang away from Mrs. Coulter's shoulder, both moving with a grasshopper's quick, darting speed. There was no time for the children to marvel. The man gently checked his partner's arm, gave her a swift embrace, then called up to Will. His voice was faint but carried the depth of a grown man's. "You, boy, do you have the knife?" "Yes," Will answered shortly. If they didn't know it was broken, he saw no reason to tell them. "Then you and the girl must come with us. Who is the third child?" "Amber from the village," Will said. "Send her back. Move now, before the Swiss arrive." Will didn't argue. Whatever these two intended, he and Lyra could still escape through the hidden window he'd cut below on the path. He helped Lyra to her feet, watching with fascination as the small figures leapt onto waiting dragonflies, creatures as large as seagulls, hovering silently in the shadows. Then the insects darted toward the cave mouth where Mrs. Coulter lay slumped, dazed from the chevalier's sting. As they passed, she reached out desperately, her voice breaking. Lyra, my darling, please, don't leave me." Lyra looked down, her own face torn with anguish, but she stepped over her mother's outstretched arm and gently pried the weak fingers from her ankle. Mrs. Coulter began to sob openly, tears shining on her cheeks in the chaotic light. Crouched near the cave entrance, the three children waited for a lull in the gunfire, then followed the darting dragonflies down the steep path. The night was now alive with conflicting light, the harsh electric glare from the Zeppelin's beams and the wild, dancing orange of spreading flames. Will glanced back once. Illuminated in the glare, Mrs. Coulter's face was a portrait of raw despair, her daemon clinging to her as she knelt, arms outstretched. "Lyra, my love, my heart's treasure. My only child, please, don't go. You're tearing my heart out." A violent sob shook Lyra's small frame. After all, this woman was the only mother she would ever know, and Will saw tears streaming freely down her face. But he knew he had to be merciless. He tugged her hand, and as one of the dragonfly riders buzzed near his head, urging them on, he led Lyra and Amber in a low, hurried run down the path, away from the cave and the sound of that broken voice. Clutched in Will's left hand, bleeding once more from the blow he'd dealt the monkey, was Mrs. Coulter's pistol. "Head for the cliff top," the rider's small voice instructed. "Surrender to the African soldiers, they are your best chance now." Mindful of those venomous spurs, Will stayed silent, though he had no intention of obeying. There was only one destination in his mind, the hidden window behind the bush. Keeping his head low, he ran faster, with Lyra and Amber close behind. "Halt!" The command cut through the air. Three figures blocked the path ahead, uniformed and armed with crossbows, their snarling wolf-like demons at their sides. The Swiss guard, Will, shouted immediately, his voice raw. Bernison. He could hear the great bear somewhere close, a tumult of crashing and fierce growls mingling with the panicked cries of soldiers. Then from the shadows came unexpected aid. Balthamus, in a desperate blur, threw himself between the children and the guards. The men stumbled back, stunned, as this shimmering form materialized before them, yet they were disciplined fighters, and in the next instant their demons lunged, teeth bared in the dim light. Balthamus recoiled with a sharp cry of fear and humiliation, shrinking away before beating his wings frantically and surging upward. Will watched, heart sinking, as his guide vanished into the dark canopy above. Lyra observed it all with weary, unfocused eyes. The entire encounter lasted mere seconds, but it was enough. The Swiss soldiers regrouped, their leader raising his crossbow. Will had no time to think. He swung up the pistol, gripped the handle, and pulled the trigger. The blast jolted through his entire frame, but the shot was true, striking the man squarely. The soldier fell as if struck by a massive force. At the same moment, the two small spies launched themselves from their dragonflies at the remaining guards. One found a throat, the other a wrist, each delivering a swift, lethal jab with a heel. There were choked, final gasps, and the two men fell, their demons dissolving into nothingness mid-howl. Will leapt over the fallen men, Lyra right beside him, both running desperately with Pantalaimon racing alongside in the form of a wildcat. "Where's our ma?" Will's mind raced, and he spotted her in the same instant, darting down a separate trail. She'll be safe now, he thought, and then he saw it, the faint, ghostly shimmer of the window hidden deep within the undergrowth. He grabbed Lyra's arm, pulling her toward it. Branches clawed at their faces, roots threatened to trip them, but they found the opening and tumbled through into another world. They landed hard on pale, bone-like stones under a harsh, glaring moon. A vast, heavy silence pressed down, broken only by the distant rasp of insects. The first thing Will did was double over, his body convulsing with dry, wrenching heaves. A profound, sickening horror gripped him. That was two more men he had killed, adding to the youth from the Tower of the Angels. This was not what he wanted. His very soul rebelled against the violent instinct that had taken over, leaving him kneeling, empty and aching. Lyra watched nearby, helpless, cradling Pan against her chest and rocking gently. As Will finally recovered enough to look around, he saw they were not alone. The two spies were there, their packs on the ground beside them. Their dragonflies darted over the rocks, catching moths. The man was gently rubbing the woman's shoulder, and both of them fixed the children with a stern, unwavering gaze. Their eyes were brilliantly sharp, their expressions leaving no doubt about their disapproval. Will understood they were a force to be reckoned with. He said to Lyra, "The alethiometer. It's in my pack right there." "Oh, Will," she breathed, the words rushing out in a relieved torrent. "I hoped so much you'd find it, no matter what happened. Did you find your father? And my dream, Will, it's almost too much to believe what we have to do. I'm scared to even think on it. But you kept it safe. You brought it all this way for me." She wasn't really expecting answers, her fingers already tracing the familiar heavy gold, the smooth crystal, the gnarled wheels she knew so well. It can tell us how to mend the knife, Will thought. But he asked first, "Are you all right? Are you hungry or thirsty?" "I don't know." "Yeah, a bit, but it can wait. Let's get away from this window," Will suggested, his voice low, just in case they find it and come through. Lyra agreed, and they moved up the slope, Will with his rucksack and Lyra clutching the little bag that held her alethiometer. He noticed the two small spies trailing them from a safe distance, posing no immediate threat. Over the crest of the rise, they found a narrow ledge of rock that offered some shelter. After a careful check for any hidden snakes, they sat beneath it, sharing some dried fruit and water from Will's bottle. Will spoke quietly, the weight of his confession heavy in the air. "The knife is broken. I don't even know how it happened. Mrs. Coulter did something, said something, and I thought of my mother, and the knife just twisted or caught. I can't explain it. We're stuck until we can get it fixed. I didn't want those little spies to know. As long as they think I can still use it, we have the upper hand. I was hoping you could ask the alethiometer, maybe." "Yeah," Lyra said instantly, her face lighting up. "Yeah, I will." She had the golden instrument out in a flash, moving into a patch of moonlight to see the dial clearly. Tucking her hair behind her ears in a gesture Will had seen her mother use. She began to turn the wheels with practiced ease. Pantalaimon in his mouse form settled on her knee. She had barely begun when she gave a little gasp of excitement, looking up at Will with shining eyes as the needle swung. But it hadn't finished its work, and she looked back, frowning in concentration, until the instrument finally fell still. She put it away, her voice brimming with hope. "Irek, is he nearby, Will? I thought I heard you call for him, but then I thought I was just wishing. Is he really here? Yes. Can he mend the knife? Is that what it said? Oh, he can do anything with metal, Will. Not just armor, he can make the most delicate little things. She told him about the small tin box Irek had crafted for her to trap the spy fly. But where is he? Close by. He would have come when I called, but he was obviously in a fight. And Balthamos, he must have been terrified. Who? Lyra asked. Will explained briefly, feeling a flush of shame on his cheeks for the angel's fear. I'll tell you more later, he said. It's all so strange. He told me so many things, and I think I actually understand them. He ran his hands through his hair and rubbed his tired eyes. You've got to tell me everything, Lyra insisted firmly. Everything that's happened since she caught me. Oh, Will, you're not still bleeding. Your poor hand. No. My father healed it. I just opened it up again when I hit the golden monkey. But it's better now. He gave me some ointment he'd made himself. You found your father? That's right, on the mountain that night. He let her clean the wound and apply fresh ointment from the little horn box as he recounted parts of his story. The fight with the stranger, the shocking revelation that came to them both a heartbeat before the witch's arrow struck, his meeting with the angels, his journey to the cave and finding Irek again. All that was happening, and I was just asleep. Lyra marveled, a touch of awe in her voice. You know, I think she was kind to me, Will. I really think she was. I don't believe she ever wanted to hurt me. She did such terrible things, but... She rubbed her own eyes, the conflict clear on her face. Oh, but my dream, Will. I can't even describe how strange it was. It was like reading the alethiometer, that feeling of total clarity and understanding, going so deep you can't see the bottom, but it's perfectly clear all the way down. She took a shaky breath. It was... Remember I told you about my friend Roger? How the gobblers took him, and I tried to rescue him, and it all went wrong, and Lord Asriel killed him. Well, I saw him. In my dream I saw him again, only he was dead, a ghost. He was beckoning to me, calling, but I couldn't hear him. He didn't want me to be dead. It wasn't that he needed to speak to me, and it was my fault he was there at Svalbard where he was killed. I was the one who took him. It was my fault he died. My mind drifted back to Jordan College, to Roger and me running across the rooftops, exploring every corner of the town, from the bustling markets to the quiet riverbanks and the muddy clay beds. It was Roger and me and all our friends. I went all the way to Bolvangar to bring him home safely, and instead, I made everything worse. If I don't apologize, none of it will mean anything. It will just be one colossal waste. I have to do this, Will. I have to go down to the land of the dead, find him, and say I'm sorry. Nothing else matters after that. Then it will be finished. Whatever comes next doesn't concern me. Will considered this. This place for the dead, is it a world like yours or mine? Could the knife open a way there? She looked at him, the idea hitting her with sudden force. You could ask it right now, he urged. Find out where it is and how to get there. Lyra bent over the alethiometer, her fingers dancing across the symbols. In moments she had her answer. Yes, she said, her voice hushed. But it's a strange place, Will, unbelievably strange. Could we actually go there? But what part of us even goes? Demons vanish when we die. I've seen it. And our bodies just stay in the ground. So what's left? Then there has to be another part, a separate piece. You know, she said, excitement bubbling up. That has to be right. I can think about my body, and I can think about Pantalaimon. So there must be something else doing the thinking. Exactly. That's the ghost. Lyra's eyes lit up. Maybe we could get Roger's ghost out? Maybe we could save him? Maybe we could try? Yeah, we'll do it, she declared instantly. We'll go together, that's the plan. A sudden fierce grin spread across her face, the weight of her guilt momentarily overshadowed by the audacity of the idea. Who else but them would think to break into the afterlife? But Will's thoughts were more practical. If they didn't get the subtle knife repaired, all these grand plans were just daydreams. As his head cleared and his stomach settled, he sat up and called to the tiny figures nearby. They were occupied with some delicate equipment. Who are you? He demanded. And who are you working for? The man finished his task, closing a wooden case no bigger than a walnut. The woman spoke first. "We are Galavespians. I am Lady Salmakia, and this is the Chevalier Tialis. We serve as spies for Lord Asriel." She stood on a rock a few yards away, sharp and vivid in the moonlight. Her voice was clear and low, her bearing utterly assured. She wore a silver skirt and a green top, her bare feet equipped with sharp spurs. Her companion was dressed in similar colors, with long sleeves and trousers. They both radiated a formidable, proud competence. "What world are you from?" Lyra asked. "I've never seen anyone like you. Our world shares your conflicts," Tialis stated. "We are rebels. Our leader, Lord Roke, learned of Lord Asriel's rebellion and pledged our aid." "And what do you want with me?" Lyra said. "To take you to your father," Lady Salmakia replied. "Lord Asriel dispatched a force under King Ogunwe to retrieve you and the boy and bring you to his fortress. We are here to assist. Well, what if I don't want to go to him? What if I don't trust him?" "I regret to hear that," she said, her tone cool. "But our orders are clear, to bring you to him." Lyra couldn't help it. She let out a laugh at the thought of these miniature people forcing her to do anything. It was a bad mistake. In a flash, the woman darted forward and seized Pantalaimon in his mouse form, gripping him tightly and pressing the point of a spur against his leg. Lyra gasped. The violation was as shocking as when the Bolvangar guards had done it. But then she saw Will had already snatched up the Chevalier in his right hand, holding him firmly by the legs to neutralize his spurs, holding him aloft. "Stalemate again," said Lady Salmakia calmly. "Put the Chevalier down, boy." "Let go of her, Damon, first," Will said. His voice steady, Lyra felt no desire to argue. A chill shot through her as she saw Will's readiness to smash the tiny Galavespian's head against the stone, and both of the small spies knew it. Salmakia lifted her foot from Pantalaimon's leg, and he instantly twisted free, shifting into a bristling wildcat with a furious hiss, his lashing tail and bared teeth just inches from the lady's face. She regarded him with unshakable calm. After a tense moment, he turned and fled back to Lyra, becoming an ermine and pressing against her. Will carefully set Tialis back on the rock beside his partner. "You ought to show some respect," the Chevalier said to Lyra, his voice sharp. "You are a reckless, rude child. Several courageous men gave their lives tonight to keep you safe. You would do well to remember that." "Yes," Lyra said, her tone subdued. "I'm sorry, I will. Honestly," he turned to Will. "As for you," Will cut him off. "As for me, I won't be spoken to that way. Respect works both ways. Listen carefully. You are not in command here. We are. If you wish to stay and help, you follow our lead. Otherwise, return to Lord Asriel now. There's no room for debate." Lyra watched the pair stiffen, but she noticed Tialis's eyes flick to Will's hand resting on the knife sheath at his belt. The little spy was clearly calculating. While Will held the knife, he held the power. They must not discover it was broken. "Very well," the Chevalier said stiffly. "We will assist you, as that is our duty, but you must inform us of your intentions." "Fair enough," Will replied. "Here's the plan. Once we've rested, we're going back into Lyra's world to find a friend of ours, a bear. He isn't far." "The armored bear?" Salmakia said. "We witnessed his combat. We will aid you after that. You must accompany us to Lord Asriel." "Yes," Lyra lied earnestly. "Oh yes, we'll do that then, absolutely." Pantalaimon had settled, curiosity replacing his alarm. She let him climb to her shoulder, where he shifted into a dragonfly as large as the two already darting through the air, his wings a blur of color as he zipped up to join them. Lyra turned back to the Galavespians. "That poison in your spurs, is it fatal? You stung my mother, Mrs. Coulter. Will she die?" "It was only a light sting," Tialis answered. "A full dose would have killed her, yes. A small scratch will leave her weak and drowsy for half a day or so." He didn't mention the agonizing, maddening pain that accompanied it. "I need to speak with Lyra privately," Will announced. "We're just going to step away for a moment." "With that knife," the Chevalier said pointedly, "you can cut through from one world to another, is that correct? Don't you trust me?" "No. Fine. I'll leave it here then. Without it, I can't use it. Will unbuckled the sheath and laid it on the rock. He and Lyra walked a short distance away and sat where they could still watch the Gallivespians. Tialis was studying the knife handle intently but didn't touch it. "We'll just have to tolerate them," Will said quietly. "As soon as the knife is fixed, we'll slip away." "They're so quick, Will," Lyra whispered, "and they wouldn't hesitate. They'd kill you. I just hope Irek can repair it. I hadn't realized how much we depend on it." "He will," she said with unwavering confidence. She watched Pantalaimon as he darted through the air, snapping up tiny moths just like the other dragonflies. He couldn't travel as far, but he was just as swift, his wings shimmering with even brighter patterns. She raised her hand, and he settled on her palm, his long, transparent wings humming. "Do you think we can trust them while we sleep?" Will asked. "Yes, they're fierce, but I believe they're honest." They returned to the rock. Will addressed the Gallivespians. "I'm going to sleep now. We'll move on in the morning." The Chevalier gave a curt nod. Will curled up and was asleep almost instantly. Lyra sat down beside him, with Pantalaimon curled warmly in her lap as a cat. Will felt incredibly fortunate that Lyra was awake now to watch over him. He possessed a genuine fearlessness she admired deeply, yet he lacked her instinct for deception, which came to her as easily as breathing. When she considered this, a warm sense of purpose filled her, for every lie and betrayal was for Will's sake, never her own. She had meant to consult the alethiometer once more, but a profound weariness washed over her, as if she had never slept at all. She settled down beside him, promising herself just a short rest before her eyes closed and sleep took her. Chapter 14, Know What It Is, sunlight sharp and insistent, woke Will and Lyra almost simultaneously. As their eyes adjusted, they found the Chevalier Tialis keeping watch nearby. "The soldiers from the consistorial court have withdrawn," he informed them calmly. "Mrs. Coulter is now with King Ogunwe's forces and is being taken to Lord Asriel." "How can you be sure?" Will asked, sitting up with a stiff groan. "Did you go back through the window?" "No. We communicate using a lodestone resonator. I relayed our discussion to my commander, Lord Roke," Tialis said, turning to Lyra. "He has consented for us to accompany you to the bear. Once you have met with him, you will then come with us. We are allies now, and we will offer you our full assistance." "Good," said Will. "Then let's share a meal. Can you eat our food?" "We can, thank you," replied the lady. Will divided his last dried peaches and the remaining stale rye loaf among them, though the two small spies took only the tiniest portions. As for water, Will noted, there doesn't seem to be any in this desert world. We'll have to wait until we go back through the window. Then we'd better not wait long, Lyra said. First, however, she took out the alethiometer. She asked if any danger remained in the valley. The answer was no, the soldiers had gone and the villagers were safe in their homes. Satisfied, they prepared to leave. The window appeared bizarre in the harsh desert light, a perfect square of dense, shadowy greenery hanging in the air like a portal to another realm. The Gallivespians examined it with astonishment, marveling at how it vanished when viewed from behind and only materialized when approached from the side. "I'll need to close it once we're all through," Will stated, after they passed into the cool forest. Lyra attempted to pinch the edges shut herself, but her fingers found nothing to grasp. The spies, despite their delicate hands, also failed. Only Will could sense the precise boundaries of the cut, and he sealed it with a swift, practiced motion. "How many worlds can you reach with that knife?" Tialis inquired. "As many as exist," Will answered. "No one could ever visit them all." He hoisted his rucksack and started down the forest path. The dragonflies, reveling in the fresh, damp air, darted through sunbeams like living needles. The forest was calm now, the air peaceful, which made the scene of devastation ahead all the more jarring. They came upon the wreckage of a gyropter ensnared in the branches, its African pilot still caught in his harness, half fallen from the cockpit. A little farther on lay the scorched skeleton of the Zeppelin, soot-stained fabric, blackened metal struts, shattered glass, and the ghastly remains of 3 men, their bodies burned and twisted into agonized shapes. These were only the casualties near the path. More wreckage and other bodies were scattered on the cliffs and deeper in the woods below. The two children moved through the carnage in stunned silence, while the spies on their dragonflies surveyed the battlefield with a detached, analytical coolness, noting the tactics and tallying the losses as they emerged from the forest onto the high ground where the rainbows danced in the mist of the falls. They paused to drink from the frigid, clear stream. "I keep thinking about that child," Will admitted, cupping the water in his hands. "We wouldn't have gotten you out without her. She went to find a healer just to get that powder." Lyra nodded, wiping her mouth. "She's safe. I checked with the alethiometer before we left. Thinks we're monsters, probably, scared stiff of us now, and likely regretting she ever got involved, but she's unharmed." Refilling Will's canteen beside the cascading water, they pressed on across the open plateau, following the ridge the alethiometer indicated was Irex's path. What followed was a grueling, endless march. For Will, it was a steady hike, but for Lyra, whose muscles had grown frail and uncooperative after her long enchantment, every step was agony. She'd rather have chewed off her own foot than admit how much she was struggling. She matched his pace, lips pressed into a thin line, body trembling with the effort, and uttered not a single complaint. Only when they stopped at midday, and only after Will had stepped away for a moment, did she let a faint, pained sigh escape. Lady Salmakia observed her quietly. "You should rest. There is no shame in exhaustion." "But I can't slow him down," Lyra muttered, her pride stinging more than her legs. "I won't have him thinking I'm just some weak thing holding him back." "Believe me, that is the furthest thought from his mind." "You don't know what he thinks," Lyra snapped, her weariness making her sharp. "You don't know him, and you don't know me." "I know discourtesy when I hear it," the lady replied, utterly unruffled. "Do as I say. Rest. Save your strength for the climb ahead." Lyra felt a surge of rebellious anger, but the glint of the lady's spurs in the sun was a silent, potent reminder of authority. So she held her tongue. Nearby, the Chevalier Tialis was opening the case of his lodestone resonator. Resentment gave way to fascination, and Lyra watched closely. The device resembled a short, grey-black stone rod on a wooden base. Tialis drew a miniature bow across one end, his fingers dancing to unseen points along its length. There were no markings, yet the focus on his face and the fluid precision of his motions told Lyra this was a skill as deep and complex as her own work with the alethiometer. After a few minutes, he set the bow aside and took up a pair of headphones with earpieces smaller than Lyra's smallest fingernail. He wound a fine wire from one peg on the stone to another, adjusting the tension carefully. Lyra could see he was listening for a reply. "How does it do that?" she asked when he was done. Tialis studied her, judging her sincerity. "Your scholars, experimental theologians, would understand a principle called quantum entanglement. Two particles can be linked, sharing properties so that what affects one instantly affects the other, regardless of distance. In our world, we can take a lodestone, entangle all its particles, and split it. The two halves resonate together. The matching half is with our commander, Lord Roke. When I play on this one, the other reproduces the sounds precisely. That is how we speak across the worlds." He packed the instrument away and exchanged a few quiet words with the lady. They stepped aside to talk privately, though Pantalaimon, having shifted into an owl, swiveled his head to listen. Will returned shortly, and they set off again. Their progress grew slower as the afternoon wore on, the path steepening and the air thinning toward the snow line. By the time they reached the head of a rocky, windswept valley, even Will could see Lyra was at her limit. She was hobbling badly, her face ashen with fatigue. He asked to see her feet, explaining he had ointment for blisters. They were indeed badly blistered, and she closed her eyes, gritting her teeth as he applied the blood moss salve. Nearby, the Chevalier worked with his lodestone before announcing he had contacted Lord Roke. A gyropter would be sent to retrieve them after she spoke with her friend. Will acknowledged this, but Lyra seemed lost in her own world. After a moment, she sat up, pulled on her socks and shoes with a weary sigh, and they resumed their trek. As another hour passed, shadows swallowed most of the valley. Will was worrying about finding shelter when Lyra suddenly cried out with pure relief and joy. "Iorek! Iorek! She had spotted him first. The Bear King was a distant white shape against a snow patch. But at the sound of her voice, he turned, lifted his head to scent the air, and bounded down the slope toward them. He ignored Will, allowing Lyra to throw her arms around his neck and press her face into his thick fur. A deep, rumbling growl vibrated through the ground, which Will felt as a tremor, but Lyra perceived it as a welcome, her blisters and exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "Oh, Iorek, I'm so happy to see you. After everything since Svalbard, I never thought I would. Is Mr. Scoresby safe? How is your kingdom? Are you alone here?" The tiny spies had disappeared, leaving just the three of them on the darkening mountainside, the boy, the girl, and the immense white bear. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, Lyra climbed onto Iorek's back when he offered, riding proudly as he carried her up the final stretch to his cave. Will, preoccupied, only half listened to their conversation, though he did catch a sharp cry of dismay from Lyra and her shaky question. "Mr. Scoresby, oh no, that's too cruel. Really dead? You're certain, Iorek?" "The witch informed me he went to find the man called Grumman," the bear replied. This caught Will's attention, as Baruch and Balthamus had mentioned some of this. "What happened? Who killed him?" Lyra asked, her voice trembling. "He died in a fight. He held off an entire company of Muscovites so the man could escape. I found his body. He died with courage. I will avenge him." Lyra wept openly, and Will was at a loss for words. This stranger had died saving his father, a man Lyra and Iorek had known and loved, but whom Will had never met. Soon, Iorek turned toward the entrance of a cave, a dark mouth against the snow. Will didn't know where the spies were, but he felt sure they were close. He wanted to speak privately with Lyra, but decided to wait until he could see the Galavespians and ensure they weren't overheard. He dropped his rucksack by the cave entrance and sat down, utterly weary. Behind him, Iorek began kindling a fire, and Lyra watched, her curiosity piercing through her grief. The bear held a piece of ironstone in his left forepaw, striking it precisely 3 or 4 times against another on the floor. Each strike sent a shower of sparks directly into a prepared heap of shredded twigs and dry grass, which quickly caught flame. With calm efficiency, Iorek added one log after another until a strong fire was burning. The children welcomed the warmth, for the air had grown bitterly cold. Then came an even better sight, a haunch of meat, perhaps from a mountain goat. Iorek, of course, ate his portion raw, but he skewered a joint on a sharp stick and set it to roast over the flames for the two of them. The firelight danced, casting warm hues of gold and orange on the Bear King's fur. "Is hunting difficult here in these mountains, Iorek?" Lyra asked, her voice still thick with emotion but trying for normalcy. "No, my people cannot live here. I was mistaken to come, but it was a fortunate mistake since it led me to you. What are your plans now?" Will's eyes scanned the cave as they sat close to the comforting fire. Will saw no trace of the spies, but he had no choice except to speak up. "King Iorek," he started, "my knife is—" He broke off, his gaze shifting to the cave wall behind the bear. "Actually, wait," he said, raising his voice. "If you're listening, show yourselves properly. Stop skulking in the shadows." Lyra and Iorek Bernison turned to follow his stare. From a rocky ledge above their heads, a small figure stepped calmly into the firelight. Iorek emitted a low, rumbling growl. "You never asked King Iorek Bernison for permission to enter his cave," Will stated, his voice sharp. "He is a king, and you are spies. You owe him respect." Lyra felt a thrill hearing him speak that way. She glanced at Will, seeing the fierce, disdainful look on his face. The Chevalier, however, stared back with clear displeasure. "We have been honest with you," the tiny man said. "Your deception was dishonorable." Will rose to his feet. Lyra imagined his daemon in that moment, a powerful tigress, its anger palpable, and she felt herself draw back instinctively. "If we deceived you, it was because we had to," Will shot back. "Would you have agreed to come if you knew the knife was broken? No, you would have used your poison to knock us out, then called for help to deliver us to Lord Asriel. We had to trick you, Tialis, and you'll have to accept that." Iorek's deep voice cut through the tension. "Who are these? Spies," Will answered. "Sent by Lord Asriel. They helped us escape. But if they are truly on our side, they shouldn't be hiding and eavesdropping. And if they do, they have no right to lecture anyone about dishonor." The spy's glare was so intense he seemed ready to challenge even Irek, let alone an unarmed boy. Yet Tialis knew he was in the wrong. All he could manage was a stiff bow. "Your Majesty?" he said to Irek, who answered with another warning growl. The Chevalier's eyes burned with hatred toward Will, flashed defiance at Lyra, and settled into a cold, cautious respect for the bear. His sharp features made each emotion stark and vivid, as if a spotlight shone on him. Beside him, the Lady Salmakia emerged from the darkness, and ignoring the children completely, offered a graceful curtsy to Irek. "Forgive our intrusion," she said to the bear, her voice measured. "The habit of secrecy is difficult to shed. My companion, the Chevalier Tialis, and I, the Lady Salmakia, have been among enemies for so long that we neglected, out of pure habit, to offer you the proper courtesy. We are escorting these children to ensure they reach Lord Asriel safely. We have no other purpose, and certainly no harmful intent toward you, King Irek Bernison." If Irek wondered how being so small could possibly threaten him, he gave no sign. His face was always hard to read, and he had his own sense of decorum. The lady had spoken politely enough. "Come down to the fire," Irek said. "There is food if you are hungry. Will, you were speaking of the knife?" "Yes," Will said, the frustration clear in his tone. "I thought it couldn't happen, but it's broken. Lyra's alethiometer said you could fix it. I meant to ask more politely, but here it is. Can you mend it, Irek?" "Let me see it." Will carefully emptied the sheath, letting all the fragments tumble onto the stone floor. He nudged them into place until the shattered puzzle was assembled. Lyra held a burning branch aloft, its light flickering over the scene. Irek bent his great head low, inspecting each piece with astonishing delicacy, lifting slivers with the very tips of his massive claws and turning them to examine the breaks. Will watched, amazed by the precision in those powerful black hooks. Finally, Irek straightened, his head rising high into the shadows. "Yes," he said simply, answering only the question he had been asked. Lyra, understanding his meaning, pressed on. "But will you, Irek? You can't imagine how important this is. If it isn't mended, we're in terrible trouble, and not just us." "I do not like that knife," Irek stated flatly, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate in the very stone of the cave. "The thought of what it might accomplish fills me with dread. I have never encountered anything so perilous. Even the deadliest weapons of war are mere playthings next to that blade. The destruction it could unleash is boundless. It would have been a far greater mercy if it had never been forged. But if we have it," Will started, Irek cut him off, continuing, "with it you can achieve extraordinary things. What you fail to grasp is what the knife seeks to accomplish on its own. Your motives may be pure. The knife possesses motives of its own." "How is that possible?" asked Will. "A tool's purpose is defined by its function. A hammer is made to drive nails, a vise to clamp tight, a lever to pry. That is their nature. Yet a tool can harbor capabilities you never anticipated. Sometimes in pursuing your own goal, you might unknowingly fulfill the knife's desire as well. Can you see the very edge of that blade?" "No," Will admitted, for it was true. The edge tapered to a fineness beyond sight. "Then how can you possibly understand all it is capable of?" "I can't. But I must still wield it and strive to make good come from it. To do nothing would be worse than useless. It would be a betrayal." Lyra had been listening intently, sensing Irek's deep reluctance. She leaned forward. "Irek, you remember, the cruelty of those Bolvangar scientists. If we fail now, they'll keep on with their horrors forever. And besides, if we don't take up the knife, they might find it themselves. We didn't know about it when we first met, and neither did anyone else, but now that we do, we have to use it. We can't just walk away. That would be cowardly and wrong. It'd be like handing it to them and saying, 'Here, go ahead.' True, we don't know everything it does, but I can consult the alethiometer, can't I? Then we'd have answers. We could make a real decision, instead of just being scared and guessing." Will kept his most urgent reason to himself, If the knife remained broken, he might be trapped forever, never to return home or see his mother again. She would never know his fate. She'd believe he had left her, just as his father had. The knife would have been the cause of both abandonments. He had to use it to get back to her, or live with the guilt. For a long moment, Eirik Burnison was silent. He turned his great head to gaze into the night outside the cave. Then, with a slow, powerful movement, he rose and paced to the entrance, lifting his eyes to the unfamiliar constellations mixed with the familiar stars of his northern home. Behind him, Lyra carefully turned the roasting meat over the fire, its scent sharp in the cold air, while Will examined his healing wounds. The spies, Tyrlis and Salmakia, watched without a word from their rocky perch. Finally, Iorek turned back to face them. "Very well, I will do it, but on one condition," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Though I believe this is an error, my people have no gods, no spirits. We are born, we live, we die. Human matters bring us only grief and complication. Yet we possess speech, we wage war, we craft tools. Perhaps we must choose a side. But complete understanding is superior to half-truths. Lyra, consult your device. Know precisely what you are asking. If you still desire it, then I will mend the knife." Immediately, Lyra drew out the alethiometer and moved closer to the firelight to see its dials. The reading took longer than usual, and when she finally blinked, emerging from her trance, her expression was clouded with concern. "I've never known it to be so muddled," she confessed. "It showed me many things. I think I understood. I hope I did. First, it spoke of balance. It said the knife could cause great harm or work great good, but the balance was so delicate, so terribly fine, that the slightest intention or wish could tip it one way or the other. And it meant you, Will. It meant your wishes and thoughts, though it didn't specify which were good or bad." She paused, her gaze hardening as she looked at the spies. Then it said yes. It said, "Do it. Repair the knife." Eirik held her eyes steadily for several heartbeats, then gave a single grave nod. Tyrlis and Salmakia descended to observe more closely, and Lyra turned to the armored bear. "Do you need more fuel, Eirik? Will and I could go find some, I'm sure." Will caught her meaning immediately. Away from the watchful spies, they could speak freely. Eirik rumbled, "Below the first ridge on the trail, you will find a shrub with resinous wood. Bring as much as you can carry." She sprang up at once, and Will followed. The moon was dazzling, the path a messy line of footprints in the snow, the air sharp and frigid. Both of them felt invigorated, full of purpose and life. They waited until they were a good distance from the cave before speaking. "What else did it say?" Will asked. "It said things I didn't get then and still don't. It claimed the knife would be the death of dust, but then it insisted it was the only way to keep dust alive." "I couldn't make sense of it, Will. But it kept warning how dangerous it was, over and over. It said if we, you know what I thought we might do, if we go to the world of the dead. Right. If we do that, it said we might never return, Will. We might not make it out alive." He fell silent, and they walked on more gravely now, scanning the snowy slope for the bush Eirik described, hushed by the weight of what they were considering. "But we have to, don't we?" he finally said. "I don't know. Now that we know, I mean. You need to speak to Roger, and I need to speak to my father. We have to go, now that we know it's possible." "I'm scared," she admitted, and he understood she would never confess that to anyone else. "Did it say what would happen if we didn't go?" he asked. "Just emptiness, just nothingness. I truly didn't understand it, Will. But I think it meant that even with all the danger, we should still try to save Roger. But this won't be like when I rescued him from Bolvangar. Back then, I hardly knew what I was doing. I just charged ahead and got lucky. I had all sorts of help, like the Gyptians and the witches. Where we'd have to go, there won't be any help. And I can picture it. In my dream, I saw that place was. It was worse than Bolvangar. That's why I'm afraid." "What I'm afraid of," Will said after a long pause, his eyes fixed on the distant trees, "is getting trapped somewhere and never seeing my mother again." Suddenly, a memory surfaced. He was very small before her illness began, and he was sick. It seemed his mother had sat on his bed in the dark all night, singing lullabies, telling him tales, and as long as her gentle voice was there, he knew he was safe. He couldn't abandon her now. He simply couldn't. He'd care for her all his life if she needed it. And as if Lyra had read his thoughts, she said with feeling, "Yeah, that's true. That would be terrible, with my mother. I never really understood. I pretty much grew up alone. I don't remember anyone ever holding me or hugging me. It was just me and Pan as far back as I can recall. I can't remember Mrs. Lonsdale being like that to me. She was the housekeeper at Jordan College. All she cared about was making sure I was clean. Oh, and my manners. But back in the cave, Will, I truly felt, it's odd. I know she's done awful things, but I really felt she was loving me and taking care of me. She must have thought I was going to die, being asleep all that time. I guess I must have caught some illness. But she never stopped watching over me. And I remember waking up once or twice, and she was holding me. I do remember that. I'm sure that's what I'd do in her place, if I ever had a child. So she didn't know the real reason for her long sleep. Should he tell her and shatter that memory, even if it was built on a lie? No, of course he shouldn't. "Is that the bush?" Lyra said. The moonlight was so bright it illuminated every needle. Will broke off a branch, and the sharp, piney scent clung to his fingers. "And we're not going to say a word to those little spies," she added firmly. They gathered armfuls of the fragrant wood and began the trek back up toward the cave. The forge, at the same time, the Gallivespians were also discussing the knife. Having reached a tense truce with Eirik Bernison, they retreated to their rocky perch to observe. As the fire's roar and crackle filled the cavern, Tialis whispered, "We cannot let him out of our sight. The moment the blade is whole again, we must cling to him like his own breath." "He is too wary. His eyes miss nothing," Salmakia countered. "The girl is different. She is trusting by nature, her heart open. We could sway her to our side. I believe we should try, Tialis." "But he holds the knife. He is the one who wields its power. He will not travel without her. Yet she must follow where he leads if the knife is in his hand. And I am certain that once it is repaired, they will use it to vanish into another world, to escape us entirely. Did you notice how he silenced her? They share a secret purpose, and it runs directly against our own mission. We shall see, but you are correct, Tialis. Whatever the cost, we must remain at the boy's side." They watched with initial doubt as Eirik arranged his simple tools. The great armories under Lord Asriel's command, with their roaring furnaces and electric forges, their massive presses and rolling mills, would have scoffed at this primitive setup. An open flame, a stone hammer, a piece of the bear's own armor, serving as an anvil, yet, in the bear's deliberate, certain movements the tiny spies began to detect a profound skill that quieted their skepticism. When Lyra and Will returned with armfuls of brush, Eirik directed them in carefully placing each branch upon the fire. He inspected every piece, turning it over, then instructed Will or Lyra to position it at a precise angle or to break a portion off to place at the fire's edge. The result was a blaze of focused, terrifying intensity, all its fury channeled to a single point. The cave had become an oven. Yorek, relentless, built the fire higher and sent the children out twice more to gather fuel, ensuring there would be enough for the entire forging. Then, nudging a small, dark stone with his paw, he told Lyra to find more of its kind. He explained that when heated, these stones released a protective gas that would shield the blade from the air, for hot metal exposed to the atmosphere would absorb it and become brittle. Lyra, with Pantalaimon's keen owl eyes aiding her search, soon collected a heap of the stones. Eirik showed her exactly where to position them and how to use a leafy branch to gently waft the gas in a steady stream over the metal. Will was given command of the fire. Eirik spent long minutes instructing him, ensuring the boy grasped the principles involved. Everything hinged on perfect placement, and Eirik could not pause to correct every move. Will had to understand and then execute flawlessly. The bear also warned him not to expect the mended knife to look the same. It would be shorter, as each piece must overlap its neighbor to be welded. Its surface would be dulled by a faint oxidation, despite the stone gas, dimming some of its colorful sheen, and the handle would likely be scorched. But the edge would be just as deadly, and it would function. So Will watched, eyes watering and hands smarting from the heat, as the flames devoured the resinous wood. He adjusted each new branch, focusing the inferno's heart exactly as Iorek demanded. Meanwhile, Iorek himself was testing several stones, discarding each with a grunt until he found one of the perfect heft. He began to grind and hammer it into shape, the rhythmic blows echoing a strange, determined music against the fire's roar. In a quiet moment, as Lyra brushed sweat from her brow, she caught Will's eye and offered a small, soot-streaked smile, a fleeting connection of shared exhaustion and hope that the spies, for all their watching, completely missed. The heavy hammer fell again and again, the sharp scent of pulverized stone mixing with the wood smoke that filled the air around the two observers. Even Pantalaimon was busy, shifting into the form of a crow to beat his wings and urge the flames higher. When the hammer finally met the bear's approval, Iorek set the initial fragments of the subtle knife's blade deep into the heart of the fire, instructing Lyra to begin guiding the stone gas over them. The great bear watched, his pale face glowing in the fierce light, and Will saw the metal begin to shift through shades of crimson, then gold, then a searing white. Iorek waited, poised, and then the surface of the metal turned liquid bright, throwing off a shower of sparks like a miniature fireworks display. In a flash, the bear's right paw shot forward, plucking each piece from the inferno with the very tips of his claws and laying them upon the iron plate of his armor. Will caught the smell of burning claw, but Iorek ignored it, moving with impossible speed to align the overlapping edges before raising the stone hammer high and bringing it down with a deafening crash. The metal jumped under the impact. In that moment, Will knew his entire future hinged on that sliver of steel, the point designed to find the spaces within atoms, and every nerve in his body vibrated, attuned to each flicker of flame and every shift in the metal's crystalline heart. Before this night, he'd imagined only a proper forge, with refined tools could mend such a blade. Now he understood that Iorek's skill had created the finest furnace possible, and the bear himself was the ultimate tool. Iorek's roar cut through the noise. Hold it firm in your thoughts. You must forge it as well. This is your task too. Will felt his entire being shudder with every hammer blow, as if the strikes landed inside his own mind. The second fragment was heating now, and Lyra, her face streaked with soot and sweat, swept the hot gas along with her branch to envelop both pieces, shielding them from the corrosive air. Will sensed it all, the atoms knitting back together across the break, weaving new bonds, the invisible lattice growing strong and true as the join solidified. The edge, Iorek bellowed. Keep the edge aligned. He meant in Will's mind, and Will complied at once, feeling the microscopic catches and then the smooth slide as the edges locked into perfect position. One join was made, and Iorek turned to the next. A fresh stone, he called to Lyra, who pushed the spent one aside and set another to heat. Will checked the fire, snapping a branch to better direct the flames, and Iorek lifted the hammer once more. A fresh wave of concentration washed over Will. He now had to hold this new piece in exact relation to the two already joined, realizing that only through this precise mental alignment could he truly aid Iorek in the repair. On and on the work went. Time lost all meaning. For Lyra, every muscle screamed. Her eyes streamed from the heat and smoke, her skin was flushed and tender, and a deep weariness settled into her bones. Yet she placed each stone as instructed, and Pantalaimon, weary as an old crow, still lifted his wings to fan the flames. When they reached the final join, Will's mind was a haze of exhaustion, his head throbbing from the relentless mental strain. He could barely muster the strength to lift another branch onto the fire. To make the blade whole, he had to comprehend every connection. There was no other way. The final, most intricate piece remained, the one that would join the nearly complete blade to the small section still attached to the handle. If he couldn't hold this piece in his full awareness alongside all the others, the entire knife would disintegrate as if Iorek had never started. The bear understood this as well, pausing before heating the last fragment. He looked at Will, and in those eyes Will saw no readable expression, only a profound and depthless black shine. Yet he understood the unspoken message. This was demanding work, but they were capable, all of them together. That assurance was enough. Will turned back to the forge, directing his imagination to the fractured end of the haft, steeling himself for the last and most intense phase. Together, Will, Iorek, and Lyra forged the blade. Time lost all meaning during that final joining. When Iorek delivered the last strike, and Will felt the definitive click as atoms bridged the break, Will simply collapsed onto the cave floor, utterly consumed by fatigue. Nearby, Lyra was in a similar state, her eyes red and unfocused, her hair tangled with soot. Iorek stood with a heavy head, his rich cream-white fur marked by singed patches and dark streaks of ash. The Galivespians, Tiales and Salmakia had slept in shifts, one always watchful. She was awake now, he was asleep, but as the blade cooled from red to grey, and finally to a dull silver, and as Will reached a hand toward the handle, she woke her partner with a touch. He was instantly alert. Will didn't grasp the knife. He held his palm near it, the residual heat still too fierce for his skin. The spies relaxed slightly on their rocky perch as Iorek spoke. "Come outside," he said to Will then. To Lyra, "Stay here, do not touch the knife." Lyra settled near the anvil where the knife lay cooling, and Iorek instructed her to bank the fire up, not let it die. There was one final task yet to come. Will followed the massive bear out onto the dark mountainside. The cold was a shocking immediate slap after the cave's inferno. After they had walked a short distance, Iorek spoke, his voice a low rumble. "They should never have made that knife. Perhaps I should not have mended it. I am troubled. I have never known doubt before. Now it fills me. Doubt is a human condition, not a bear's. If I am becoming human, something is wrong, something is bad, and I have made it worse." But, Will ventured, his breath forming clouds in the air, when the first bear made the first suit of armor, wasn't that considered wrong in a similar way? Iorek fell silent. They walked on until they reached a deep snowdrift. The bear lay down and rolled vigorously, sending flurries sparkling into the dark air until he seemed a creature made of snow itself, the very spirit of winter. Finished, he rolled over, stood, and shook himself with great force. Seeing Will still waiting for an answer, he said, "Yes, I believe it might have been, but before that first armored bear, there were no others. We know of nothing before that moment. That was when our custom began. We know our customs, they are firm, solid, unchanging. Bear nature is weak without custom, just as bear flesh is vulnerable without armor." He let out a deep sigh that misted in the cold. "But I think in mending this knife, I have stepped outside of bear nature. I fear I have been as foolish as Iofur Ragnarsson. Only time will reveal the truth. I am uncertain now. You must tell me, why did the knife break?" Will rubbed his temples, a headache throbbing behind his eyes. "The woman looked at me," he said, striving for total honesty. "I thought I saw my mother's face in hers. The knife met something it could not cut, and because my mind was both driving it forward and pulling it back at the same instant, it shattered. That is what I believe. The woman knew exactly what she was doing. She is terribly clever. When you speak of the knife," Iorek observed, "you speak of your mother and your father." "Do I?" Will asked the question hanging in the frigid air, more revealing than he intended. "Yes, I guess I do." "And what do you intend to do with it?" "I'm not sure." Without warning, Iorek surged forward and struck Will sharply with his left forepaw, the force sending the boy sprawling into the snow. He tumbled down the slope, his head ringing, until he came to a stop some distance below. As Will struggled to his feet, the armored bear moved deliberately down to meet him. "Now," Iorek said, his voice low, "tell me the truth." A hot retort flashed in Will's mind. "You wouldn't dare if I held the knife," but he swallowed the words. Iorek already knew that, and Will knew he knew, saying it would be both petty and foolish. He waited until he was standing fully, facing the great bear directly. "I told you I don't know," Will said, fighting to keep his voice steady, "because I haven't truly faced what it is I'm supposed to do, what it all means. It scares me. It scares Lyra too. But when she explained her plan, I agreed right away." "What plan is that?" Iorek rumbled. We aim to go down into the land of the dead. Lyra wants to speak with the ghost of her friend Roger, the boy who was killed back on Svalbard. And if such a place truly exists, then my own father will be there. If we can talk to ghosts, I need to talk to him. Will took a shaky breath, the cold biting deep. But I'm torn in two. Part of me wants to return and care for my mother. I could do that now. And the angel Balthamos told me I should take the knife to Lord Asriel and offer it to him. Maybe he was right too. He fled, Iorek stated flatly. He was no warrior. He did what he could, then he could do no more. But he was not alone in his fear. I feel fear as well. So I must think, sometimes we avoid the right path because the wrong one appears more perilous, and we refuse to seem afraid. So we charge toward danger just to prove our courage, caring more about appearances than true judgment. It is a difficult thing. That is why I gave you no answer. I understand, said the bear. They stood without speaking in the deepening cold. To Will, poorly dressed for the freezing wind, it felt an eternity. He was still unsteady from the blow, his legs unreliable, so he remained where he was. Iorek hadn't finished. I have made many compromises, the Bear King said, a weary gravel in his tone. In aiding you, I may have doomed my kingdom to ruin. Or perhaps ruin was coming regardless, and I have only delayed it. It troubles me to act in ways no bear should, to speculate and doubt like a human. Here is something you must hear. You know it already, but you resist it. That is why I say it plainly, so you cannot misunderstand. If you wish to succeed in this, you must stop thinking of your mother. You must set her aside. A divided mind will break the knife. Now I will bid Lyra farewell. You will wait in the cave. Those two spies will not leave you unwatched, and I do not want them listening when I speak to her. Will's chest was tight, his throat thick. He managed to whisper, "Thank you, Eirik Bernison," but nothing more came. Together they climbed back toward the cave, where the fire's glow painted a small, warm defiance against the immense dark. Inside, Eirik performed the final act of mending the subtle knife. He laid the blade among the hottest embers until the metal glowed, and Will and Lyra watched a swirl of colors dance in its smoky depths. When the moment was right, Eirik instructed Will to take it and plunge it straight into the snowdrift outside. The rosewood handle was blackened and scorched. Will wrapped his hand in folds of his shirt and did as he was told. In a fierce hiss of steam, he felt the atoms finally knit back together. He knew then the knife was as sharp as ever, its edge restored to impossible fineness. But it did not look the same. The repaired knife was now a stunted, inelegant thing, its once seamless blade marred by dull silver welds at every join. It was ugly, a wounded object, and Will felt a pang of loss as he waited for it to cool. Once it had, he carefully packed it away and sat in the cave's mouth, his gaze fixed on the path, ignoring the silent spies. Higher up the slope, out of sight, Lyra was cradled in the shelter of Eirik Bernison's massive arms, with Pantalaimon curled as a mouse against her. The great bear bent his head, nuzzling her scorched and blackened hands before beginning to lick them clean with his rough, soothing tongue. The simple care in the act made her feel a profound safety she had rarely known. When her hands were clean, Eirik's voice rumbled against her back. Lyra Silvertongue, explain this plan to walk among the dead. It came in a dream, she said, her voice soft. I saw Roger's ghost, Eirik. You remember him, he was calling to me. After we parted from you, he was killed, and the weight of that has been mine to carry. I have to finish what I started. I need to go and make my apology, and if there's any way to pull him free from that place, I must try. If Will can use the knife to open a way, then we have to go. To be able is not the same as to be obliged, Eirik growled. But if you are obliged and you are able, then all your excuses just dry up and blow away, she countered. While you breathe, your duty is to the living. No, Eirik, she said more gently still. Our duty is to keep our promises no matter the cost. I won't lie, I'm terrified. Part of me wishes that dream had never come, and that Will had never imagined using the knife like this. But we can't unknow it, so we can't back out. She felt Pantalaimon shiver against her and stroked his fur with her tender hands. We don't know the way. or what we'll find. We won't know anything until we step through. What will you do?" "I return north with my kin," Iorek said. "These mountains are not for us. Even the snow feels foreign. I thought we might adapt, but we will find life easier in our own cold seas, even warmed as they are. That was a lesson worth learning. And there is another reason I can sense a war gathering, Lyra Silvertongue. I smell it on the wind. I spoke with Serafina Pekkala before my journey here. She was seeking out Lord Farr and the Gyptians. If conflict comes, my people will have a part to play." Lyra sat up straighter, her heart lifting at the familiar names, but Eirik was not finished. "If you do not find a path back from the dead, we will not meet again. I leave no ghost. My body will stay here and become earth. But if we both endure, then you and Will forever have a place of honor in Svalbard. Has he told you of our meeting?" "Only that it was by a river," Lyra said. He stood his ground before me. I believed no one could, but this half-grown boy was both too bold and too cunning for me. "I am not pleased by your chosen path, but there is no one I would trust at your side, except that young man. You are well matched. Go carefully, Lyra Silvertongue, my dear friend." She reached up, wrapping her arms around his thick neck, and pressed her face into his dense fur, words failing her. After a moment, he rose with immense care, loosening her hold, and turned without another sound to vanish into the darkness. Lyra thought his shape was swallowed almost instantly by the pale snow, or perhaps it was just that her vision had blurred with tears. Hearing her footsteps on the path, Will looked at the spies and said, "Don't move. See, the knife is here. I'm not using it. Stay." He went out and found Lyra standing motionless, silently weeping, with Pantalaimon in the form of a wolf, his muzzle lifted toward the starless sky. The faint glow from the dying embers, mirrored in the snow, caught the wet tracks on her face. Those same tears shone back from Will's gaze, a fragile thread of light silently binding them in the cold dark. "I love him so terribly much," she whispered, her voice trembling. "And he seemed so aged, Will. He looked weary and sorrowful and starved. Is everything falling to us now? We truly can't depend on anyone else, can we? It's only us. But we aren't ready. We're still just children. We're far too young. If poor Lee Scoresby is gone and Iorek is fading, all the weight of what must be done is coming onto our shoulders." "We can carry it," he answered firmly. "I'm done looking behind us. We can manage. But we need rest, and if we remain here, those gyropters the spies called for might return. I'm making a window now. We'll find another world to sleep in. If the spies follow, that's their misfortune. We'll deal with them later." She nodded, wiping her nose with her hand and rubbing her eyes. "All right, let's go. Are you certain the knife will work? You've tested it." "I'm certain." With Pantalaimon in the form of a tiger to discourage the spies, Will and Lyra shouldered their packs. "What is your intention?" asked Salmakia. "We're leaving for another world," stated Will, drawing the knife. Holding it felt like reclaiming a part of himself. He hadn't understood how deeply he'd missed its presence. "You must await Lord Asriel's gyropters," Tialis said, his tone unyielding. "We will not," Will replied. "If you approach the knife, I will use it. Follow us if you insist, but you cannot force us to stay. We are going." "You deceived us." "No," Lyra cut in. "I did the lying, Will doesn't. You didn't consider that." "Where do you plan to go?" Will offered no reply. He felt through the dim air and sliced an opening. Salmakia protested, "This is an error. You must see that and heed us." "You haven't considered." "We have," Will interrupted. "We've considered carefully, and we'll tell you our thoughts tomorrow. You may come where we go, or you may return to Lord Asriel." The window opened onto the world where he had found refuge with Baruch and Balthamos, the warm, endless shore with fern-like trees beyond the dunes. "Here," he said. "We'll sleep here. This will do." He ushered them through and sealed the window immediately. As he and Lyra collapsed where they stood, exhausted, the Lady Salmakia kept watch, and the Chevalier opened his lodestone resonator, sending a message out into the darkness. "My child, my daughter, where is she? What have you done?" My Lyra, you would cause less pain tearing the heart from my chest. She was safe in my care, safe, and now where has she gone? Mrs. Coulter's anguished shout echoed through the small chamber atop the adamant tower. She was fastened to a chair, her hair in disarray, her clothes torn, her eyes frantic. Her golden monkey daemon writhed on the floor, trapped in the links of a silver chain. Lord Asriel sat nearby, writing on a sheet of paper, offering no acknowledgments. An orderly stood beside him, casting anxious glances at the woman. When Lord Asriel handed him the paper, he saluted and hurried out, his terrier daemon following with its tail low. Lord Asriel finally turned to Mrs. Coulter. "Lyra? To be blunt, I am indifferent," he said, his voice quiet and rough. "The foolish girl should have remained where she was placed and obeyed instructions. I cannot squander further time or resources on her. If she rejects assistance, let her face the results." "You cannot mean that, Asriel, or you would never have. I mean every syllable. The disruption she has caused far outweighs her value. An average English girl, not particularly intelligent." "She is," cried Mrs. Coulter. "Very well, quick-witted but not scholarly, reckless, untruthful, grasping, courageous, giving, affectionate. A completely unremarkable child, distinguished by nothing. Unremarkable, Lyra. She is one of a kind. Consider everything she has already accomplished. You may dislike her if you wish, Asriel, but you will not condescend to your own child, and she was protected under my care until you are correct," he said, rising. "She is extraordinary. To have mellowed and disarmed you, that is no ordinary achievement. She has drawn your venom, Marisa. She has pulled your fangs. Your fierce fire has been smothered under a gentle rain of tender devotion." Who could have imagined it? The merciless instrument of the magisterium, the zealous hunter of the young, the creator of monstrous devices to tear into them and search their frightened, innocent souls for any trace of transgression. And then a rude, uneducated urchin with grubby hands appears, and you fuss and brood over her like a mother hen. I concede it, the girl must possess some quality I have never witnessed. But if its only effect is to transform you into a simpering parent, it is a meagre, dull, pitiful sort of talent, and now you would do well to be silent. I have summoned my senior officers for an urgent council, and if you cannot restrain your outbursts, I will have you silenced." Mrs. Coulter resembled her daughter more than she realized. Her response was to spit directly into Lord Asriel's face. He wiped it away calmly and remarked, "A gag would prevent that sort of conduct as well." "Oh, by all means, educate me, Asriel," she retorted. "A man who parades a bound prisoner before his subordinates is evidently a model of decorum. Release me, or I will make you gag me." "As you like," he said, drawing a silk scarf from a drawer, but before he could secure it, she shook her head fiercely. "No, wait," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Asriel, please, I implore you, do not disgrace me like this." Frustrated tears streaked her cheeks. "Very well, I will free you, but your daemon remains confined," he stated, tossing the scarf back before slicing her bonds with a pocket knife. She massaged her wrists, stood, stretched stiffly, and only then became aware of her disheveled appearance. She looked exhausted and pallid. The last traces of the Gallivespian toxin still coursed through her, sending sharp aches through her joints, but she refused to let him see her pain. Lord Asriel gestured toward a narrow alcove. "You may freshen up in there." She gathered her shackled daemon, whose hostile gaze never left Lord Asriel, and retreated to compose herself. An orderly entered to announce His Majesty King Ogunwe, and the Lord Roke, the African general, and the Gallivespian entered. King Ogunwe in a crisp uniform, a freshly bandaged cut on his temple, and Lord Roke swiftly approaching the table atop his blue hawk. Lord Asriel welcomed them cordially and offered wine. The hawk allowed its rider to dismount before gliding to a perch near the doorway as the orderly announced the third commander, an angel named Shafania. She was of a far higher order than Baruch or Balthamos, emanating a shimmering, unsettling radiance that seemed to originate from elsewhere. By then, Mrs. Coulter had returned, noticeably more composed, and all three commanders bowed to her. If their appearances startled her, she showed no sign, merely inclining her head and seating herself quietly, the restrained golden monkey cradled in her arms. Without preamble, Lord Asriel said, "Report, King Ogunwe." The African commander, his voice resonant and steady, replied, "We eliminated 17 Swiss guards and destroyed 2 zeppelins. We lost 5 soldiers and 1 gyropter. The girl and the boy evaded capture. We apprehended the Lady Coulter, despite her valiant resistance, and brought her here. I trust she feels she was treated with respect." "I am entirely satisfied with my treatment, sir," she said, with the slightest emphasis on the final word. "Any harm to the remaining gyropters? Any other injuries?" asked Lord Asriel. "Some minor damage and wounds. Nothing grave. Satisfactory. My thanks, King. Your unit performed admirably." "Lord Roke, what intelligence have you gathered?" The Gallivespian responded, "My agents are currently with the boy and the girl in a separate world. Both children are unharmed and in good health, though the girl has been maintained in a heavily sedated state for a considerable time. During the cave incident, the boy's knife was rendered useless, shattering into fragments by some mishap. It has since been restored to its original condition by a remarkable creature from the northern reaches of your world, Lord Asriel, a massive bear with extraordinary skill as a metalsmith. Once the blade was whole again, the boy used it to open a portal into another world where they currently reside. My agents are naturally with them, but a complication has arisen. So long as the boy possesses the knife, he cannot be forced to act. Yet if they were to kill him as he sleeps, the knife would become worthless to our cause. For now, the Chevalier Tialis and the Lady Salmakia will accompany them wherever they journey, ensuring we do not lose their trail. They appear to have some scheme of their own. They are, at the very least, refusing to come here. My 2 will not fail to track them." Lord Asriel inquired, "Are they secure in this new world they've entered?" "They are on a shoreline, close to a forest of towering tree ferns. There is no indication of any animal presence in the immediate vicinity. As we speak, both the boy and the girl are asleep. I communicated with the Chevalier Tialis mere minutes ago." "Thank you," Lord Asriel replied. "Now that your 2 agents are shadowing the children, we naturally have no observers within the magisterium. We will have to depend on the alethiometer, at least." To their astonishment, Mrs. Coulter interjected. "Regarding the other branches, I cannot say," she began, "but as for the consistorial court, the reader they depend upon is Fra Pavel Rasek. He is meticulous, yet painfully slow. They will not discover Lyra's location for several more hours." Lord Asriel said, "Thank you, Marisa. Do you have any insight into what Lyra and this boy plan to do next?" "No," she answered, "none at all. I have spoken with the boy. He struck me as a willful child, quite accustomed to guarding his secrets. I cannot begin to guess his intentions. As for Lyra, she remains entirely inscrutable." King Ogunwe then addressed the assembly. "My lord, may we be informed if the lady is now a member of this command council? If so, what is her role? If not, should she not be removed to another location?" "She is our prisoner and my guest," Lord Asriel stated. "As a former distinguished agent of the Church, she may possess valuable intelligence." "Will she offer this information willingly?" Lord Roke asked, his gaze fixed directly upon her. "Or will she require persuasion through torture?" Mrs. Coulter let out a light laugh. "I would have assumed Lord Asriel's commanders were wiser than to believe truth could be extracted through torture," she remarked, her tone dripping with a sarcasm so polished it was almost admirable. Lord Asriel found himself reluctantly amused by her brazen lack of sincerity. "I will vouch for Mrs. Coulter's conduct," he declared. "She understands the consequences should she betray us, though she will be given no opportunity to do so. However, if any among you holds a reservation, voice it now without fear." "I do," said King Ogunwe, "but my doubt is directed at you, not at her." "Why?" asked Lord Asriel. "If she were to tempt you, you would not withstand it." "Capturing her was correct, but inviting her to this council was an error. Treat her with all courtesy, provide her with every comfort, but place her elsewhere and keep your distance." "Well, I invited you to speak," Lord Asriel conceded, "and I must accept your criticism. I value your presence here more than hers, King. I shall have her removed." He reached for a bell, but before he could ring it, Mrs. Coulter spoke again, her voice urgent. "Please," she implored. Hear me first. I can be of assistance. I have been nearer to the core of the magisterium than anyone else you are likely to encounter. I understand how they reason. I can anticipate their actions. You question why you should trust me. What prompted my defection? The reason is straightforward. They intend to murder my daughter. They dare not allow her to live. The instant I learned who she is, what she represents, what the witches have prophesied concerning her, I knew I had to break from the church. I knew I had become their adversary, and they had become mine. I did not comprehend what all of you were, or what I represented to you. That was a mystery, but I knew I must oppose the church, challenge every tenet they hold, and, if necessary, stand against the authority himself. Her words trailed off. Every commander was focused on her words. She turned her gaze fully toward Lord Asriel, speaking as if to him alone, her voice low and fervent, her bright eyes gleaming. I have been a terrible mother. I allowed my only child to be taken from me when she was just a baby, because I was selfish, caring only for my own ambition. For years I barely thought of her, and when I did, it was only to resent the complication her existence brought to my life. Then the church started focusing on dust and on children, and something woke inside me. I remembered I was a mother, and Lyra was my daughter because a threat emerged. I moved to protect her from it. 3 times now I have intervened to pull her from peril. First, when the Oblation Board began its horrible work, I went to Jordan College and brought her to live with me in London, hoping to shield her from their plans, but she chose to run away. The second time was at Bolvangar. I found her just in time, moments from the blade of the intercision instrument. My heart nearly froze. That was the very fate I had helped bring upon other children, but facing it with my own child, no one can understand that horror unless they have felt it. Yet I freed her. I got her out. I saved her again. Even then, I still considered myself part of the church, a loyal, devoted servant, because I believed I was doing the work of the authority. Then I learned of the witch's prophecy. They say Lyra will soon face a temptation much like Eve did. I don't know what form it will take, but she is growing up. It isn't difficult to guess. Now that the church knows this too, they will have her killed. If everything rests on her choice, would they risk letting her live? Would they dare hope she might refuse this temptation, whatever it is? No, they are compelled to eliminate her. If they could, they would return to the Garden of Eden and kill Eve before the serpent ever spoke. Killing is not hard for them. Calvin himself ordered children's deaths. They would execute her with full ritual prayers, psalms and hymns, but they would still kill her. If she falls into their hands, she is already dead. So when I heard the witch's words, I saved my daughter for the 3rd time. I took her to a hidden place where I could keep her secure, and I intended to stay there with her. You drugged her, King Ogunwe stated. You kept her unconscious. I had no choice, Mrs. Coulter replied, because she hated me. Here her voice, which had been charged yet controlled, broke into a sob and trembled as she continued. She was terrified of me and despised me. She would have fled from me like a sparrow from a hawk if I hadn't made her sleep. Can you imagine what that does to a mother? But it was the only way to keep her safe. All those days in the cave she was asleep, her eyes closed, her body still, her daemon curled softly at her neck. Oh, I felt such overwhelming love, such tenderness, such a profound, my own child. It was the first time I had ever been able to care for her like that, my little girl. I bathed her and fed her, kept her safe and warm, made sure she was nourished as she slept. I lay beside her at night, held her in my arms, wept into her hair, kissed her closed eyelids, my precious one. She was utterly unashamed. She spoke softly, without grand gestures or raised volume. When a sob shook her, she muffled it almost into a hiccup, as if restraining her emotions out of politeness, which only made her brazen lies more convincing. Lord Asriel thought with revulsion. She deceived from the very core of her being. She aimed her words chiefly at King Ogunwe, without seeming to, and Lord Asriel noticed that too. Not only was the king her primary accuser, he was also human, unlike the angel or Lord Roke, and she knew precisely how to appeal to him. Ironically, though, it was the Galavespian on whom her performance left the deepest mark. Lord Roke recognized in her a spirit akin to a scorpion, more than any he had ever met, and he was acutely conscious of the venom that lay beneath her soft words. It was wiser, he believed, to keep such creatures within sight. So when King Ogunwe reconsidered and advocated for her to remain, Lord Roke backed him, leaving Lord Asriel outmaneuvered. He now wished her gone, but having committed to his commander's decision, he was bound by it. Mrs. Coulter met his gaze with an air of placid concern, though he alone could perceive the sly victory glittering deep within her lovely eyes. "Very well, stay," he said curtly. "But you have said enough. Remain silent. We must now examine the proposal for a southern garrison. You've all read the report? Is it feasible? Is it wise? Following that, we will review the armory. Then I expect a briefing from Zaphania on the angelic troop placements. First, the garrison, King Ogunwe." The African leader commenced, and as they spoke, Mrs. Coulter was struck by their precise grasp of the church's fortifications and their shrewd evaluation of its leader's capabilities. Yet, with Tialis and Salmakia now accompanying the children and Lord Asriel lacking a spy within the magisterium, this intelligence would swiftly grow stale and perilously outdated. A sudden notion flashed into Mrs. Coulter's mind, and she exchanged a look with her golden monkey demon that crackled with silent, electric understanding. She kept her peace, however, gently stroking his fur, while the commanders continued. Then Lord Asriel cut in. "Enough. That issue will be addressed later. Now to the armory. I am told the intention craft is prepared for testing. We shall inspect it." He produced a silver key, unlocked the chains from the golden monkey's limbs, and took care not to brush even a single hair. Lord Roke climbed onto his blue hawk and followed the others as Lord Asriel led the way down the tower stairs and out onto the wind-swept battlements. A biting gust tore at them, and the dark blue hawk launched itself upward on a powerful current, circling and crying out in the turbulent sky. King Ogunwe pulled his coat tighter and placed a hand on his cheetah demon's head. With feigned humility, Mrs. Coulter addressed the angel. "Pardon me, my lady, your name is Ephania." "It is," replied the angel. Her presence awed Mrs. Coulter, much as her kin had awed the witch Ruta Skadi when encountered in the heavens. She did not glow, but rather seemed illuminated from within, with no visible light source. She was tall, winged, unclothed, and her weathered face appeared older than any living being Mrs. Coulter had ever beheld. "Are you among the angels who rebelled ages ago?" "Yes. Since that time I have wandered countless worlds. Now I pledge myself to Lord Asriel, for in his grand endeavour I see the finest chance to finally overthrow the tyranny. And if you fail, then we will all be annihilated, and cruelty will hold sway forever." As they conversed, they hurried after Lord Asriel's brisk pace along the gust-ravaged battlements toward a massive descending staircase, so deep that even the flaring torches along the walls could not reveal its end. The Blue Hawk swept past them, diving down and down into the shadows, each passing torchlight making his feathers gleam and fade until he was but a distant speck, then vanished entirely. The angel had moved ahead to walk beside Lord Asriel, leaving Mrs. Coulter to descend next to the African king. "Forgive my ignorance, sir," she said, "but until the skirmish in the cave yesterday, I had never encountered or heard of a being like the man on the Blue Hawk. From where does he come? Could you tell me of his people? I would not wish to offend him, but in speaking without knowledge, I might inadvertently give insult." "You are wise to inquire," said King Ogunwe. "His people are fiercely proud. Their world evolved along a different path from our own, inhabited by two distinct forms of conscious life, humans and the Galavespians. The humans, largely servants of the authority, have sought to eradicate the small people since time immemorial, viewing them as demonic. Consequently, the Galavespians remain wary of those of our stature, though they are themselves fierce, proud warriors, formidable adversaries, and invaluable spies. Are all his people united in your cause, or are they divided like humanity?" she inquired. "A few side with the enemy, but the majority stand with us," he replied, "and the angels, I must confess, until recently I considered them a medieval fantasy, mere figments of imagination. To find oneself conversing with one is profoundly unsettling." How many support Lord Asriel? Mrs. Coulter, King Ogunwe responded. Such inquiries are precisely what a spy would seek to uncover. What a transparent spy I would be. To ask so plainly, she countered with a wry smile. I am your prisoner, sir. I could not escape even if I possessed a sanctuary. From this moment I am rendered harmless. You have my word. If you declare it, I am content to believe you, said the king. Angels are far more enigmatic than any human. They are not a uniform kind. Some wield greater power than others, and among them exist intricate alliances and ancient hatreds we scarcely comprehend. The authority has suppressed them since his own emergence. She halted, genuinely stunned. The African king paused beside her, concerned for her well-being, and indeed the flickering torchlight above cast unsettling shadows across her face. You state that so matter-of-factly, she said, her voice low, as if it were common knowledge. But how can that be? The authority fashioned the worlds, did he not? He existed before all things. How can he have come into being? This is angelic law, Ogunwe explained. It shocked many of us as well, to learn the authority is not the creator. There may have been a creator, or there may not. We do not know. We know only that at a certain point, the authority assumed control, and since then, angels have rebelled and humans have resisted him. This is the final uprising. Never before have humans, angels, and beings from every world united in a common purpose. This is the greatest alliance ever assembled, yet it may still prove insufficient. Time will tell. But what is Lord Asriel's aim? What is this place, and why has he brought us here? He led us here because this world is vacant, devoid of conscious life. We are not colonists, Mrs. Coulter. We have not come to conquer, but to build. And does he plan to assault the kingdom of heaven? Ogunwe met her gaze steadily. We will not invade the kingdom, he stated. But if the kingdom invades us, let them be prepared for war, for we are ready, Mrs. Coulter. I am a king, yet my proudest duty is to aid Lord Asriel in founding a world without any kingdoms whatsoever. No kings, no bishops, no priests. The kingdom of heaven has borne that title since the authority first elevated himself above other angels. We want no part of it. This world is different. We intend to be free citizens of the Republic of Heaven. Mrs. Coulter yearned to ask the multitude of questions pressing upon her, but the king had already moved ahead, unwilling to delay his commander, and she had no choice but to follow. The staircase descended so deeply that by the time it reached level ground, the sky at the top was completely lost to view. Well before the midpoint, her breath grew short, but she voiced no complaint, pressing downward until it opened into a vast hall illuminated by radiant crystals set within the pillars supporting the roof. A network of ladders, gantries, beams, and walkways crisscrossed the dim space above, with small, purposeful figures moving along them. Lord Asriel was addressing his commanders as Mrs. Coulter arrived. Coulter arrived, and without a moment's pause, Lord Asriel led her onward through the vast hall. Here and there, luminous figures drifted through the air or landed briefly to exchange a hurried word with him. The atmosphere was thick and close. Mrs. Coulter observed that, as a courtesy to Lord Roke, each pillar was fitted with an empty bracket at human head height, a perch for his hawk, allowing the Gallivespian to take part in any conversation. They did not linger, however. At the far end, an attendant pulled open a heavy set of double doors, revealing a railway platform where a small enclosed carriage waited, hitched to an anbaric locomotive. The engineer bowed, his brown monkey demon shrinking behind his legs at the sight of the golden monkey with its bound hands. After a brief word with the man, Lord Asriel ushered the others inside. The carriage, panelled in mirrored mahogany, was lit by the same glowing crystals mounted on silver brackets. Once Lord Asriel joined them, the train slid smoothly away from the platform and into a tunnel, picking up speed with a quiet urgency. Only the whisper of wheels on the track hinted at their velocity. "Where are we going?" Mrs. Coulter inquired. "To the armory," Lord Asriel replied curtly, turning to speak in low tones with the angel. Mrs. Coulter shifted her attention to Lord Roke. "My lord, do your spies always operate in pairs?" "Why do you ask?" "Simple curiosity. My daemon and I recently reached an impasse with two of them in that cave." I must admit, I was impressed by their combat skill. Impressed? Did you assume people of our stature would be poor fighters? She met his gaze coolly, sensing the fierce pride behind it. Frankly, yes, she said. I expected to defeat you easily. You nearly proved me wrong, and I'm not too proud to admit it. But is pairing your standard practice? You and your Damon are a pair, are you not? He countered, his brilliant eyes challenging her in the soft crystal light. Did you imagine we would surrender that advantage? She lowered her eyes with a show of modesty and fell silent. Several minutes passed. Mrs. Coulter felt the train descending, plunging ever deeper into the mountain's core. She lost track of time, but after what felt like a quarter of an hour, the train began to slow, eventually gliding to a halt at a platform where anbaric lights blazed after the tunnel's gloom. Lord Asriel opened the doors, and they stepped out into an oppressive, sulphur-charged heat that made her gasp. The air vibrated with the thunder of enormous hammers and the shriek of iron grinding on stone. An attendant heaved open another set of doors, and the noise and heat surged over them like a wave. A blistering glare forced them to shield their eyes. Only Zephania appeared unshaken by the assault of sound, light, and scorching air. As her senses adjusted, Mrs. Coulter looked around, curiosity alight. She had seen forges and ironworks in her own world, but the largest among them seemed like a village blacksmith's shop compared to this. Hammers as big as houses were hauled up to the distant ceiling in an instant, then slammed down onto iron beams the size of tree trunks, flattening them in a heartbeat, with blows that shuddered through the mountain itself. From a vent in the rock wall, a river of molten metal, glowing and sulphurous, flowed until it met an adamantine gate. The incandescent flood then raced through channels and sluices, pouring over weirs into row upon row of molds, where it cooled amid clouds of acrid smoke. Enormous cutting machines and rollers sliced and folded inch-thick iron sheets, as if they were tissue paper, and those monstrous hammers pounded them flat again, layering metal upon metal with such tremendous force that the separate sheets fused into one tougher whole over and over. If Yorick Burnison had ever laid eyes on this armory, even he might have conceded that these artisans possessed a genuine mastery of metal for Mrs. Coulter. It was a sight that left her silent with awe. Conversation was impossible over the din, so no one even tried. Lord Asriel gestured for the small party to follow him onto a grated walkway, suspended high above a vast, echoing vault, where miners labored with picks and spades to chip the gleaming ore from the living rock. They crossed over and moved down a long, rough-hewn corridor. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, shimmering with unearthly hues, and the relentless pounding of industry gradually faded behind them. A cool draught brushed against Mrs. Coulter's flushed skin. The light here came not from torches or fixed sconces, but from loose crystals scattered carelessly across the floor, casting a cold, ethereal glow. Without the heat of open flames, a deep chill began to seep into the group, and soon they emerged quite abruptly into the open night. They stood in a vast clearing, a section of the mountainside carved away to form a space as broad and flat as a military parade ground. Further along, dimly illuminated, were enormous iron doors set into the rock face, some gaping open, others sealed tight. From one of these colossal openings, a team of men was hauling a large object, shrouded in a heavy tarpaulin. "What is that?" Mrs. Coulter asked, turning to the African king beside her. He answered simply, "The intention craft." The term meant nothing to her, and she watched with rapt attention as they began to remove the covering. She edged closer to King Ogunwe, as if for protection from the mountain's chill, and pressed, "How does it function? What is its purpose?" "We are about to find out," the king replied. The revealed machine defied easy description. It resembled a cross between an intricate drilling rig, the cockpit of a gyropter, and the control cabin of a gigantic crane. A glass canopy sheltered a single seat, before which were arrayed a dozen or more levers and handles. It stood on 6 jointed spring-loaded legs, each angled differently, giving it a look of poised, awkward readiness. Its body was a tangled mass of piping, cylinders, pistons, coiled cables, switches, valves, and gauges. Lit only from behind, much of it remained shrouded in shadow, making it difficult to distinguish its core structure from its machinery. Lord Roke, circling above on his hawk, inspected it closely from every angle. Nearby, Lord Asriel and the Angel were deep in discussion with the engineers, while men clambered down from the craft itself, one clutching a clipboard, another a coil of cable. Mrs. Coulter's eyes devoured the craft, her mind working feverishly to catalogue each component and decipher its bewildering complexity. As she studied it, Lord Asriel swung himself up into the seat, securing a leather harness across his shoulders and waist before fitting a helmet snugly on his head. His demon, the snow leopard, leapt up to join him, and he leaned over to adjust a mechanism beside her. An engineer shouted a question upward. Lord Asriel called back a reply. The ground crew then withdrew to the shelter of the doorway. The intention craft moved. Or did it? Mrs. Coulter wasn't certain. It seemed to quiver with a contained energy, yet it remained perfectly still, poised on its insect-like legs. Then it moved again, and she saw it clearly. Various sections of the apparatus were rotating, swiveling silently, as if scanning the dark vault of the sky above. Inside the canopy, Lord Asriel was a blur of motion, pulling levers, checking dials and fine-tuning controls. And then, suddenly, the craft was simply gone. It hadn't launched so much as it had sprung into the air, now hovering above them at the height of a tall tree, turning slowly to the left. There was no roar of an engine, no visible means of defying gravity. It just hung there, silent and impossible. "Listen," said King Ogunwe, his voice low, "to the south." Mrs. Coulter turned her head, straining to hear what he had detected in the distant dark. A mournful wind sighed along the mountain's edge, blending with the deep, rhythmic thuds of the presses that vibrated up through her boots. Light and voices spilled from a doorway until, at some unseen signal, both were cut off, plunging the scene into a deeper quiet. In the stillness, Mrs. Coulter could just make out the distant, erratic chop-chop-chop of gyropter engines fighting the gusts. "Who is that?" she whispered. "Decoys," replied King Ogunwe. "My pilot's on a faint run to draw the enemy out. Watch closely." She strained her eyes against the oppressive dark, dotted with only a few stars. Above them, the intention craft hung in the air with an impossible solidity, utterly unmoved by the buffeting wind. No light came from its cockpit, rendering it nearly invisible, and Lord Asriel's figure was completely lost to the shadows. Then she spotted them, a cluster of lights low in the sky, just as the engine noise swelled into a steady drone. 6 gyropters raced forward, one clearly damaged, trailing smoke and flying lower than the rest. They were on a course to skirt the mountain and continue beyond. Chasing them was a ragged assortment of pursuers. Mrs. Coulter discerned a bulky, unfamiliar gyropter, 2 fixed-wing aircraft, a massive bird gliding effortlessly with 2 armed riders on its back, and 3 or 4 angelic forms. "A raiding party," King Ogunwe stated. The pursuers were gaining. Suddenly, a line of brilliant light lanced from one of the fixed-wing craft, followed a heartbeat later by the deep crack of the shot. But the shell never reached its target, the smoking gyropter, for in the same instant the light appeared. A flash erupted from the intention craft, and the projectile detonated harmlessly in midair. Mrs. Coulter barely had time to process that near-simultaneous sequence of light and sound before the battle was fully joined. It was difficult to follow in the dark sky, with every flyer moving so swiftly, but a series of nearly silent flashes lit the mountainside, each accompanied by a short, sharp hiss like escaping steam. Each flash found its mark, aircraft burst into flame or exploded, the giant bird shrieked, a sound like vast fabric being torn, and plunged onto the distant rocks. The angels simply dissolved into drifts of glowing particles that twinkled and faded like spent fireworks. Then silence. The wind carried away the last sounds of the decoy gyropters, now vanished around the mountain's flank. No one spoke. Flames from the wreckage far below cast a hellish glow on the underside of the intention craft, which still hung impossibly in the air, now turning slowly, as if surveying the scene. The totality of the destruction was so absolute that Mrs. Coulter, a woman acquainted with horror, felt a fresh, cold shock. As she stared upward, the craft seemed to shimmer and shift, and then it was simply on the ground again, solid and real. King Ogunwe and the other commanders hurried forward, joined by engineers who threw open doors, flooding the proving ground with light. Mrs. Coulter remained where she stood, her mind racing over the craft's mysterious mechanics. "Why is he revealing this to us?" her daemon murmured quietly, a new note of wary curiosity in its voice. "He cannot possibly have read our thoughts," she replied in the same hushed tone, though a sliver of doubt now chilled her confidence. They were both recalling that spark of an idea in the adamant tower, the notion of approaching Lord Asriel with a proposition, offering to infiltrate the consistorial court of discipline as his spy. She knew every lever of power in that labyrinthine institution. She could make them all dance to a tune only she could hear. The sheer arrogant display of force she had just witnessed, however, made her wonder if any proposition from her would be seen as a bargaining chip or merely a trivial distraction. Convincing them of her sincerity would be a challenge, but she was certain she could manage it. With the Gallivspian spies now accompanying Will and Lyra, she felt Asriel would find her proposal impossible to ignore. Yet, as she studied the peculiar flying craft, a more audacious plan seized her, and she squeezed the golden monkey in a burst of delight. "Asriel," she called up, her voice light, "could you show me how it operates?" He glanced down, his face a mix of distraction and impatience, yet glowing with a proud excitement. She knew his fascination with the intention craft would make him eager to demonstrate it. King Ogunwe stepped back, as Lord Asriel leaned down, pulling her up into the cockpit. He settled her into the seat, observing as her eyes scanned the instrument panel. "How does it function? What provides the power?" she asked. "Your intentions," he replied. "That's why it's named as such. If you mean to go forward, it moves forward." "That's not a real explanation. Tell me properly. What kind of engine is it? How can it possibly fly? I don't see anything aerodynamic, yet these controls, from in here it feels almost like a gyrocopter." He struggled to contain his enthusiasm. Seeing her seemingly under his control, he gave in. He indicated a cable ending and a leather grip, deeply imprinted with his demon's teeth marks. "Your daemon," he explained, "must hold this handle with teeth or hands. It makes no difference. And you must wear that helmet. A current flows between them, amplified by a capacitor. Well, it's more complex than that, but flying it is straightforward. We installed gyrocopter-like controls for familiarity, but eventually we won't need controls at all. Naturally, only a human with a demon can pilot it." "I understand," she said, and then she shoved him forcefully, sending him tumbling from the machine. In one fluid motion, she secured the helmet on her head, and the golden monkey seized the leather handle. Her hand found the control that would, in a gyrocopter, adjust the rotor pitch, and she pushed the throttle forward. Immediately, the intention craft surged upward, but she hadn't quite mastered it yet. The aircraft hovered, tilted slightly, for several heartbeats as she fumbled for the forward controls. In those fleeting seconds, Lord Asriel accomplished three things. He sprang to his feet. He raised a hand to stop King Ogunwe from ordering the soldiers to fire upon the craft. And he said, "Lord Roke, if you would be so kind, go with her." The Gallivspian prompted his blue hawk upward instantly, and the bird flew directly to the still open cabin door. The observers below could see the woman's head turning, the golden monkey doing the same, and they noted that neither noticed the tiny figure of Lord Roke leaping from his hawk into the cabin behind them. A moment later, the intention craft began to move, and the hawk wheeled away, gliding down to perch on Lord Asriel's wrist. Within mere seconds, the aircraft was fading into the damp, star-filled sky. Lord Asriel watched with a blend of chagrin and admiration. "Well, King, you were entirely correct," he admitted. "I should have listened to you from the start. She is Lyra's mother. I ought to have anticipated a stunt like this." "Will you not give chase?" asked King Ogunwe. "What? And ruin a perfectly good aircraft? Certainly not. Where do you suppose she'll go to search for the girl?" "Not initially. She doesn't know where to look. I know precisely what she'll do. She'll go straight to the consistorial court and present the intention craft as a token of her good faith. Then she'll spy on them for us. Having exhausted every other form of deception, this one will offer her a refreshing new experience. Frankly, she's probably bored with straightforward betrayal. This adds a layer of ironic charity to her usual routine. Once she learns the girl's location, she'll head straight there, and we'll be right behind her. And when does Lord Roke plan to reveal that he's traveling with her? Oh, I suspect he'll save that for a surprise, wouldn't you agree? They shared a laugh before returning to the workshops, where a newer, more refined version of the intention craft was ready for their review. Mary Malone was building a mirror. This wasn't an act of vanity, she had very little of that, but rather an experiment to test a theory. She was attempting to capture shadows, and without her laboratory instruments, she had to make do with whatever was available. The Mulefa's technology made minimal use of metal. They achieved remarkable things with stone, wood, cord, shell, and horn. But the metals they possessed came from native copper nuggets and similar finds in the river sand, and these were never turned into tools. They were purely decorative. For instance, Mulefa couples, upon marrying, would exchange bands of polished copper, bending them around the base of a horn with a significance much like a wedding ring. So they were utterly captivated by Mary's Swiss Army knife, her most prized belonging. One afternoon, as she unfolded the knife to show her close friend, the Zalif named Atul, all its various attachments, Atul gasped in amazement. Mary did her best to explain their uses, despite her limited command of the language. One tool was a tiny magnifying glass, and with it she began to scorch a pattern onto a dry, smooth-surfaced branch she found an act that sparked her thoughts about shadows. They had been fishing, but the river was shallow and the fish seemed absent, so they left their net in the water and settled on the grassy bank to talk. Mary etched a simple daisy into the wood, delighting Atal, but as a wisp of smoke curled up from the point where the focused sunlight met the branch, a thought struck her. If this were fossilized, and a scientist discovered it 10 million years from now, they could still detect shadows around it, because I have altered it. She slipped into a sun-warmed daydream until Atul asked what she was thinking about. Mary tried to describe her work, her research, the lab, the discovery of shadow particles, and the astounding realization that they were conscious. Retelling the story reignited her passion, filling her with a sharp longing for her equipment. She didn't expect Atul to fully grasp the explanation, both because of her own imperfect Mulefa speech and because the Mulefa seemed so grounded in the tangible, everyday world. Much of what she was saying involved mathematics. But Atal surprised her by responding, "Yes, we understand what you mean, we call it." And then she used a word that sounded like their term for light. "Light?" Mary asked. "Not light, but—" Atal repeated the word more slowly for Mary to catch, clarifying, "It is like the light on water when small ripples form at sunset, and the light breaks into bright flakes. We call it that, but it is a make-like." Mary had learned that make-like was their word for metaphor. So she said, "It isn't actually light, but you see it and it resembles that light on water at sunset?" Atul confirmed. "Yes, all Mulefa have this. You have it too. That is how we knew you were like us and not like the grazers who lack it. Even though you look so strange and alarming, you are like us because you have—" And again came that word Mary couldn't quite catch clearly, something like sraf or saf, accompanied by a light flick of her trunk to the left. Mary felt a surge of excitement. She forced herself to stay calm enough to choose her words carefully. "What do you know about it? Where does it come from?" Atal's reply was, "From us, and from the oil," and Mary understood she meant the oil from the large seed pod wheels. "From you, when we are grown, but without the trees, it would simply fade away." In that moment, Mary felt a strange, sudden kinship, a shared secret with these beings under a foreign sun, a connection that felt both ancient and startlingly new. The oil and the wheels keep it with us. Once we're grown, Mary had to steady herself again, fighting off a wave of confusion. She'd started to notice something about shadows, that children and adults seemed to respond to them in different ways, or maybe drew different kinds of shadow activity toward them. Lyra had mentioned something similar, hadn't she? In her world, scientists had found that dust, their name for shadows, behaved differently around the young. Here was that same pattern again, and it tied back to what the shadows had shown her on the computer screen just before she left home. This whole mystery was linked to that pivotal shift in human history, the story of Adam and Eve, the temptation, the fall, original sin. Her colleague, Oliver Payne, studying ancient skulls, had found a surge in shadow particles around human remains from about 30,000 years ago. Something had changed in our evolution then, something that made the human brain a perfect amplifier for their presence. She turned to Attal. How long have the Mulefa existed? 33,000 years, Attal replied. By now Attal could read Mary's clearest expressions, and she let out a joyful laugh at the sight of Mary's stunned face. The Mulefa's laughter was so bright and contagious that Mary usually couldn't help joining in, but this time she stayed serious, amazed. How can you know that so precisely? Do you have records that go back that far? Oh, yes, said Attal. Ever since we have had Sraf, we have had memory and awareness. Before that, we remembered nothing. What gave you the Sraf? We learned to use the wheels. Long ago, a creature without a name found a seed pod and began to play with it. As she played. She. Yes, she had no name then. She saw a snake sliding through the hole in a seed pod, and the snake said, The snake spoke, No, it is a make-like, a story picture. The tale says the snake asked, What do you know? What do you remember? What do you see ahead? And she answered, Nothing at all. So the snake told her, Put your foot through the hole where I was playing, and you will grow wise. So she placed her foot where the snake had been. The oil entered her blood and sharpened her sight, and the first thing she saw was the Sraf. It was so strange and lovely that she wanted to share it right away with her companion. So she and her mate took the seed pods, and suddenly they knew who they were. They knew they were Mulefa, not simple grazers. They gave each other names. They named themselves Mulefa. They named the seed trees and every plant and creature. Because they were different then, Mary said. Yes, they were. And so were their children. When more pods fell, they showed the young how to use them. And once the children were old enough to ride the wheels, they began to make Sraf too. The Sraf would return with the oil and stay. They saw they must plant more seed pod trees for the oil's sake, but the pods were so hard they rarely sprouted. So the first Mulefa realized what they had to do, ride upon the wheels to crack them open. That is why Mulefa and seed pod trees have always lived together. Mary grasped maybe a quarter of Attal's words directly, but through patient questions and guesses she pieced together the rest well enough. Her command of the language kept growing, yet the more she learned, the more tangled it all became. Each answer sprouted half a dozen new questions, each leading somewhere else. She forced her mind to stay fixed on Sraf, because that was the heart of it, and that was what made her think of the mirror. It was the way Sraf shimmered, like sunlight glancing off water, that gave her the idea. The shimmering light reflecting off the ocean was polarized, and Mary wondered if the shadow particles, when they acted as waves, might also share this property. She couldn't perceive Sraf like the Mulefa, but she had an idea. I want to try making a mirror from the sap lacquer, she told Attal. I think it might help me see it. Attal was immediately enthusiastic, and they quickly pulled in their fishing net to begin gathering materials, finding 3 plump fish inside as a fortunate sign. The lacquer came from a smaller, cultivated tree. By boiling the sap and dissolving it in their distilled fruit alcohol, the Mulefa created a milky, amber-colored varnish. They applied it in up to 20 thin coats over wood or shell, curing each layer under damp cloths to build a surface of remarkable hardness and shine. They often made it opaque with oxides, but the clear version fascinated Mary. It possessed the same curious light-splitting quality as Iceland spar, creating a double image. She didn't have a precise plan, trusting that patient experimentation, free from pressure, would guide her. She recalled quoting the poet Keats to Lyra about negative capability, that state of open-minded patience Lyra herself used with the alethiometer. That was the mindset Mary needed now. She began by finding a flat piece of pine-like wood and painstakingly sanding it smooth with sandstone, avoiding any metal tools. It was tedious work, but the Mulefa method was effective. With Attal she visited the lacquer grove, carefully explaining her project to gain permission to collect sap. The Mulefa granted it amiably, though they were preoccupied with their own tasks. Together they tapped the sticky resin and began the lengthy process of boiling and dissolving to prepare the varnish. Following a craftsman's instructions, she used pads of cottony fiber to apply coat after thin coat, losing count after 40. The difference after each application was barely visible, but slowly, a layer nearly 5 millimeters thick built up. Then came the polishing, an entire day of gentle circular rubbing until her arms ached and her head pounded. Exhausted, she slept deeply. The next day, her group worked in a knotwood coppice, tightening the interwoven shoots to guide their growth. The Mulefa valued Mary here. With her smaller size and nimble hands, she could reach into spaces they couldn't. It was only after returning to the settlement that Mary could finally play with her creation, still without a clear goal. First, she tried using the lacquered sheet as a mirror, but without a reflective backing, it only showed a faint, doubled ghost in the wood. She realized she needed the lacquer alone, but the thought of making another sheet was daunting. How could she keep it flat without support? Then the solution struck her. She could simply cut the wood away from the lacquer. The process would still take time, but she was grateful for the Swiss Army knife. Starting at the very edge, she worked with extreme delicacy, determined not to scratch the lacquer backing. She managed to peel away most of the pine, though it left behind a stubborn, splintered mess, clinging to the clear, hardened varnish. Wondering if water would help, she questioned whether the lacquer might soften when wet. Her mentor in the craft shook his head. It would stay hard forever, he explained. Instead, he suggested another method, showing her a liquid kept in a stone bowl that could dissolve wood in just a few hours. To Mary, it looked and smelled distinctly acidic. He assured her it would barely harm the lacquer, and any minor damage could be easily fixed. Intrigued by her endeavor, he helped her carefully apply the acid to the wood, describing how they made it by grinding, dissolving, and distilling a mineral found near shallow lakes she hadn't yet seen. Slowly, the wood softened and released, leaving Mary with a single sheet of clear amber lacquer, roughly the size of a paperback page. She polished the back as meticulously as the front, until both sides were as flat and smooth as a fine mirror. Peering through it, she saw nothing unusual. The view was perfectly clear, yet it presented a double image, the right one slightly offset and angled upward. Curious, she wondered what would happen with two pieces layered together. Taking up the knife again, she scored a line across the sheet, sharpening the blade repeatedly on a smooth stone until the groove was deep enough to risk snapping it. Placing a slender stick beneath the score line, she pushed down sharply, just as she'd seen a glazier cut glass, and it worked perfectly. Now she had two sheets. Holding them together and looking through, the amber hue deepened, acting like a photographic filter that emphasized some colors and muted others, casting the landscape in a subtly different light. Strangely, the doubleness vanished, and everything appeared single again, but there was still no sign of shadows. She experimented by moving the pieces apart, watching the world shift and change. When they were about a hand's width apart, something curious occurred. The amber tint disappeared entirely, and everything seemed to return to its normal color, yet brighter and more vivid. Just then, Atul wandered over to see what she was up to. "Can you see Sraf now?" Atul asked. "No, but I can see other things," Mary replied, trying to show her. Atul watched politely, but without the electric sense of discovery that thrilled Mary, and soon the Zalif grew tired of peering through the small lacquer pieces and settled on the grass to tend to her wheels and claws. Among the Mulefa, grooming each other's claws was a social ritual, and Atul had invited Mary a few times before. In return, Mary let Atul tidy her hair, enjoying the gentle sensation of the soft trunk lifting and stroking her scalp. Sensing Atul's desire for that connection now, Mary set down the lacquer and ran her hands over the astonishingly smooth surface of Atul's claws, smoother than Teflon, which rested against the rim of the central hole, acting as a bearing when the wheel turned. The contours matched perfectly, and as Mary's hands moved around the inside of the wheel, she could detect no change in texture. It felt as if the Mulefa and the seed pod were truly one being miraculously able to separate and reunite. The contact was soothing for them both, a quiet moment of shared understanding in the midst of Mary's restless inquiry. Mary's friend was still young and unmarried, and with no eligible males in their immediate group, she would eventually need to find a partner from outside their circle. Connections were difficult to make, and Mary often sensed a quiet worry in Attal about what lay ahead. Because of this, Mary never minded the time she spent with her. She was content to clean the grit from the wheel holes and work the fragrant oil gently over her friend's claws while Attal's trunk carefully tidied her hair. Once finished, Attal settled back onto her wheels and rolled away to help with the evening meal. Mary returned to her lacquer plates, and almost immediately she found something extraordinary. Holding the plates a hand's width apart, she saw once more that bright, clear image, but now something was different. Peering through, she noticed a shimmering cloud of golden sparkles surrounding Attal's form. They were only visible through one small section of the lacquer, and Mary soon understood why. That was exactly where her oily fingers had touched the surface. "Attal," she called out, "come back, quickly!" Attal turned and wheeled back. Mary asked for just a little more oil, and Attal let her run her fingers around the wheel holes again, watching with curiosity as Mary spread a fine film of the clear, sweet substance over one plate. She pressed the plates together, moving them to distribute the oil evenly, then held them apart once more. When she looked through this time, everything had transformed. She could see shadows. If she had been in the retiring room at Jordan College when Lord Asriel projected his specially treated photograms, she would have recognized a similar effect. Everywhere she looked, she saw gold exactly as Attal had described, drifting sparkles of light, some floating aimlessly, others moving with clear purpose. The ordinary world was still there, the grass, the river, the trees, but wherever a conscious being stood, especially one of the Mulefa, the light grew denser and more vibrant. It didn't hide their shapes. If anything, it made them clearer. "I never knew it was so beautiful," Mary said to Attal. "Why, of course it is," her friend replied. "It's strange to think you couldn't see it before. Look at the little one." She pointed toward a small child playing in the tall grass, tumbling after grasshoppers, stopping suddenly to examine a leaf, stumbling and scrambling up again to rush over to his mother, only to be distracted by a stick on the ground. When he tried to pick it up, ants crawled onto his trunk, and he hooted in agitation. A soft golden haze enveloped him, stronger than the gentle glow around the shelters or the evening fire, and it swirled with tiny currents of intention, eddies of curiosity and surprise that appeared and vanished like breath on glass. Around his mother, however, the golden sparkles were far more intense, and the currents within them flowed with a settled, powerful rhythm. She was preparing food, dusting flour onto a flat stone to make thin bread, all while keeping a watchful eye on her child. The shadows, or sraf, or dust that bathed her seemed to embody responsibility and tender care. "So you can see at last," said Attal. Her tone had shifted, carrying a note of solemn readiness, as if to say, "Finally, we've been waiting now, things must change." Others were approaching now from over the hill, out of shelters, along the riverbank. Some were familiar faces from the group, but there were strangers too, Mulefa she had never seen before, all looking toward her with quiet curiosity. The low, steady sound of their wheels on the hard-packed earth filled the air. "Where do I need to go?" Mary asked. "Why is everyone coming here?" "Don't worry," Attal said gently. "Come with me, we would never hurt you." The gathering had clearly been arranged well in advance, as everyone moved with purpose toward a low, flat-topped mound at the village boundary. Its packed earth surface was smooth, with gentle slopes at either end, and Mary guessed at least 50 Mulefa were assembling. The scent of wood smoke from cooking fires lingered in the twilight, and the low sun cast a dusty golden haze over the scene. She caught the aroma of roasting corn mingled with the familiar, pleasant odor of the Mulefa themselves, a blend of oil and warm hide, sweet and horse-like. Attal nudged her gently toward the mound. When Mary asked what was happening, Attal demurred. "Not me. Satamax will speak." Mary didn't recognize the name, and the elder Zalif Attal indicated was a stranger. He was the oldest Mulefa she had yet seen, with a sprinkling of white hairs at the base of his trunk, and he moved with a stiff, arthritic slowness. The others gave him a wide, respectful berth. Peeking through her lacquer lens, Mary understood why. The old one's shadow cloud was astonishingly dense and intricate, inspiring a feeling of deep reverence, even with her limited understanding. A hush fell over the crowd as Satamax prepared to speak. His voice was a deep, resonant instrument, his trunk moving in slow, elegant gestures. Mary stood near the mound, acutely aware of every eye upon her, feeling like the new kid in school all over again, with Atul a comforting presence nearby. "We have assembled," Satamax began, "to welcome the stranger, Mary. Those who have come to know her have cause to appreciate her actions since her arrival. We waited until she gained some grasp of our language. With the help of many, and especially the Zalif Atul, she can now understand us. Yet there was a greater understanding she lacked, that of Sraf. She knew of it, but could not perceive it as we do until she fashioned a device to see. Now that she has succeeded, she is prepared to learn what she must do to aid us. Mary, please join me here." Feeling dizzy and terribly self-conscious, Mary obeyed, stepping up beside the elder. Thinking she ought to say something, she began, her gestures clumsy compared to her speech with Atul. "You have all treated me as a friend," she said. "Your kindness and hospitality in my world, life is very different, yet some of us are aware of Sraf, as you are. I'm grateful for your help in creating this glass, which lets me see it. If there is any way I can help you, I will do so gladly." She feared her words were awkward, her meaning unclear. It was so difficult to know where to face when you had to gesture to speak, but they seemed to follow her. Satamax responded, "It is good to hear your voice. We hope you can help us. If not, I see no path to our survival. The Tualapi will destroy us all. Their numbers grow greater each year. There are more now than ever before. Something in the world is broken." He continued, his tone shifting from solemnity to a sharper, almost sarcastic edge. "For 33,000 years, a mere blink to creatures like birds, I suppose we Mulefa have tended the earth. Everything was in balance. The trees flourished, the grazers thrived, and even the occasional Tualapi incursion kept our respective numbers steady. But then, 3 centuries ago, the trees began to ail. We watched, we nursed them, we fretted, and still they produced fewer seed pods, shed leaves out of season, and some did the unthinkable, they died. Our entire collective memory could find no reason. Oh, the decline was slow, but so is the rhythm of our lives. We didn't grasp the urgency until you arrived. We have seen butterflies and birds, but they carry no sraf. You do, strange as you are, yet you are all swift immediacy, like them. You understand the necessity of a tool to perceive sraf, and in a flash, from the materials we have used for millennia, you assemble an instrument to do just that. Beside us, your thoughts and actions move with the speed of a hummingbird. That is how it appears, confirming our own rhythm must seem sluggish to you. Yet this very fact is our hope. You perceive realities we cannot, seeing connections, possibilities, and alternatives hidden from our sight, just as Sraf was once hidden from yours. Where we see no path to survival, we hope you might. We hope you will move swiftly to the heart of the tree's blight and discover a remedy. We hope you will devise a way to confront the Tualapi, who are vast in number and strength, and we hope you can do it soon, for otherwise we are all lost. A soft murmur of assent rose from the gathering. Every gaze was fixed on Mary, making her feel like a new student at a prestigious academy where the expectations were impossibly high. A curious sense of flattery warmed her. The image of herself as quick and bird-like was novel and pleasing, a stark contrast to her usual view of herself as merely persistent and steady. But this feeling was chased by a cold dread that they had misunderstood her completely. They saw a capability she did not possess. The weight of their desperate hope felt like a physical burden. Yet she had no choice. They were waiting. "Satamax," she said, "Mulefa, you place your faith in me, and I will give everything I have. You have shown me kindness, and your way of life is precious. I will strive with all my strength to help. Now that I have seen Sraf, I understand the true nature of this task. Thank you for your trust." They nodded, murmured softly, and gently brushed her with their trunks as she stepped away, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what she had just promised. Meanwhile, in the world of Sitagazi, the assassin priest Father Gomez picked his way up a stony mountain path between gnarled olive trees. The late afternoon sun filtered through the silvery leaves, and the air buzzed with the chorus of crickets. Ahead, nestled among grapevines, was a small farmhouse where a goat cried out and a spring whispered over mossy stones. An old man was busy with a chore near the wall, and an old woman was guiding the goat toward a milking stool. In the village below, they had said the woman he pursued came this way, speaking of heading higher into the hills. Perhaps this elderly pair had seen her. At the very least, he might find some cheese and olives to purchase, and fresh water to drink. Father Gomez was well accustomed to a sparse life, and time for now was on his side. Lyra stirred before first light, with Pantalaimon trembling against her, and she rose to walk about, stirring her blood as a pale grey seeped into the sky. She had never experienced a silence this profound, not even in the hushed Arctic wastes. Not a whisper of wind stirred, and the sea lay so calm that not a single wavelet lapped the shore, as if the world were holding its breath. Will slept deeply, curled up with his head on the pack, guarding the knife. His cloak had slipped, and she carefully drew it back over him, pretending to be mindful of the cat-shaped daemon she imagined curled beside him. She must be here somewhere, Lyra thought. Carrying a drowsy Pantalaimon, she moved away from Will and settled on the side of a sandy rise so their talking wouldn't disturb him. "Those little beings," Pantalaimon whispered. "I don't trust them," Lyra stated flatly. "I think we need to get clear of them quick. Maybe if we snare them somehow, Will can use the knife to cut an opening and seal it, and then we're gone." "We don't have a snare," he pointed out, "or anything like it. Besides, I suspect they're smarter than that. He's watching us right now." As he spoke, Pantalaimon shifted into a hawk, his vision far sharper than her own. The sky was shifting from deep night to a delicate, luminous blue. As Lyra gazed toward the ocean, the very first sliver of the sun broke free from the horizon, its light so brilliant it made her blink. Perched on the dune's slope, she felt the dawn reach her a heartbeat before it spilled onto the beach below. She watched the golden glow wash over her, and then stream toward where Will lay sleeping. There, standing guard beside his head, was the tiny, alert figure of the Chevalier Tialis, his eyes fixed on them. "They can't actually force us," Lyra murmured. "They have to follow where we go. I'd guess they're pretty annoyed about it by now." Pantalaimon, in the form of a stoat, twitched his whiskers. "If they managed to grab us," he said, meaning himself and Lyra, "and had those venomous spurs poised, Will would have no choice. He'd have to obey." The memory hit Lyra with sudden force. Mrs. Coulter's piercing scream, the violent tremors, the golden monkey's slack-jawed agony as the toxin took hold, and that was from just a graze. Will would be compelled to surrender. But what if they believe he wouldn't? She wondered aloud. What if they think he's heartless enough to let us suffer? Maybe he should try to make them believe exactly that. She had carried the alethiometer with her, and now, in the growing light, she drew it out and settled it on the dark velvet in her lap. Gradually, she slipped into the familiar trance where layers of meaning unfolded like petals and intricate connections became clear. Her fingers moved to the symbols, and her mind formed the question, how can we be free of the spies? The needle flew across the dial, a silver blur, and the answer settled in her understanding. Do not try. Your survival is tied to theirs. The reply was unexpected and unwelcome. She pressed on, asking, "How do we find the land of the dead?" The response was swift. "Descend, follow the knife, continue, follow the knife." Finally, with a touch of shame, she asked, "Are we doing the right thing?" "Yes," came the immediate firm reply. "Yes." She let out a breath, emerging from the trance, and pushed her hair back, feeling the sun's first true warmth on her skin. The world was coming alive with sound, the faint stir of insects, a soft breeze whispering through the dry grass on the dune. After putting the alethiometer away, she walked back to Will. Pantalaimon, for effect, had made himself as large as he could, taking the shape of a lion in hopes of intimidating the small Galavespians. Tialis was just finishing with his lodestone device. "Have you been speaking with Lord Asriel?" Lyra asked, with his envoy, Tialis answered, "We're not going to him," she stated. "That is what I conveyed." What did he say back? "That is between him and me." "Fine, keep your secrets," Lyra said. She tilted her head. "Are you and that lady married?" "No, we are partners. Do you have children?" "No." As Tialis carefully stored the resonator, the Lady Salmakia awoke nearby, rising with elegant slowness from the small impression she'd made in the sand. Their dragonflies, still dormant, were tethered with filament fine cord, their wings glistening with dew. "In your world," Lyra pressed, "are there ordinary-sized people, or is everyone small like you?" "We have our ways of managing larger folk," Tialis replied, unhelpfully, before moving to confer quietly with the lady. Their voices were too soft to catch, but Lyra watched, fascinated, as they sipped dewdrops from the marram grass for refreshment. Water must be so strange for them, she thought to Pan. Imagine a droplet the size of your head. It would have a skin like a rubber ball, tough to pierce. By then, Will was stirring awake, his movements heavy with exhaustion. The very first thing he did was to seek out the Gallivespians. They, in turn, were already watching him, their attention absolute and unwavering. Will's gaze shifted until it found Lyra. "I need to talk to you," she said quietly. "Can we step over here, where it's just us?" "If you move away," Tialis's voice cut in, sharp and clear, "the knife stays. If you wish to keep the knife, your conversation happens right here. Don't we get any privacy?" Lyra shot back, her temper flaring. "We don't want an audience." "Then depart, but leave the blade behind." They were isolated on the dune, and it wasn't as if the tiny spies could wield the subtle knife themselves. Will dug through his pack for the water and 2 dry biscuits, handing one to Lyra before leading her a short way up the sandy slope. The grains shifted under their feet with a soft hiss. "I consulted the alethiometer," she confessed, her voice dropping. "It told me we shouldn't try to lose these little people. Apparently they're going to save our lives. So I guess we're stuck with them." "Have you told them our plan?" Will asked. "Absolutely not, and I won't. They'd just use that speaking fiddle thing to tell Lord Asriel, and he'd race to stop us. We have to go, and we can't discuss it where they might hear." "But they're spies," Will reasoned. "Listening and hiding is what they do. Maybe we shouldn't talk about it at all. We know the destination. We'll just move, and they'll have to follow without explanations. They can't hear us now. We're too far." "Will, I also asked how we find the way. The alethiometer said just to follow the knife. That was all." "Sounds simple enough," he said, a wry smile touching his lips. "Which probably means it'll be impossibly hard. You know what Irek Burnison told me when I said goodbye?" "No. What?" "He said it would be very difficult for me, but he believed I could manage. He never said why, though." "The knife broke because I was thinking about my mother," Will admitted, the memory a fresh ache. "So I have to clear my mind of her. But it's like being told not to picture an elephant. Suddenly that's all you can see. You managed to cut through last night," Lyra pointed out. "Only because I was exhausted, I think. We'll see. So we just follow the knife, that's what it said. Then we might as well start now, except our food is nearly gone. We should find a world where we can get supplies, some bread, maybe fruit. I'll find a window to a place with food first, then we begin the real search." "All right," Lyra agreed, feeling a surge of relief at the prospect of moving again, with Pantalaimon perched on her shoulder and Will awake beside her. They trudged back to where the Gallivespians waited, alert and poised beside the knife, their own tiny packs secured. "We require an understanding of your intentions," stated Salmakia. "We're not going to Lord Asriel," Will said flatly. "We have something else to do first. Will you inform us what that is? Since it is evident, we cannot prevent you." "No," Lyra said, "because you'd just report it. You'll have to come along in the dark. Of course you could always quit and go back to your master." "Unthinkable," Tialis replied, his pride bristling. "We need a guarantee," Will insisted, his tone hardening. "Your spies, deception is part of the job. We have to know we can trust you. Last night we were all too worn out to think straight, but nothing stops you from waiting until we're asleep. stinging us helpless and calling Lord Asriel on that lodestone device. You could do it easily. A promise isn't enough. We need something real. The two small figures trembled, insulted to their core. Tialis, mastering his anger, spoke with icy control. We do not accept one-sided demands. You must offer something in return. Disclose your intentions, and I will place the lodestone resonator into your keeping. You must return it to me when I need to send a message, but you will always know when that is. We cannot use it without your consent. That is our guarantee. Now, you tell us where you are bound and why. Will and Lyra exchanged a look, a silent agreement passing between them. All right, Lyra said finally. That's fair, so here it is. We're going to the world of the dead. We don't know where it is, but the knife will find the way. That's the plan, Lyra declared. The two spies stared at her, mouths agape in disbelief. Salmakia finally blinked and said, That makes no sense. The dead are gone. There is no such place. I used to believe that too, Will admitted, but now I'm not so sure. The knife can show us the truth. But why would you even try? Salmakia pressed. Lyra glanced at Will, who gave a slight nod of encouragement. A long time ago, before I met Will, I led a friend into terrible danger, she explained, her voice growing softer. I thought I was saving him, but I only made everything worse, and he was killed while I was asleep. I dreamed of him. I thought maybe if I could go to where he's gone, I could apologize and try to make things right. And Will, he wants to find his father who died just when they were finally reunited. Lord Asriel wouldn't care about any of that. Neither would Mrs. Coulter. If we went to them, we'd just be tools for their plans. Roger, my friend, wouldn't matter to them at all. But he matters to me, he matters to us. So that's what we're going to do. Child, said Tialis, his tone weary, when we die, it is the end, there is nothing after. You've seen death, you've seen a daemon vanish, what part could possibly remain? Then we'll go and see for ourselves, Lyra said firmly, her jaw set. And since we've told you, I'll take your resonator lodestone now. She extended her hand, and Pantalaimon in his leopard form rose beside her, his tail swishing slowly in a silent show of support. With a resigned sigh, Tialis unslung the small pack from his back and placed it in her palm. It was far heavier than she expected, and she felt a flicker of admiration for his strength. And how long do you intend this expedition to last? The Chevalier asked. We don't know, Lyra told him plainly. We know as little about it as you do. We'll go and we'll see. The first thing, Will interjected, is to find water and more food, something we can carry easily. So I'm going to find a world where we can get supplies, and then we'll leave. Tialis and Salmakia mounted their waiting dragonflies, holding the great insects steady as they quivered on the ground, eager for flight. In the daylight, Lyra could now see the exquisite detail of their gear, the fine grey silk reins, the tiny silvery stirrups, and the delicate saddles. Will took up the subtle knife. A powerful longing tugged at him, tempting him to seek the familiar touch of his own world. He still had the credit card. He could buy proper food. He could even find a phone and call Mrs. Cooper to ask about his mother. The knife jerked violently in his hand with a sound like a nail scraping over rough stone, and his heart lurched. If he broke the blade now, it would all be over. He took a steadying breath and tried again. This time, instead of fighting the thought of his mother, he quietly acknowledged it, and then deliberately looked away in his mind. The blade slid smoothly this time, finding a new world and opening a window. Moments later, they all stood in what appeared to be the tidy, prosperous farmyard of some northern country, perhaps like the Netherlands or Denmark. The stone-flagged yard was swept clean, and a row of stable doors stood open under a hazy sun. The air held the smell of smoke and something fouler beneath it. There was no human sound, only a loud mechanical buzzing that came from the stables. Lyra went to look and returned immediately, her face pale. There are 4, she gulped, a hand at her throat. 4 dead horses in there, and flies, millions of them. Look, Will said, pointing toward the raspberry canes at the edge of the kitchen garden, his own stomach turning. Or maybe don't. He had just spotted a man's legs, one with a shoe and one without, protruding from the thickest part of the bushes. Lyra turned away, but Will went to check if the man was still alive and needed help. He returned a moment later, shaking his head, his expression grim and unsettled. The farmhouse door stood slightly open. Tialis, having darted inside, flew back to the threshold. "The air in there is sweeter," he reported before zipping back into the kitchen, as Salmakia continued her reconnaissance of the surrounding sheds. Will followed the tiny spy inside, entering a spacious, old-fashioned kitchen. A wooden dresser held plain white dishes, a sturdy pine table stood scrubbed clean, and a cold black kettle sat on the hearth. The adjoining pantry held shelves of apples, their rich scent permeating the entire room. The quiet felt heavy and expectant. "Will," Lyra whispered, her voice tight, "is this the land of the dead?" The same unsettling idea had crossed his mind, but he pushed it aside. "No, it's a new world. We should gather supplies while we can. This dark rye bread is light to carry, and here's some cheese." Once their packs were filled, Will carefully placed a gold coin into a drawer of the pine table. Lyra noticed Tialis's curious glance. "You should always pay for what you take," Will explained simply. Just then Salmakia entered through the back door, her dragonfly alighting on the table in a flash of brilliant blue. "Armed men are approaching on foot," she announced urgently. "They are only minutes away. Beyond the fields a village is burning." As she spoke, the sounds of boots on gravel shouted orders and the clink of metal gear reached their ears. "Time to go," Will said. He raised the subtle knife, feeling the air with its point. Immediately he sensed something strange. The blade slid as if over glass, then slowly penetrated a substance that felt thick and resistant, like dense canvas. When he finally made an opening, he stared in disbelief. The world on the other side was an exact duplicate of the kitchen they were standing in. "What's going on?" Lyra asked. The spies peered through, equally confused, but their confusion was mixed with a palpable resistance. An invisible force pushed back against their passage. Will had to shove his way through and pull Lyra after him. The Galavespians struggled terribly. Their dragonflies had to land on the children's hands, and even then, it was like fighting a strong, unseen wind. The insects' delicate wings strained and fluttered, their riders whispering reassurance against the mounting panic. After a tense struggle, they all tumbled through, and Will, finding the unseen edge, sealed the window shut, silencing the soldiers' world behind them. "Will?" Lyra said, her tone sharp. He turned to find another person in the kitchen with them. His heart lurched. It was the same lean, weathered man he had seen lying dead in the bushes not 10 minutes earlier. His throat slit open. Now, the man stood before them, alive but gripped by a paralyzing shock. His eyes were wide with terror, the whites showing all around, and one trembling hand clutched the table's edge. Will noted with relief that his throat was unharmed. The man opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. He could only point a shaking finger at the intruders. Lyra found her voice first. "Please excuse us for entering your home. We were fleeing from those soldiers. I'm sorry we frightened you. I'm Lyra, this is Will, and these are our friends, Chevalier Tialis and Lady Salmakia. Could you tell us your name and where we are?" The simple, polite question seemed to jolt the man back to a terrible awareness. A full-body shudder passed through him. "I'm dead," he stated, his voice hollow. "I'm lying out there dead. I know I am, but you're not dead. What is this? God help me. They cut my throat. What is happening?" As he uttered the words, "I'm dead," Lyra instinctively moved closer to Will, and Pantalaimon, shivering, fled to her breast in the form of a mouse. The Galavespians struggled to guide their dragonflies, as the large insects appeared deeply unsettled by the man's presence, flitting desperately around the kitchen in search of an exit. Oblivious to them, the man was grappling with his own reality. "Are you a spirit?" Will ventured carefully. The man stretched out a hand, and Will attempted to grasp it, but his fingers passed through empty air, leaving only a faint, cold sensation. Witnessing this, the man stared at his own hand in horror. The initial shock was fading, replaced by the grim understanding of his condition. "It's true," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I am gone. I am gone. and I am bound for damnation. Hush now, Lyra said softly. We'll walk with you. What is your name? I was Dirk Jansen, he replied, but now I am utterly lost. I don't know what to do or where to turn. Will pushed the door open. Outside, the farmyard lay unchanged under the same pale sun, and there, untouched, was the man's own physical form. A low moan escaped Dirk Jansen, the final acceptance of the truth. The dragonflies seized their chance, zipping out the door to skim the earth before rocketing skyward, swift as arrows. The man turned in helpless circles, his hands rising and falling, accompanied by soft, distressed sounds. I can't remain here. I cannot stay, he muttered. But this isn't my farm. This is all wrong. I must move on. Where will you go, Mr. Jansen? Lyra asked. Down the lane, don't know, just have to go, can't linger here. Lady Salmakia descended to land on Lyra's hand, her dragonfly's tiny feet prickling Lyra's skin as she reported, More figures are coming from the village, people like this man all walking the same path. Then we'll join them, Will said, hoisting his pack onto his shoulder. Dirk Jansen was already shuffling past his own body, deliberately looking away. He moved with the unsteady gait of a drunkard, pausing, lurching forward, weaving side to side, tripping over familiar ruts and stones on the path he'd known all his life. Lyra followed Will, and Pantalaimon transformed into a kestrel, soaring upward until Lyra caught her breath. They're right, he confirmed upon returning. Lines of people, all coming from the village. The departed. Soon they saw them too, a group of 20 or so men, women and children, all moving with the same dazed disbelief. The village lay half a mile off, and these souls were drifting toward them, clustered in the road's centre. Seeing his own kind, Dirk Jansen broke into a clumsy run, and they reached out their hands as if to welcome a long-lost brother. It was almost touching, in a bleak sort of way. Here was an entire community of the confused, marching obediently toward an unknown fate. Even if they don't know the destination, they're all heading there together, Lyra observed. We should follow. Do you think people in this world had daemons? Will wondered aloud. Hard to say. If you saw one back in your world, would you recognize a ghost? It's difficult. They don't look quite right. There was a man in my town I'd see outside the shops, always clutching the same worn plastic bag. He never spoke to anyone or went inside. Nobody ever really looked at him. I used to imagine he was a ghost. These people remind me of him. Maybe my world has always been full of ghosts, and I just never realized. I don't believe mine is, Lyra said, though she sounded uncertain. Still, this must be the land of the dead. These people were just killed by those soldiers, surely, and here they are, and it all looks just like the world they left. I expected it to be well more dramatic. Suddenly, she gripped Will's arm. Will, it's fading, she said urgently. Look around. He stopped and saw she was right. The light was draining from the landscape, not unlike that afternoon back in Oxford, just before he found the window to Sitagaz. He remembered standing outside during the solar eclipse, watching the vivid midday light soften and dim until an uncanny twilight settled over the houses, the trees, the entire park. This felt eerily the same. The world remained sharply visible, yet it felt as if the light itself was being bled away like a sun slowly extinguishing. The strangeness deepened as the very edges of everything began to soften and dissolve. It's not like blindness, Lyra whispered, her voice tight with fear. It's as if the things we're looking at are losing their substance, just evaporating. Colour was steadily leaching from the scene. The vibrant green of the trees and grass dulled to a murky olive, a field of golden corn faded to the hue of dusty sand, and the cheerful red of a tidy farmhouse darkened to a sombre, rusty grey. The people ahead, now nearer, had also begun to notice. They pointed with trembling fingers and clung to one another, seeking comfort in a touch that felt increasingly insubstantial. In this draining world, the only points of vivid life were the dazzling red and yellow and electric blue of the dragonflies, their tiny riders, and Will and Lyra themselves, with Pantalaimon circling close above in the form of a watchful kestrel. As they neared the first of the figures, the truth was unmistakable. They were all ghosts. Will and Lyra instinctively moved closer together, but there was no menace here. The phantoms were far more terrified of them, shrinking back and huddling in a silent, wary cluster. Will raised his voice, trying to sound calm. "Please, don't be afraid. We won't harm you. Can you tell us where you're headed?" The group turned almost as one to look at the eldest man among them, their silent guide. "We're going where everyone goes," he said, his voice thin and distant. "Feels like I know the way, but I can't recall being taught it. Seems it's just down this road. We'll recognize the place when we arrive." A child's voice piped up, small and confused. "Mama, why is it getting dark now? It's still daytime." "Hush now, darling, don't fuss," the mother murmured, her own desperation barely concealed. "Fretting won't change a thing. I suppose we're dead." "But where are we going?" the child wailed, the fear breaking through. "I don't want to be dead, Mama." "We're going to see your grandpa," the mother said, a hollow promise born of sheer helplessness. The child, unconvinced, began to cry, a thin, endless sound of pure loss that hung in the heavy air. Others in the procession glanced at the mother with pity or irritation, but they were powerless to help, and so the whole mournful group trudged onward through the dimming world, the child's persistent sobs a stark counterpoint to the growing silence. Earlier, the Chevalier Tialis had exchanged a few quick words with Salmakia before darting ahead on his dragonfly. Will and Lyra watched the insect's brilliant form grow smaller, their eyes hungry for its defiant spark of energy. The Lady Salmakia guided her own mount down to alight delicately on Will's outstretched hand. "The Chevalier has gone to scout the path ahead," she reported. "We believe this fading is because these people are forgetting. The farther they travel from the memories of their lives, the dimmer their world becomes. But why are they moving at all?" Lyra wondered aloud. "If I were a ghost, I'd stay right where I knew things. I wouldn't just wander off and get lost." Will thought he understood. "They're unhappy there. It's the place where they died. It frightens them." "No," corrected the lady, her tone certain. "They are being drawn. Something deeper than memory is pulling them down this road." And indeed, now that the sight of their own village had faded behind them, the ghosts walked with a more resigned determination. The sky had darkened to the deep grey of an impending tempest, yet without any of the crackling energy that precedes a storm. The road stretched ahead across a landscape grown almost blank. Occasionally, a ghost would steal a curious glance at Will and Lyra, or at the radiant dragonfly and its rider, their vividness a shocking contrast to the pervasive gloom. Finally, the old man spoke again, his gaze fixed on them. "You there, boy and girl, you ain't dead, you ain't spirits. What's your business walking with us?" "We came here by accident," Lyra answered quickly, before Will could. "We were running from some men, and then we just weren't where we were anymore. We don't know how it happened." Will asked the question that had been weighing on him. "How will you know when you've reached the place you're supposed to go?" The ghost's expression was one of weary certainty. "Oh, we'll be told, I expect," he said. "They'll sort out the sinners from the saints, I shouldn't wonder. No use in praying about it now. That time's long past." A dry, humorless chuckle escaped him. "Bit late for regrets when you're already on the road. You should have taken care of that while you were still living. It's too late now." His meaning was unmistakable, both in which group he placed himself and his belief that it wouldn't be a crowded one. The other spirits shifted uncomfortably at his words, but with no other leader to follow, they fell into step behind him without protest. They pressed onward in a heavy silence beneath a sky that had settled into a flat, unyielding iron grey, refusing to darken further. The living among them scanned their surroundings, left, right, above, below, searching for any hint of brightness, life or joy, and found nothing until a tiny, swift light darted toward them through the gloom. It was the Chevalier. With a glad cry, Salmakia urged her dragonfly forward to meet him. After a quick exchange, they zipped back to the children. "There's a settlement ahead," Tialis reported. "It resembles a refugee camp, but it's clearly ancient. I believe there's a sea or a lake beyond it, shrouded in mist. I could hear the calls of birds, and people ghosts like these are arriving by the hundreds every minute from all directions. The ghosts listened with a detached, listless air, as if sunk in a numb trance. Lyra felt a surge of frustration, wanting to shake them, to scream at them, to rouse themselves and fight for a way out. "Will, how are we ever going to help them?" she whispered. He had no answer. As they continued, a slow, shifting movement became visible along the horizon on all sides. Ahead, a foul, dirty smoke climbed lazily to thicken the dismal air. The movement was ghosts, in lines, in pairs, in clusters, or alone, all empty-handed, an endless river of men, women, and children drifting across the plain toward the source of the smoke. The ground began to slope downward, increasingly resembling a vast garbage dump. The atmosphere grew thick with smoke and other stenches, acrid chemicals, rotting vegetation, raw sewage. With every step downward, the conditions worsened. Not a single patch of clean earth was visible, only sickly weeds and coarse, greyish grass managed to grow. Before them, above what must have been water, hung the mist. It rose like a vast sheer cliff, merging with the gloomy sky, and from within its depths echoed the lonely bird cries Tialis had mentioned. And there, sprawled between the waste heaps and the wall of mist, lay the first town of the dead. Here and there fires smouldered among the ruins. The town was a chaotic jumble without streets or squares, the only open spaces created by collapsed buildings. A few structures, perhaps old churches or public halls, still loomed above the rest, though their roofs were pierced and walls fissured. One portico had completely crumbled onto its columns. In the gaps between these stone shells, a tangled maze of shacks and shanties had been cobbled together from scavenged planks, crushed tin cans, torn plastic sheets, and scraps of plywood. The ghosts who had accompanied them now hurried with sudden purpose into the squalor, joined by countless others flowing in from every direction like grains of sand funneling toward an hourglass's neck. Lyra and Will moved to follow, but a figure stepped from a patched doorway, holding up a hand. "Wait, wait," he said. A dim glow from behind him made his features hard to discern, but they knew immediately he was alive, like them. He was a gaunt man of indeterminate age, dressed in a shabby, threadbare business suit, and he clutched a pencil and a clipboard stacked with papers. The building he emerged from had the weary, official air of a customs post on a forgotten border. "Where are we?" Will asked, his voice low. "And why can't we just go through?" The man before them sighed, as if he'd answered this question 1,000 times. "You're still among the living. You have to wait in the holding area. Follow the road to the left and present these documents at the gate." Lyra stepped forward, her expression earnest. "Sir, if you don't mind my asking, how did we even get here if we're not dead? This is supposed to be the land of the dead, isn't it? This is merely an outpost, a border region," the official explained. "The living sometimes wander in by accident. They must wait here before proceeding. Wait for what?" Will pressed, a cold dread beginning to settle in his stomach. "Until they die," the man stated flatly. Will felt the ground tilt slightly beneath his feet. He saw Lyra open her mouth, ready to protest, and he quickly spoke first. "What happens after that? To the ghosts who come through, do they remain in this town permanently?" "Of course not," the official replied, a trace of impatience in his tone. "This is only a transit point. They journey onward from here, by boat." "To where?" Will demanded. "That," the man said, his mouth twisting into a grim, humorless smile, "is not for me to say. You must move along now. Please proceed to the holding area." He extended the papers. Will took them, then gently grasped Lyra's arm, guiding her away from the gate. The dragonfly's wings beat slowly, with obvious fatigue. Tialis explained they required rest, so the creatures settled on Will's backpack, while Lyra let the spies perch on her shoulders. Pantalaimon, in the form of a sleek leopard, watched them with a hint of envy, but stayed silent. They walked the path, avoiding the dismal shacks and the foul-smelling puddles, watching the ceaseless, unimpeded flow of ghosts entering the town proper. It was a bizarrely orderly procession of despair. "We need to cross the water just like they do," Will said quietly. Maybe the others waiting here will know how. They don't seem hostile, at least. It's all so strange, and these papers. He examined the scraps, just torn notebook pages covered in meaningless penciled scribbles and crossouts. It felt like some absurd, bureaucratic game, a test to see how long they'd play along without objecting, yet the chilling air and the bleak landscape felt utterly, terribly real. The light was fading, and a deeper cold set in, making time feel slippery and indistinct. Lyra felt they walked for an hour, or perhaps it was only 20 minutes. The scenery offered no clues. Eventually they reached another wooden shack, illuminated by a single bulb dangling from a wire. A man emerged, munching on a piece of bread, glanced at their papers with a nod, and handed them back. "Excuse me," Will said quickly, before the man could retreat inside. "Where are we supposed to go now?" "Find a place to settle," the man said, not unkindly. "Just ask around. Everyone here is waiting, same as you." He then shut his door against the encroaching chill. The travelers moved deeper into the shanty town, reserved for the living. It was a grim mirror of the main settlement, rickety huts, endlessly repaired with plastic sheeting and bits of metal, slumped together over muddy lanes. Here and there, a cable drooped from a post, providing just enough power for a bare bulb or two. Most of the light, however, came from small scattered fires. Their smoky crimson glow danced over the patchwork walls like the last spiteful embers of some vast, forgotten disaster. As their eyes adjusted, Will and Lyra began to make out more shapes in the gloom, figures sitting alone in the dark, or propped against walls, or huddled in small murmuring groups. "Why are all those people outside?" Lyra whispered, shivering. "It's freezing." The Lady Salmachia's voice was soft but clear from Lyra's shoulder. "They are not people. They are not even ghosts." The travelers were something else entirely, though I couldn't quite place what. They reached the first cluster of shacks, illuminated by a single feeble electric bulb dangling from a cable that swayed in the chilly breeze. Will's hand instinctively went to the knife at his belt. A group of those human-shaped figures were huddled outside, squatting and rolling dice in the dirt. As the children approached, all 5 stood up, men with shadowed faces and worn clothing, utterly silent. "What's this town called?" Will asked. No one answered. A few took a step back, and the whole group drew closer together, as if huddling for safety. Lyra felt her skin prickle, every fine hair on her arms standing on end for reasons she couldn't explain. Beneath her shirt, Pantalaimon trembled, whispering, "No, Lyra, no, let's turn back, please." The figures didn't move, so Will finally shrugged and said, "Well, good evening anyway," and they walked on. Every attempt to speak to other shadowy forms met the same eerie silence, and their unease grew with each step. "Will," Lyra whispered, "are they spectres? Have we gotten old enough to see them?" "I doubt it. If we were, they'd be attacking. They just seem afraid. I don't know what they are." Suddenly, a door creaked open, spilling warm light onto the muddy ground. A man, a real living person, stood framed in the doorway, watching them. The strange figures nearby shuffled back a step, almost respectfully, and the children saw his face, plain, gentle, and weary. "Who are you?" he asked. "We're travelers," Will replied. "We're lost. What is this place?" "This is the holding area," the man said. "Have you come far?" "A very long way, and we're exhausted," said Will. "Could we buy some food and pay for a place to sleep?" The man peered past them into the darkness, then stepped fully outside, scanning the area as if expecting someone else. He turned to the silent figures nearby. "Did any of you see a death?" They shook their heads, and the children caught a soft murmur of "No, none." "Death?" Will said, perplexed. "We're not bringing any death with us." But that statement seemed to be the problem. When he spoke, a soft, collective gasp came from the living people in the doorway, and even the silent figures shrank back further. "Excuse me," Lyra said, stepping forward with the practiced politeness she used when facing Jordan College's stern housekeeper. "I hope it's not rude to ask, but these gentlemen here, are they dead? Where we come from, this is very unusual. We've never seen anyone like them." "I do beg your pardon if I'm being impolite. You see, in my world, everyone has a demon. We'd be shocked to see someone without one, just like you seem shocked to see us. I've learned from traveling, this is Will, and I'm Lyra, that some people, like Will, don't have daemons, and I was scared too until I realized they're just ordinary. So maybe that's why someone from your world might be nervous seeing us if you think we're different. The man said, Lyra, and Will? Yes, sir, she replied meekly. Are those your daemons? He asked, pointing to the spies on her shoulder. No, said Lyra. She was tempted to claim they were servants, but sensed Will would disapprove. They're our friends, the Chevalier Tialis and the Lady Salmacia. Very distinguished and wise companions. Oh, and this, she added, pulling mouse-formed pantalaimon from her pocket, is my daemon, you see. We're harmless. We promise we won't hurt anyone. We just need food and shelter for the night. We'll leave first thing tomorrow, honest. Everyone waited, the silence heavy in the cold air. The man's anxiety eased slightly at her respectful manner, and the figures outside managed to appear unassuming and benign. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. All right, it's unusual, but I guess these are unusual days. Come on in, you're welcome. The silhouettes beyond the door nodded, a couple offering slight, polite bows, and they stepped back courteously as Will and Lyra moved into the warmth and light. The man shut the door behind them, securing it with a loop of wire over a bent nail. The single room was illuminated by a naphtha lamp on a central table. It was tidy but worn, its plywood walls adorned with pictures torn from movie magazines and a smudged pattern made from sooty fingerprints. An iron stove stood against one wall, a clothes horse laden with damp, steaming shirts positioned before it. On a makeshift dresser, a collection of plastic flowers, seashells, brightly colored perfume bottles, and other trinkets formed a shrine around a picture of a grinning skeleton wearing a top hat and dark sunglasses. The shack was cramped. Besides the man and woman and their 2 young children, there was a baby sleeping in a crib, an older gentleman, and in a corner, buried in a pile of blankets, a very elderly woman whose sharp, gleaming eyes missed nothing, her face a network of wrinkles. As Lyra glanced her way, she got a start. The blankets shifted, and a terribly thin arm in a black sleeve emerged, followed by another face, a man's so old it was nearly skeletal. In truth, he bore a stronger resemblance to the jaunty picture on the dresser than to a living person. Will noticed him too, and the travellers collectively understood that this man was one of those faint, courteous beings like the ones who had escorted them. A wave of mutual bewilderment filled the room, mirroring the man's own initial shock. For a long moment, everyone in the crowded hut, save for the sleeping infant, was utterly speechless. Lyra, as usual, was the first to break the silence. "That's awfully kind of you," she said, her voice steady. "Thank you, and good evening. We're very glad to be here, and like I mentioned, we apologize for arriving without our deaths. If that's the customary procedure, we don't mean to be a bother. The truth is, we're searching for the land of the dead, and that's what led us here. But we haven't a clue where it is, whether this is part of it, or how to reach it. So if you can tell us anything at all, we'd be truly grateful." The family's stares persisted, but Lyra's directness softened the tension a little. The woman gestured for them to sit at the table, pulling out a bench. Will and Lyra carefully placed the slumbering dragonflies on a high shelf in a shadowy corner, where Tialis assured them the insects would rest until morning, and then the Galavespians joined them on the tabletop. The woman had been preparing a pot of stew, and she quickly peeled and added a couple more potatoes to stretch the meal, quietly urging her husband Peter to offer the guests something while it cooked. He produced a bottle of clear, sharp-smelling spirits that reminded Lyra of the Gyptians' Geneva. The 2 spies accepted a glass, into which they dipped their own tiny vessels. Lyra had assumed the family would be most fascinated by the miniature Galavespians, but she sensed their curiosity was equally fixed upon her and Will. She didn't hesitate to ask why. "You're the first folks we ever seen come here without a death," Peter explained. "Since we arrived, I mean. We're like you. We got here before we died, by some accident or twist of fate. We have to wait until our own death tells us it's time." "Your death tells you?" Lyra asked, incredulous. Yep. What we learned when we came here, oh, a long while back for most of us, is that we all brought our deaths along with us. This is the place where you find out. We had him with us the whole time and never knew it. See, everybody's got a death. It follows you everywhere, your whole life long, staying right close by. Our deaths, they're outside, taking the air, they'll come in by and by. The old woman's passing was a quiet one, with her death right there beside her, a constant and intimate companion. Doesn't it frighten you, Lyra asked, having that presence so near all the time? Why should it? Came the reply. If he's there, you can watch him. I'd be far more uneasy not knowing where he was. Will listened, astonished. So everyone has their own? From the moment you draw breath, the woman said, your death enters the world with you, and when your time comes, it's your death that leads you away. Lyra leaned forward. That's what we must understand. We're searching for the land of the dead and don't know the way. Where do we go? Your death will touch your shoulder or take your hand and say, come along with me, it's time. It might be in a fevered sickness, or choking on a crust, or tumbling from a great height. In the midst of your struggle, your death comes gently and says, easy now, easy child, you come along with me. Then you go together in a boat across a dark lake into the mist. What lies beyond, no one can say. No one returns. The woman, Martha, sent a child to call the deaths inside. The boy hurried to the door and spoke softly. Will and Lyra watched in awe as the pale, unremarkable figures, one for each family member, drifted in. They were drab and quiet, dressed in shabby clothes, taking up almost no space at all. The Gallivespians moved closer together. These are truly your deaths? Tialis inquired. They are, sir, said Peter. Do you know when they'll call for you? No, but knowing they're near is a comfort. Tialis fell silent, clearly finding the idea anything but comforting. The deaths stood politely along the wall, so unobtrusive that Lyra and Will soon forgot they were there, though a dark thought crossed Will's mind. Those men I killed, their deaths were with them all along. They never knew, and neither did I. Martha served a simple stew onto worn enamel plates, setting aside a bowl for the deaths. They did not eat, but seemed content with the aroma. Soon, everyone was eating hungrily, and Peter asked the children about their origins. I'll tell you everything, Lyra announced as she took command. A familiar thrill bubbled up inside her, like fizz in a soda. She knew Will was watching, and she was glad he could see her doing what she did best, spinning a tale for him and for all of them. She began with her parents, a duke and duchess, immensely wealthy and important, who were betrayed by a political rival, stripped of their estate, and thrown into a dungeon. They escaped by shimmying down a rope, the infant Lyra clutched in her father's arms, and reclaimed their fortune, only to be ambushed and murdered by highwaymen. Lyra herself would have been killed, roasted, and eaten had Will not rescued her at the last moment, carrying her back to the wolf pack that had raised him as one of their own. He had tumbled from his father's ship as a baby, washing ashore on a desolate beach where a she-wolf nursed him and kept him alive. The family listened to this outrageous fiction with placid belief, and even the deaths drew nearer, perching on benches or settling on the floor, their mild, polite faces fixed on Lyra as she wove the story of her forest life with Will. After a time with the wolves, she explained, they had journeyed to Oxford to find work in the kitchens of Jordan College. They encountered Roger along the way, and when Jordan found herself targeted by the brickmaker's dwelling in the clay pits, a frantic escape became necessary. Seizing Egyptian narrowboat, she, Will, and Roger navigated the Thames, narrowly avoiding capture at Abingdon Lock, before Wapping pirates sent their vessel to the bottom. Forced to swim, they scrambled aboard a three-masted clipper just departing for Hangzhou in China, its holds destined to be filled with tea. It was aboard this ship they met the Gallivespians, travellers from the moon who had been swept to earth by a tempest roaring out of the Milky Way. Finding shelter in the crow's nest, the children took turns visiting until a tragic misstep sent Roger tumbling into the unforgiving sea. Pleas for the captain to search fell on deaf ears. He was a stern man obsessed with profit and speed, and he had them shackled. Yet the Gallivespians proved resourceful, smuggling them a file, and so their journey continued. Periodically, she would glance toward Will or the spies for affirmation, with Salmakia offering a clarifying point or Will giving a confirming nod, the tale coiling onward until it reached the moment the children and their lunar allies resolved to seek the land of the dead. There they hoped to learn from her parents the hidden location of the family fortune. If we knew our deaths in our own world as you do here, she reflected, it might simplify things, but perhaps we're fortunate to have found this place and your counsel. Thank you for your kindness, and for this meal it was truly welcome. What we require now, perhaps by morning, is a means to cross the water where the departed travel. Are there any boats we might secure? The adults exchanged uncertain looks. Weary and flushed, the children gazed sleepily from one face to another, but no suggestion was forthcoming. Then a new voice spoke, a dry, cracked nasal sound emerging from the bedclothes in the corner. It was not a woman's voice, nor did it sound fully alive. It was the voice of the grandmother's death. "The sole path across that lake to the land of the dead," he said, propping himself on an elbow and aiming a bony finger at Lyra, "is with your own deaths. You must summon them. I know of your kind, who hold your deaths at a distance. You dislike them, and out of politeness they remain unseen, but they are never far. Each time you turn, your death darts behind you. They conceal themselves in a teacup, a dewdrop, a sigh of wind, not like me and old Magda here," he added, pinching her withered cheek until she swatted his hand away. "We share our days with kindness and friendship. That is the answer. You must offer welcome, forge a friendship, show kindness. Invite your deaths to draw near, and then see what terms you might arrange." His words dropped into Lyra's mind with the weight of stones, and Will too felt their grave burden. "How do we do that?" Will asked. "You need only wish it, and it is accomplished," the death replied. "Wait," interjected Tialis. Every eye shifted to him, and even the deaths resting on the floor sat up, turning their placid, empty faces toward his tiny, fervent one. He stood beside Salmakia, his hand on her shoulder. Lyra sensed his intention. He meant to declare this had gone too far, that they were pursuing a foolish and reckless course. So she stepped forward. "Pardon me," she said to the man named Peter, "but the Chevalier and I must step outside briefly. He needs to consult with his allies on the moon using my special device." "We won't be long," Lyra said, lifting him carefully to avoid his sharp spurs. She carried him out into the cold darkness, where a loose sheet of tin roofing rattled mournfully in the wind. "You must stop this," Tialis insisted, as she placed him on an overturned fuel drum. The only light came from a single swaying bulb hanging from a wire overhead. "This is far enough. We go no further." "But we had a deal," Lyra replied. "No, not like this. Not to this extreme." "Fine. Then leave. Fly back. Will can cut an opening to your world, or any world you choose. You can go through and be safe. We don't mind." "Do you have any idea what you are doing?" "Yes. You do not. You are a reckless, deceitful child. Fantasy comes so easily to you that dishonesty has seeped into your very nature. You won't even acknowledge the truth when it is right in front of you. Since you refuse to see it, I will be blunt. You cannot, you must not risk your life. You must return with us now. I will summon Lord Asriel, and we can be safe inside the fortress within hours." A furious sob swelled in Lyra's chest. She stamped her foot, unable to stand still. "You don't understand," she cried out. "You have no idea what's in my head or my heart. Do you? I don't even know if your kind has children. Maybe you lay eggs. It wouldn't surprise me because you aren't kind, you aren't generous, you aren't considerate, you aren't even cruel. That would be better. At least cruelty would mean you took us seriously, that you weren't just humoring us when it was convenient. Oh, I can't trust you at all now. You promised to help, to do this together, and now you want to stop us. You're the dishonest one, Tialis." "I would never allow a child of mine to address me with such insolence, Lyra. I should have disciplined you long before now. Then go ahead, punish me since you can. Take your horrible spurs and dig them in hard. Go on, here's my hand, do it. You have no idea what's in my heart, you proud, selfish thing. You couldn't possibly understand how sad and guilty and sorry I feel about my friend Roger. You end lives just like that. She snapped her fingers. They mean nothing to you, but it's a torment to me that I never got to say goodbye. I want to apologize and make it right. You'd never understand that, for all your pride and all your grown-up cleverness, and if I have to die to do what's proper, then I will, and I'll be glad of it. I've seen worse. So if you want to kill me, you hard man, you strong man, you poison bearer, you chevalier, then do it. Go on, kill me. Then Roger and I can play in the land of the dead forever and laugh at you, you pitiful creature. What Tialis might have done next was plain to see. He was trembling, ablaze with a furious passion, but before he could move, a voice spoke from behind Lyra, and a sudden chill fell over them both. Lyra turned, knowing what she would see and dreading it despite her show of courage. Her death stood very close, smiling gently, his face identical to all the others she had seen. But this one was hers, her very own. At her breast, Pantalaimon whimpered and shuddered. His ermine form flowed up around her neck, as if trying to push her away from the presence. In doing so, he only drew nearer to it himself. Realizing this, he shrank back toward the warmth of her throat and the steady beat of her heart. Lyra held him tight and looked directly at her death. She couldn't recall what he had said. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Tialis swiftly preparing the lodestone resonator, his hands busy. "You're my death, aren't you?" she asked. "Yes, my dear," he replied. "You're not going to take me yet, are you? You called for me, I am always here. Yes, but I did, yes, but I want to go to the land of the dead. That's true, but I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Being alive was a gift, and Pantalaimon was a part of that gift." But the thought of that other place filled her with a cold dread. She had watched demons flicker and dissolve into nothing when their humans died. "Do they have demons there, in the land of the dead?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "No," came the reply, gentle yet final. "Your daemon fades into the air, and you sink into the earth." "Then I won't go without him," Lyra stated, her resolve hardening like winter ice, "and I intend to come back. Has anyone ever done that?" "Not for countless generations. In time, child, you will make that journey effortlessly. It will be safe and calm, escorted by your own death, a faithful companion who has walked with you every day, who understands you more deeply than you understand yourself." "But Pan is my faithful companion." Lyra's voice cracked with emotion. "I don't know you, Death. I know Pan, I love Pan, and if he were to—" She trailed off, looking at the figure before her. He appeared thoughtful and kind, yet the truth of what he was, her personal death, standing so near, sent a constant chill through her bones. "I understand it will be difficult now," she said, forcing her voice to steadiness. "And dangerous. But I want to go. I truly do. Will feels the same. We've both lost people too soon. We need to set things right, or at least I do. Every living soul wishes for one more conversation with those who have passed on," Death responded. "What makes you different?" "Because," Lyra began, weaving a half-truth, "I have a duty there. It's not just about seeing my friend Roger. An angel gave me a task, something only I can do. It's too urgent to wait for a natural end. The angel commanded me. That's why Will and I are here. We have to go." Behind her, the Galavespian Tialis quietly put away his lodestone resonator and watched, awestruck, as this girl bargained with her own mortality to enter a forbidden realm. Death rubbed his temple and held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. Nothing could stem the tide of Lyra's words or dampen the fierce fire of her desire. Not even fear could stop her. She insisted she had witnessed terrors worse than dying, and she had. Finally, her death spoke again. "If your mind cannot be changed, then I will guide you. I can lead you in, but finding your way out again, that will be your own burden to bear. And my friends," Lyra added quickly, "Will and the others." From the side, Tialis let out a resigned sigh. "Lyra," he said, "against every shred of our better judgment, we will accompany you. I was furious with you moments ago, yet you make it impossible to refuse." Lyra, sensing a victory, was eager to mend fences. "I am sorry, Tialis," she said earnestly, But if you hadn't been angry, we might never have found our guide. I'm glad you and the lady are with us. Truly, I'm grateful." So it was settled. Lyra had convinced her own death to lead them into the realm where Roger, Will's father, Tony Makarios, and so many others had gone. They were to go to the jetty at first light and prepare to depart, yet as she tried to rest on the hard floor of the shack, Pantalaimon trembled uncontrollably against her, emitting soft, distressed whimpers she could not soothe. Her sleep was fitful and thin, haunted by the journey ahead, while her death kept a silent, watchful vigil beside her.